18 months, 32 races, and thousands of miles. For most, preseason goals are now foggy dreams. For guys like Bobby Labonte, the mission is clear. Labonte is Mr. Atlanta, but he's also been Mr. Inconsistent. Dale Earnhardt won at Daytona, but nowhere else. Points are important, but do you think this 7-time champ cares about any position other than first? Schrader, Hamilton, and Andretti. Today, they're center stage, trying to get to the big stage. This track is in Atlanta, but the race is to New York. It's a day where we should see more than one winner. And for one driver, the next 500 miles could be the journey of a lifetime and mean a ticket to the Big Apple.
If you don't have a shot at the top 10, the top 25 is the next best thing. The points money runs out at the 25th spot. You'd expect to see Ricky Rudd battling for the top 10, but his subpar season has him 21st, although he kept his winning streak alive with a gutsy performance at Martinsville. Bill Elliott hung around the top 10 until the big crash at the first Talladega. Now he finds himself 19th, but a lot of luck at his hometown track could net a 15th place finish. Ernie Irvan is 16th, but sitting out the race, still feeling the effects of the Talladega crash. Ricky Craven is helping out in the owner's points, but he can't help Ernie's bid to stay up in the driver's points. Brett Bodine has nowhere to go but up. If he can gain more than 22 points on Joe Nemechek, he'll grab the final points-paying spots.
plenty of time to get pit road speed and then look on down and see where I'm pitting. But last year I went ahead and drove right by my pits. Actually, I wheel hopped the rear tires right by it, so I guess I kind of waved at them, but they weren't real happy. But, you know, it's a different team, so maybe they don't remember that, so let's not tell them.
You want to get to the stage, don't you?
I do. It's, you know, represent your whole year and how you've done, and to be in the top 10 in Winston Cup is you know, a big feat. So for us, we like to get from 11th to 10th, but I'm not going to rest my whole winter and everything on top of it. I know that we've got several things coming for next year. Kyle's coming up, and I think the whole team is going to be better. So if we finish 10th, yeah, I'm really happy. If we don't, I'm not going to be so depressed I'm going to let it bother me too much anyway.
You will smile.
I won't be smiling, but a couple days later, you know, time heals all wounds, that thing. And I want to say hello to since we have a little bit of time, you know, you're trying to kill it, that's why you're talking to me. But I want to say hello to my grandparents and also to Nancy's mom again because she's not doing real well.
Okay, they're pushing cars to the grid, so don't take too much of our time. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot.
That's John Andretti. He really has had a great season. Been a lot of fun to work with him. Now,
well, we told you a little bit earlier that Brett Bodine currently has his 11 car in the 25th position in owner's points. Wally Dallenbach Jr.'s 50 car is right behind him. Wally, that's important that you finish in that top 25 in owner's points, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We're looking at that pretty hard, and I think we've got Jeff right on our tail. So, yeah, we want to be in the top 25 before the year's over, and it's going to be pretty tough. He's about 80, 90 points ahead of us, so it's going to be tough. Somebody's going to have some bad luck. Hopefully, it won't be us.
What about the conditions here on the racetrack today now that the rain has kind of washed all the rubber off? What should we expect to see in the early laps?
It'll loosen the track up quite a bit. Based on what happened earlier in the year, it loosens the track up quite a bit. So the guys that were running a little bit loose are going to be a lot loose. And we were a little bit tight, so our car should be neutral. But I think everybody's going to kind of be a little bit careful for the first 15, 20 laps, get some rubber on the track.
Now, you've had some really good runs in the 50 car since you've been driving it this year. Next year, it's your ride full time. How confident and how much are you looking forward to 1999?
Well, we're looking forward to next year, but we really like to get another top 10 before the year's over. We've had a lot of good runs going and had a lot of silly things happen to keep us from good finishes. And this racetrack has not been very good to me in the past. I love racing here, but we've had a lot of bad luck here. So hopefully we're just going to try to shoot for a really strong finish today. And if we got something at the end, we got something at the end. But we just really like to get a top 10 today.
Wally Dallenbach Jr. getting ready to walk down to his car. Will roll off once we get this race underway from the 29th starting position.
And it'll be his 23rd start of 1998. Well, although the Winston Cup Championship has already been decided, not so in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And that will be determined later this afternoon as we go to Las Vegas. The two contenders for the title, Jack Sprague and Ron Hornaday Jr. Which one will it be? You can see it on ESPN2 at 6 o'clock this evening, the Samstown 250 to determine the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion. We'll be right back. I thought we were doing the grid there, huh? But I guess not. Oh, I thought you said the graphic would be the break. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, what do you think? Is the track close enough?
No.
No.
I don't know why they took the trucks off the racetrack.
Yep. Okay.
I wonder why they took the records off the vehicles.
Oh, okay. ESPN Speed World welcomes you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, getting set for the Napa 500. Mark Martin has been so close to the championship, never worse than sixth since 1989. He is locked into second position for 1998. Let's talk to him. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Mark, let us congratulate you on, I know, what has been a very emotional but a very memorable season, a career year.
Really has been, I tell you. I'm sad to see it over on one hand, and on the other, man, I'm so glad it's over. I can't tell you. So it's been real successful. Been really blessed this year with the race team, Valvoline and the Taurus has been a great race car. Jim Finnig and all these guys have done a great job with it, and had the sort of the leader of all the Tauruses on the racetrack. They came out of the box with the best package and put me in race cars and that could win races, and we had some fun doing it.
You know, we've talked about drivers being hurt and have to sit out of the car for this or that other problem. All year long, you've had a herniated disc in your back, and a week from tomorrow, you go in the hospital up at the Mayo Clinic to have that fixed. You have not complained a single time to anyone. You've simply endured it. How have you been able to survive?
Well, I've been grouchy some, and there's been a lot of times when, I couldn't sign autographs or whatever. I had to get wherever I was going and get off my feet or whatever. But I'd have to say that acupuncture has been the key to me making it to this point, and I'm so excited about having the surgery. I can't tell you. My race team has been so supportive, and the race fans throughout the loss that I experienced with my family and everything, their love and caring and support, that goes a long way. But my race team is my family, and I love them, and they love me, and on a good day, they're there to shake my hand, and on a bad day, they're the first one to pat me on the back.
We talk about role models in sports, Mark, and I put you up there when I talk to my youngsters about somebody I want them to emulate, a man's man, a driver's driver, someone who has his priorities in order.
Well, there again, I'm not exactly, to one person, my priorities may not be in order, but to me, it's the reason that you're talking to me here right now is because I win races, and that's what really counts. And I try to keep the focus on that. Winning races is has been a part of my life since I was 15, and I want to keep it that way, and I hope that I can continue to win races. I'm real grateful for the opportunity that Jack Roush and Valvoline and all these folks have given me, and the people that surround me make that possible. And I just do my best, and if there is life after second place. A lot of folks feel terribly disheartened because we had the season we had and we didn't win the championship. But I'm encouraged. I believe that I may have better years in my future than I had this year. I just pray that I'll have another year maybe this good.
Well, he does pray indeed, and those of us who know him personally, he's a very modest individual, know that his priorities are his faith and then his family and then winning races, which he's awfully good at, all three. Mark, congratulations again. You are a class individual.
Thank you.
Well, there are some other championship or some other battles up for grabs in the top 10 in the points. Mark Martin sits second. He's not going anywhere, but how about the 10th place situation? Bill Weber?
Well, that's not Bobby Hamilton. He's standing over here hoping for a Kodak moment on the stage in New York. Is that what you're thinking about right now?
Yeah, well, it is, but we've got an awful good race car here, probably the best car I've ever had at Atlanta, so we're hoping our little Kodak Monte Carlo will go to the front today. We was able to run several grooves on the racetrack after watching the Busch guys run, and the thing is driving good everywhere you go with it.
Outstanding win for you at Martinsville, so if you could get another one here, that'd be pretty big.
It would help, and it's deserving for Kodak, like I said, in land there. Chevrolet, the manufacturer's deal is down to a Chevrolet or Ford finish in front of one another, not necessarily the win. I mean, a Pontiac can win, but a Chevrolet needs to run second, so we're trying to put all we can in that, too. hopefully if we can't do it another Chevrolet camp, we're looking for a good day.
Just one quick question about some young driver that was here on Friday, Bobby Hamilton Jr., extremely impressive.
I'm really proud of him. I had no idea that, I always knew he'd be pretty good on the short tracks. I had no idea that he would show such patience on a super speedway, especially something this fast. You know, I seen in the Busch race at Rockingham last week. I said, well, he's probably going to be all right. Then we come here at Atlanta, and he just flew around here and used his head real good. And he done the same thing in the Busch race, so we're really proud of what he's done.
Might have big plans for next year.
Well, we're hoping so. We're going to talk to Earl and Czech Sadler. We're real proud of what they're doing. They're real good people. They deserve to race in a real good fashion, and I think with my help and their help, we can do that.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
That's Bobby Hamilton battling for 10th in points. How about the battle for 25th? Well, John's got a story on that with Brett Bodine.
Well, Brett Bodine sits 25th in owner's points right now. Driver's points, he's 26th, 22 behind Joe Nemechek. So how do you play that, Brett? Because you're a part owner of this team.
Well, we're watching the 42 car. That's, you know, we really want to outrun him today to get ourselves up into that top 25 and driver's points. You know, the owner's points, we're racing the 50 car to maintain that 25th spot. And that's so important, not only for a paycheck here at the end of the year with point money, but also provisional starting the 99 season. So, you know, there's a lot of stake here back in the pack a little bit in the point standings. Even though that championship's been decided, there's a lot of shuffling that can go on yet in the point standings.
So do you look at the 25th spot at this point of the season where you are? If you get there, that's your championship?
Absolutely. As far as today's considered, that's our championship. If we can get both half of this deal in the top 25, it'll be a good day for us.
What about the racetrack, the conditions? You guys have practiced, put a lot of rubber down. You just throw the setups out the window, right?
Well, the track will come back to us. You know, early in the race, it's going to be a little different, and hopefully it's dry when we do get started. But the track will come back to us, and hopefully we got a good setup in our car, and we can go to the front.
That's Brett Bodine looking to finish out the year 25th in the driver's points and 25th in the owner's points.
Fred and the others will be getting close to their cars if they're not already, because the racetrack is very, very close to being ready for racing. Still a few wet spots, but still the track crew is working very, very hard. And it shouldn't be too much longer before the track is dry and we can get this Napa 500 underway and end the 98 season.
We need to explain how he can be 25th, or the car can be 25th and him 26th. Bill, do you have that reason handy? Does anybody here know what the tie break had the other drivers? Had Randy LaJoy as a driver, Ricky Craven as a driver. Okay. Does anybody know what the tiebreaker is for the manufacturers? Ford would win if they tie.
We haven't heard from Ned and Benny yet, so
Ford would win if they tie. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Because if a Pontiac wins, is it possible they can tie? Yeah. Oh, it is. If a Ford runs second, if a Pontiac wins, Ford is second, and a Chevrolet is third, it's a tie. Oh, okay. And then they go to wins, which are tied. So then they go to second place. It's 15 apiece in wins right going into this race.
Wow.
Cold.
Huh. I put on my other coat.
Gary. Hey, Gary. Step back in that room back there and tell them to warm this up a couple more degrees. It's a room right behind here.
The grid is ready on pit road. The track is drying quickly, and we should get the command to start engines in just moments. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Dale Jarrett is third in the point standings and third on the starting grid, and he gets a couple of final comments here from Todd Parrott. DJ, everyone wants to know, first of all, how you're feeling. You look pretty wobbly.
I'm not bad. Just a little tired, but all I got is 500 more miles, and then we'll take care of that problem.
Can you hang on to third in the points?
I think so. We've got an awful good race car here, and if we can just stay out of trouble, I think we can win this race. Bobby Labonte's been the man to beat, and I think he still is, along with Mark Martin and I'm sure a couple of others. Ward Burton's awful fast, and my teammate Kenny Irwin. But we've been able to hang around, run second to Bobby a number of times, and have won here. So we'd like to get back into that victory lane.
Hey, good luck today.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Another example of quiet courage. A young man trying to go 500 miles with a red-hot gallbladder. Bob?
There was a concern about weather earlier. Hopefully that concern has gone by the wayside. It's time to go racing at Atlanta.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for those 4 famous words in racing, Lieutenant Colonel Bo Hardrick, United States Army. Gentlemen, start your engines!
The 50th anniversary season of NASCAR is drawing to a close. The NASCAR Winston Cup season comes to an end here this afternoon at Atlanta as 43 drivers try to win the last race of the year. Jeff Gordon, although he has won the championship, now goes for a record-tying 13th win of the year, trying to tie a record set by the King, Richard Petty, in 1975. Show me your race analysis, if you would, please, Michael.
So we're going to go right. We're going to do the whole lineup and go right on down it, right? Okay, good.
Don't read it, right?
Oh.
Okay. Just follow me.
That's scary.
Just react to what I say. Let me see your race analysis, Mike. Yep. From high overhead Atlanta Motor Speedway, our shot courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam that will be with us throughout the afternoon, bringing you the shots from above as this 325-lap race gets underway. Again, the engines are started. Here's the race analysis. We go 325 laps. The track record, 1 lap, 197.478. And the fuel window here for this race, somewhere between 60 and 65 laps. And the race for more than $2.2 million. Let's take a look at the Walmart EverStart lineup. On the pole is Kenny Irwin Jr., his first NASCAR Winston Cup pole in his 36th start. And alongside is Ward Burton, whose best finish of the year was at Charlotte just last month. As we take a look at the rest of the starting lineup, look at the speeds that were achieved during qualifying, with the top speed above 193.4 miles an hour. That's faster than John Andretti's pole speed from in the spring.
And I think we can give the credit to the new spoiler rules. They've raised the spoiler on the rear of the car an inch and a half. They've dropped the front bumper or the front spoiler an inch and a half, and I think it's making the cars stick better in the corners, and therefore the drivers are driving the cars faster through the corners.
But Ned, have they had enough practice running with each other to see how their cars are going to handle when they get in actual competition?
Well, of course, they had all the practice that was allotted because up until today the weather had been good, so they did get an opportunity to check out each other and make adjustments on the cars. But the rain now has made a difference in that the track is much cooler today as a result of the overcast, so there might be some guessing going on, but I think that most of them like the new rules.
We see as we look down through the lineup that Bill Elliott, the hometown favorite, is starting back in row number 14. And some of these drivers that are starting here in the back of the field are drivers that we normally see up front. So it should be an interesting first few laps. And as we get back to John Andretti, he starts in the 36th position, and he has not used a provisional this year, almost had to take one for this race. And you can see two previous champions, Dale Earnhardt and Terry Labonte, had to take provisionals, and of course the previous champion's provisional went to Darrell Waltrip.
How about that? I think the Napa folks are pretty imaginative to be able to make that as the cars go by. That's pretty doggone good.
Yeah, it is.
I'm impressed. There's some fans under there somewhere.
They don't need those for protection from the rain right now. They need it for to show their logo as the field goes by here on the first of a couple of warm-up laps before we get the race underway. Let's take a look at our onboard cameras here this afternoon.
This is the Budweiser onboard camera. Wally Dallenbach. Bill Elliott. The McDonald's onboard camera will be starting in 27th. Rusty Wallace will have a camera on Streaker this afternoon, starting in 18th spot. Steve Park, the Napa Pennzoil Chevrolet, 4th place in the NASCAR rookie points this year. Joe Nemechek starts 11th this afternoon. And Bobby Labonte has to be the favorite here, having won both races at the reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway. Mike Skinner, the Lowe's onboard camera, starting in 31st. And he started in 4th spot. What a terrific year Mark Martin has had in the Valvoline Ford.
5 drivers came here and had a disappointment as far as the end of their 98 NASCAR Winston Cup season. They're the drivers who missed the field. Now, Harris Devane crashed on his qualifying lap in second round yesterday. Had a very hard impact, and he was airlifted to a local hospital, but the good news is that he was awake and alert, may be suffering from a concussion, but the injuries are not serious to Harris Devane. Well, they're going to take a few laps here and assess the track to see if it's absolutely ready for the high-speed competition that we will be seeing here this afternoon. And so we'll sneak away for another break as we await the start from Atlanta Motor Speedway of the Napa 500.
It's amazing how quickly they got pit road dries.
Okay. That's already voiced, right? Okay. An impressive drive for title contender Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started from the 6th position.
Siemens. What does Siemens do? What do they do?
We're about 40 minutes after when we were supposed to get the green flag. However, it is just moments away. The field is circulating the track, drying out any wet spots that remain, and seeing if indeed the track is ready for high-speed competition.
Right now, there's just a couple of wet spots, and I think it's going to be ready to go. We see the trucks down in turn 4 on the apron of the racetrack. The racing groove itself is okay, but if they get off the racetrack, there we see down in turn 4. And in turn 1, that's where we're seeing now. There's the guys in turn 4. On the apron at 4 and 1 are the wettest spots right now.
And of course, they pick the pace up now over what they normally would run under these pace laps, and that does give more of a drying effect. It's the air and the heat from the race cars.
Well, there are other championships to be decided in NASCAR racing, and the son of Dale Earnhardt that you see there in the number 3 car, well, we can't give the NASCAR Busch title to him yet. It'll go to Homestead as a result of yesterday's Steel 300 Busch race here at Atlanta. An impressive drive for title contender Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started from the 6th position. There were obstacles along the way, as there always are at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Even the pole sitter Dick Trickle was a victim. But Mark Martin was the best of all, passing Earnhardt and going on to win the race. The son of the 7-time champion finished 2nd. Mark recorded his 2nd victory of 1998. And so Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth will decide the title next weekend. And ESPN will be there live for the Jimmy Lube Miami 300 at 1 o'clock Eastern Time.
I'm excited to go down and see the Homestead racetrack and see exactly what's going on. Again, the newly configured Homestead Raceway.
That's right, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth will decide it next Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN. John Curtis with a guy who knows a lot about championships.
And of course, that's the king, Richard Petty, 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup championship. And Richard, first question I'm going to ask you is about the race yesterday. We got to see young Dale Earnhardt Jr. finish 2nd. He's on his way to his first Busch Series championship. Have you been impressed with Dale Jr.?
Very much so. You know, he's got really good equipment. It don't fall apart, but he's not bad about running into anybody, and he does the job driving. So he's got a good combination right now.
What about the new Winston Cup champion, Jeff Gordon? If he wins today, he's going to tie your modern-era record of 13 wins in a season. Are you rooting against him for that?
Well, no, not really. You know, we're going to try to win the race ourselves. If we don't win it, then fine with me. The big deal that I feel good about is when they break records, they're my records. So, you know, from that standpoint, I feel good about it.
And if you look at what Jeff Gordon has averaged over the last 3 years, it'd take him 16 years now to reach Richard Petty's all-time win mark of 200. Let's go down and hear from Ray Evernham.
And I'm not sure, but I think I saw Ray smile just a few minutes ago. This is a big day for you. They got a big banner they're going to unfurl behind you here in a moment. And a championship is waiting, but there's a race ahead of you, too.
Yeah, and actually I was laughing at you trying to hold on to the pit box without falling off. But, yeah, it's been a great season, and we'd certainly like to cap it off with a good finish here. We've not run real well here lately, but we got a good car, just real conservative qualifying on my part, and hopefully we can get a top 10 finish and have a real nice celebration tonight.
Just tell us about the week, Ray. Was it all work, or was there a little bit of, well, we've done it, thrown in?
Well, you know, we still work, but, you know, with a lot less pressure than we did last year at this point, and we're able to enjoy, make sure everybody's got their families and things here to help us enjoy this moment. And, you know, we still work hard. We built this car to come and run here in case we were running head-to-head for points. And, you know, it will really be a big boost for all of us at the shop if this car does run well here.
Okay, I'd like to keep talking to you, but I'm about to fall off of this thing. Congratulations. Best of luck today. Okay, that's the story of one young challenger. Now, how about the story of a guy that's battling at the front of the field today? Let's go to the conversation with Robert Yates.
Thank you, Bill. Robert Yates has cars starting 1st and 3rd with a young gun on the pole. Robert, I got to ask you, you've been waiting, this whole team sort of been waiting for Kenny Irwin to arrive this year. Is this the week that he really comes into his own?
Well, I certainly hope so. You know, I'm pretty nervous here with the situation we have, but going back to the spring race here where Kenny led the most laps, that gives me a little bit of satisfaction to watch this start. But to come here to get Kenny's first pole, to do what this 28 car has done so many years in a row, being on the pole, coming down to the final deal, that was, yes, we hope it's enough in time, certainly to get us motivated to have that certainly take that next big step and better performance for next season.
Sometimes it takes a while for the lights to go on a young driver. Now, what about your veteran starting back in third spot, Dale Jarrett? I know that's a major point of concern, sitting there with a big bag full of gallstones waiting for surgery.
Well, you know, with his health problem, he doesn't have a lot of place to store energy. He hasn't been able to eat. It takes a lot of energy to do this deal. And I'm sure he'll draw on pure adrenaline like he did a couple of weeks ago or last week. And, you know, I think he probably would deserve to win this race if the 28 car can't.
Hey, good luck for both your cars, Robert. Robert Yates' car starting first and third, Bob, and we're getting closer and closer to a green flag start here at Atlanta.
Matter of fact, they're saying in about 4 or 5 laps we should be able to throw the green flag and get things underway here at Atlanta. So stick around. The start of the Napa 500 is coming up in just a few moments. Back with that in just a moment. Stay with us.
Are they going to throw the white, the green, and yellow, you think? Are they going to throw the green and yellow? Be a what? I mean, the good stuff, the good green, huh?
The real thing.
The real thing.
Yeah.
Trucks are going behind the wall, jet dryers.
I wonder how dirty their windshields might have gotten. I'm sure if it was bad, they'd be hollering about it.
I think it says 2, doesn't it, Bill?
In less than 2 laps, or in about 2 laps, we're going to be getting the green flag and the start of the Napa 500. It rained hard here this morning, and the weather really deteriorated for about an hour and a half or so. But then the skies broke away, and the sun was out for a while. It's clouded over once again, but we're very much hopeful we can keep the rain away the rest of the afternoon. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Joe Gibbs.
No one has won on this new configuration at Atlanta Motor Speedway except this guy's driver, Bobby Labonte's done it 2 in a row. And, Joe, can you make it 3?
Well, we sure like to. I'm not sure they changed the spoiler, the valence. A lot of unanswered questions. Obviously, it's a long race and so much can happen. It's Bobby's favorite racetrack, you know, and we like racing here, so we'll just have to see what happens. These are long races, and it takes a miracle to win one of these.
Hey, this guy's one of the best strategists in the business in any kind of sports, and he's been awfully good here at Atlanta with the Winston Cup race team. Bobby Labonte, one of the co-favorites here maybe today for 500 miles. Bob?
Won 3 of the last 4 races here at Atlanta. Field coming down at the start-finish line, and they are being given the 1-to-go signal. All right.
All right.
And how about Dale Earnhardt, who started the 98 season with his Daytona 500 win? John?
Well, he'd like to close out the season with a win. I'm with his crew chief, Kevin Hamlin. Kevin, you guys didn't qualify that well, but you were telling me yesterday the car is pretty good. In the last couple of weeks, you've come from the back of the pack to post top 10 finishes. So what about today?
Yes, the GM Goodrich Performance Plus Chevrolet is running really well. Yesterday in the last practice, Dale was real happy with the car. It's kind of tough at Atlanta to get to the front, but we're going to see what we can do with strategy and play it out.
All right, their strategy is to get to the front as soon as possible, so it should be exciting watching the Intimidator work his way from the back of the pack to the front.
The drivers are ready. The fans are ready. We are ready to call the 39th annual Napa 500. 325 laps of racing here in Atlanta.
Most importantly, the racetrack is now ready.
You see the pace car up ahead. It will be pulling off the racetrack in just moments. Turning the field over to Kenny Irwin Jr., who has the responsibility of coming down, and the 1998 Winston Cup champion. There's the banner above the pit stall. Jeff Gordon is the champion, but we have a race to run, and the Napa 500 is underway. Of 1998 that Kenny Irwin Jr. has led. He last led at the Pepsi 400 at Daytona, but look at Dale Jarrett as he comes up on the inside of Irwin down the backstretch, and Dale Jarrett takes the lead into the backstretch.
Boy, he has got a run coming off of turn 2 and had the momentum he needed to power by that other Robert Yates car.
And Mike Skinner has moved into the 3rd spot. Skinner started back in the 5th. Has moved up a couple of spots. Here's Jeff Bodine trying to get on the inside.
There's Jeff Gordon back in the middle of the pack as he works the high line around Steve Park.
How about Mike Skinner? His car has been fast since they unloaded it here on Friday in practice. Had a good qualifying run. Came here very determined to try to put that Lowe's Chevrolet in victory lane for the first time this year.
A pink car on the outside, Jerry Nadeau. This is right along with Steve Grissom, the Napa onboard cameras. He tries to follow Jeff Gordon to the front.
And Jeff now goes to the inside. Here comes Ted Musgrave up to the left of Steve Park to take that position away, and Jeff Gordon picks up one as he goes to the inside of Brett Bodine and moves to 16th.
Jimmy Spencer in the car number 23. Going by Nadeau, and here comes Gordon as well.
Here's Rusty Wallace, and he is back in the 23rd position.
Started in 18th, so Rusty has lost 5 spots since the start of the race. There's Todd Bodine, the 91 car. Looks like Rusty is going to try to get a couple of spots on the backstretch.
I think he got caught on the outside in the first couple of laps there, and he lost some positions. Now trying to get him back on the inside.
Obviously, this is the front stretch, not the backstretch. Looks like right now that the bottom groove is definitely the fastest way around the racetrack.
Yesterday in the Busch race, we did see drivers that were able to run in the high groove, and even in practice, we saw some cars in the happy hour yesterday that were working that groove okay, but that rain has taken it away a little bit. It'll come back as time goes on here.
On board with Bill Elliott, we mentioned that Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin are locked into 1st and 2nd, but there is a battle for 3rd in the point standings. Rusty could take that position here today with a good finish, and Jarrett has a bad race. However, Dale has picked up 5 bonus points for leading. He has been one of 2 leaders that we have had so far in the first 7 laps of this race.
Bill Elliott, this is his hometown racetrack. Atlanta Motor Speedway grew up about 50 miles north of here. Dawsonville trying to move forward. It's a battle back to the 23rd spot.
Ricky Craven with big plans for next year. They have announced that he is going to have a new team next year. Scott Barber will be the owner of that team, and Ricky Craven will be the full-time driver. We're on board with Wally Dallenbach.
Ricky Craven
Ricky
used to drive this car.
Yep.
So we see he's moved up 4 spots. Brett Bodine says he's racing the 50 and the 42. Well, Brett, look in the mirror. You can see the 50.
And the 30 car of Derek Cope has been sliding back, and that is again because he's caught on that outside line. That's not the fastest one right now.
It isn't, but I'm surprised that there are some cars that are able to run pretty good up there, but not quite as good as that low line is. But as the tires wear down, get a little bit of heat in them, that might change.
This is the battle for third position. We're on board with Mike Skinner, looking back to Ward Burton, who started second, but now is running fourth. Now looks to the inside of Skinner. Coming off corner number 2 and down the backstretch, he pulls alongside of Skinner, and look at Ward go to third.
Now Skinner's picked up some push in his car. We see the 22 car stay right on that white line. Here comes Earnhardt trying to get by Nadeau. A battle for the 31st, 32nd spot. Terry Labonte trying to go forward. Here comes John Andretti. All these guys have started back in 36, 37, 38, trying to get to the front.
John Andretti, who was in 10th position in the points a few races this season, is trying to get back to 10th and end the season there so that he can be on the stage at the banquet of the Waldorf Astoria.
Now, Terry Labonte, who's running in that group, was the fastest yesterday in happy hour practice in the Kellogg Chevrolet. There he picks off another position, going by David Green in car number 41.
That moves Earnhardt up to 29th, Terry Labonte to 30th, and David Green is in the 31st position. There's Kevin LePage up on the high side of the racetrack. He also is a rookie contender for 1998. ESPN Speed World is pleased to welcome you to Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the Napa 500 is 10 laps old. Once halfway.
163 laps.
Long way to go, don't we?
150.
Yeah. That's not bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Chad just about cut his teammate off over there on 2.
Race fans have turned out by the thousands to fill Atlanta Motor Speedway today for the finale of the 98 NASCAR Winston Cup season. And you're watching from the Pennzoil Copter Cam, circling above this 1.54-mile facility. Well, Sunday night football here on ESPN at 8:15 tonight. It's the Tennessee Oilers traveling to Tampa Bay to take on the Buccaneers. Both have 4-4 records. Then Monday Night Football on ABC Sports at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The Green Bay Packers 6-2 against the Pittsburgh Steelers 5-3. ESPN and ABC, your exclusive networks for primetime NFL football. Here in Atlanta, Dale Jarrett has about a half a second lead on Kenny Irwin as the 18th lap is completed.
Battle going on between Martin right now, the 6th car, and the 12 of Jeremy Mayfield. Martin just now got by Jeremy Mayfield. We see Joe Nemechek back there. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th positions.
Mark Martin dropped back a little bit there in the beginning. Got caught on the outside, but now trying to work his way back towards the front.
We're on board with Joe Nemechek, the SEMA's onboard camera.
He is 25th in the points right now and trying to hold off a challenge by Brett Bodine for that position.
And right behind these guys, we see Nemechek trying to get by the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield. That moves him in the 7th spot. And right behind him, we can almost see that car back. That's Jeff Gordon, who has moved into the 9th spot from his starting spot of 21st.
Well, he has nothing to lose here this afternoon. The championship is not on the line. He's already wrapped that up, so you know he's going to drive his heart out. There is his movement toward the front after starting in 21st position, now up into the top 10 in 9th. Mark Martin and Mike Skinner are contesting the 5th position.
Skinner gets that good run off the top and uses that momentum to almost pull back by Mark Martin.
And Ward Burton is taking 2nd position away from Kenny Irwin, or trying to, as they get on the backstretch. Yep, Ward's got it.
He got a good run coming off of turn 2 and went in there, and here's Martin still trying to pass 31. Has him now.
Mark Martin moving up to the 5th position. They're running about 4 8/10 seconds behind the leader of the race, Dale Jarrett.
And you see Mike Skinner's car, that little bit of push as he came off the corner. Here comes Kenny Schrader, Ted Musgrave, and Bobby Hamilton. It's Musgrave in the 13, Hamilton in the 4.
That's 13th, 14th, and 15th. Well, of course, Ted Musgrave had a regular ride at the beginning of the year, and he's kind of served as a fill-in driver here recently, but has been driving this 13 car for the last few races and done a great job.
He has been doing a great job. Started in 25th, is that after what, 14th?
Yeah, he's really made a charge towards the front.
3 drivers in contention for 10th in the championship points. Bobby Hamilton right now is in 10th. John Andretti is 26 behind, and Ken Schrader is 107 behind. And Joe Nemechek just went around Mike Skinner, and Joe goes to 6th. Boy, he's having a good run early, isn't he?
And right behind him, Jeff Gordon has caught Jeremy Mayfield.
Boy, Nemechek right down on the white line, and Skinner's car up about a lane and a half.
Skinner now is going to try that high line and see if that will help his pushing situation any. See if his lap time will pick up any. Larry McReynolds will say try a different line, try a different groove around the racetrack. He will do that. McReynolds will tell him via the radio how fast he ran. Is that better? There we see Jeff Gordon has been able to get by Jeremy Mayfield, now in the 8th position.
Here comes Jeff.
Obviously, he has a great race car again today. Methodically working his way up through the pack. Boy, that's what a difference it was from a year ago for Jeff Gordon.
On board with Mike Skinner now as we look back at Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, we missed him that time. Next time by, we'll see who is the fastest car right now as we'll go down the line. There you see the first 5, Jarrett, Burton, Irwin, Labonte, Bobby Labonte, and Mark Martin.
And the interval between 1st and 2nd is about 1 3/4 seconds. Look how Jeff is closing in on Mike Skinner.
See Jeff Gordon running right on that white line. Chassis still working well on the DuPont Chevy.
Mark Martin the fastest right now. We'll see if Jeff Gordon shows up here.
But he is catching Mike Skinner.
Yep. Mark Martin was the fastest that lap, and Bobby Labonte was 2nd quick. Oh, he's almost down the apron.
he goes to the corner, Skinner's going to go in high, and Jeff Gordon's going around the bottom of the racetrack, and look how he closes in. But obviously that line is working better for Skinner, or otherwise he would be back on the bottom with Jeff Gordon.
Gordon makes another bid, but just can't get by Mike.
He'll do it down the next corner. We'll go by the start-finish line, complete in lap 29. Just turned on your TV. We had a rain delay here at the Napa 500, but back to green flag. The track is okay, and Jeff Gordon's car is moving.
He's battling Mike Skinner for 7th position. The cars wheel to wheel as they go down the backstretch and through turn number 3, and now Gordon completes the pass and has 7th.
Gordon is a little over 7 seconds behind the leader, Dale Jarrett.
There is Dale Jarrett, and he continues to stretch the lead. It's now up to 2 seconds over Ward Burton, who is running in 2nd position, having started from that spot. Kenny Irwin Jr., the pole sitter, is back in 3rd, and Bobby Labonte and Mark Martin. Those are your top 5 here with 31 laps completed out of 325 that make up the Napa 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the 33rd and final event of the 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup season.
Hard to tell till the racetrack gets.
Yeah, start getting a little tight here.
Whose radio is that? DJ?
Yeah.
He started 35th, didn't he?
Clear.
Bob got on TV. He wasn't on the air.
Who did?
Bob Jeffers, his spotter for
yeah. No, we have plenty of difficulty with just one.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's where I got mixed up a while ago. I was having trouble looking at that one. Okay, thanks.
Sure is.
Rain out here. I'm starting to get a little sprinkles up here where I'm at, too.
Riding with Dale Jarrett, listening to his radio conversation. He's beginning to lap slower traffic now. He's already lapped Wally Dallenbach, Gary Bradbury, Jerry Nadeau, and Kenny Wallace.
Starting to get just a little bit harder where I'm at.
We're talking about rain.
Oh, boy. Talking about rain as we see Mark Martin take over the spot from Bobby Labonte, who's in the 4th position.
And there's the 91 car of Todd Bodine in the Joe Falk machine, and he's given that car a great run. He's battling Mike Skinner for 8th spot.
And takes that spot away. So put Todd Bodine, and the caution flag gets out. I'm sure this is for rain. Just a few sprinkles that will go away.
Starting to get pretty hard now.
Not news that we wanted to hear.
No, certainly isn't. But I'm sure there's a lot of cars going to be making some pit stops.
37 laps are completed. We get a report from Jerry Punch.
Check on the Mike Skinner car. Now, you're supposed to start the race on the tires you qualify on, but the problem was Mike Skinner's left rear tire, which had been held by NASCAR, was found to have been equalized. So they had to start the race on a stickered left rear tire. Now, what Larry McReynolds was saying was, based on what happened in March, this track got very, very loose. So they were starting with the car tight anyway. And you add to the fact that they had to put a sticker left rear tire on, that made the car even tighter. Now they want to be very, very careful not to make too big of a change. They're going to raise the track bar and take one round to bite out. Small changes. You don't want to go too much here and let the car get loose at these speeds.
Well, the cars come up here. All the cars, the leaders come down pit road, making his pit stops.
Dale Jarrett leading him down. Ward Burton trailing him.
Stop a little short now.
Down to Jerry Punch.
They are going to take a half a round out of the left rear in Dale Jarrett's car number 88. You heard the spotter saying a sprinkle of rain. It sprinkled for about a lap or so. Now it's lightening up a little bit. Jarrett pitting right behind his teammate, Kenny Irwin. Both the Robert Yates teams now will change 4 tires. Left side tires already going on the 88 car. Brad Parrott, Todd Parrott, the crew. And the 88 off the jack. Great pit stop for the Quality Care team. Likewise, Kenny Irwin and Slugger Labby and company pitting as they head down pit road behind the 22 car of Ward Burton.
You see Jarrett, Ward Burton, Mark Martin. Here comes it's Kenny Irwin and then Jeff Gordon, Joe Nemechek, Jeff Bodine. Good stop for the Phillips Electronics team.
Here comes Jeff Burton pulling out of his pit stall.
It's a little heavy right there.
Everybody getting sorted out here and lining up for what hopefully will be a very short caution period, and we can get back to racing, but it looks like the rain slickers are coming out.
Yes, they are. It looks like, looking over the backstretch, that I do see some rain coming this way. That's what you hate to see at a racetrack, an umbrella.
Yeah.
And I see several of them.
Well, there's a couple of them closing up. Maybe that's a good sign.
Good indication of how much rain is falling is by taking a look at the windshields of the race cars. And as we're on board with Mark Martin here, don't see a whole lot.
No.
Check the camera on the roof of the car. I don't see anything at all hitting. We'll clean the lens and try this again. Right now, let's just see if we see any raindrops. This part of the racetrack looks okay, but it's a 1.5 mile racetrack. It could be raining in one side and not the other. This is turn 2. Now I saw a raindrop. I see several raindrops now as the cars come off turn 2.
So the people that are over on the back stretch, which used to be the front stretch, are the ones that are having to put up with this rain more than those here on the front stretch. But in any case, at 39 laps, with pit stops completed, we are under a caution situation because of rain. We were delayed getting this race underway, and now another shower is passing over Atlanta Motor Speedway. Andretti obviously leading a lap, huh?
Yeah, there's
4 of them that didn't pit, huh? No, Andretti, Marcus, Skinner, and Bodine.
Of course,
you mean
not Skinner,
David Green.
Yeah.
Him too.
And Brett, of course, was hoping to lead a lap.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right.
I don't see why they don't set a precedent and just go ahead and call it off. No, not right now. Nothing. I'm just kidding.
Means so we wouldn't have to come back tomorrow.
Nothing. I was just kidding. Run like crazy now.
However,
He was thinking Dale was in front.
Yeah, yeah, right. Then I happened to
Well,
think.
still,
Wait a minute, he's not front right now.
He's got third in the points, and
yeah.
Let's get a red sports break in now with Howard Blatt. Howard, what's the story? Well, it's a full slate of games in the National Football League.
so the cars are now coming down pit road and stopping as we wait this little shower out. There were 4 cars that did not pit: John Andretti, Dave Marcus, David Green, and Brett Bodine. And of course, John Andretti elected to stay out to pick up those 5 bonus points because he needs everyone he can get to get himself up in the top 10.
I would imagine that's why all 4 of those fellows stayed out there, hoping that the others would pit and they'd get those 5 bonus points. You see the cars putting the tarps on pit road to ensure that their pit box will be dry when this race goes back to green flag.
Cover the cars up. Try to keep them as dry as possible.
Mike Skinner says, I think I'll get out.
Well, he can go down and talk to his crew right now without having to do it over the radio where other people can listen, and they can have a powwow.
All the pit crews are scrambling to their cars to get them covered up.
See them get that car covered. They need to get the cars covered up because they do not need moisture under the engine compartment, because the wiring system, any little moisture gets in that and it could cause the car to misfire.
And of course, where the engine gets its air, they don't want water going into the carburetor either.
Exactly. They don't want that filter back there getting damp, for certainly.
Well, the rain continues to fall, but we will take a break and be back to talk to some of these drivers. Of course, they can't work on their cars during this red period, but we'll continue from Atlanta.
Boy, the weather was really deteriorated. And you can see that rain.
What I was trying to get you to do was go back to, they was putting tape over exactly what we were talking about there, not to let water get down into the breathing chamber, but we didn't, so it's okay.
Good news is they have lights here. The bad news is
we have football.
They got lights here. That's pretty neat, those Napa folks over there, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. ESPN Speed World wrapping up the 98 Winston Cup season today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We're being brought to you by True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR and garages everywhere. By Quaker State for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. And by ESPN Video. Get your officially licensed NASCAR videos from ESPN Video. Rain falling here at Atlanta as the crowd continues to wait out this shower, which hopefully will be very short. The drivers are out of their cars, and Jerry probably standing out in the rain.
Well, we are with Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte, and I got to ask you guys, a moment ago, Jeff Gordon came by. What did he say to you?
He told me to slow down. And then 2 fine ones to be talking about me slowing down, because they both do the same thing to me. They let me get out there and have my big fun all first part of the race, and then here they come. Bobby did it here. Oh, he does it every year to everybody. It's not just me, but I was the fortunate one to run second to him a number of times. And Gordon, his memory really is short. He just did it last weekend. So these guys, they're giving me a hard time about running. But I do have a great car, but they'll be there, and we'll see what happens at the end, whenever that may be.
You didn't waste much time going by your teammate here on the first lap.
The car was really good from the start, and, you know, I didn't really have any plans to do it. We made some changes. We were a little bit tight yesterday afternoon, and looked like the weather and the racetrack just came to us, and we were awful good. But as these guys make adjustments, this will be much, much closer, and we'll have to fight our tails off to try to win.
Now, what about these rain delays? What kind of conversations you guys, I mean, during the commercial, the conversation between you and Gordon and Bobby here was priceless. Jeff came by, and just for the record, what he said was, hey, guys, slow down and take care of some of us less fortunates.
Yeah, less fortunate. He's only won, what, $6 million this year or something like that? And that doesn't even include what he's getting ready to get in a few weeks. So, yeah, he has a good sense of humor anyway. That's nice to know that our champion can be like that.
Hey, it's good to see you smiling, too, knowing that probably, a week from Sunday you're going in the hospital?
Yeah, next Sunday, Kelly and I will fly back out to Phoenix and go in the hospital Sunday night, and Monday morning get the surgery done. And hopefully it'll be a short and sweet thing and be back home before long.
Hey, best of luck to you.
Hey, thanks a lot.
That's DJ. Let's go over and talk to Bobby. Yeah, they're talking about the fact that for the last couple of years you've come here and played possum, sort of laid back there, and then when it's time to go, he said, okay, let's leave. You going to do it today?
Well, again, that's what they accused me of doing, but it really isn't like that. I mean, last spring, we had a great pit stop and came out, and I must hit the afterburner or something, went by Dale there, and I mean, it just happened so fast, I really didn't realize, and I know he didn't realize what happened, but I wasn't playing possum, that's for sure. It just happened to work out right there at the end for us, and today we're a little tight in, a little loose off, so try to get that adjusted on the Interstate Pontiac, see what we can do later on.
Your season's been a pretty good one. Wins here at Atlanta, of course, at Talladega. I know you would have liked to have had a few more W's before the year was out, but maybe today. Assess your year, 1998, for the Interstate Batteries team for us.
Well, you know, we're awfully excited. We've had a great season. We're 6 in points right now, and, you know, we've got a couple wins, like you say, and we've got some good top 5s, top 10s. We run better at tracks that I hadn't run good at in a while, and, you know, keep improving a little bit overall. The overall performance, I think, is better for everything, and, you know, I think that's a step in the right direction. That's a positive attitude to take into the off season.
Yeah, I asked DJ, I need to ask you, do you feel sorry for Jeff Gordon?
Are you serious? He does have 6 and some odd million. That's just this year. But Jeff's a great competitor, you know, and I mean, like Dale said, he does have a sense of humor. We, you know, it's great to see him have wrapped it up last weekend. He's out here this weekend. You know, this is not one of his favorite tracks probably because he knows he don't run that good here. But today I looked in the mirror and he was coming. So, you know, it's neat I think it's neat, you know, but it's good that he has a sense of humor and he's really a good guy. So that's what's good about him.
I'll echo that. Hey, good luck to go get dry.
Okay, thanks.
Bobby Labonte, these guys really do have a lot of fun during the rain delays, and we were kidding about Gordon, but he came by here begging for a little mercy from Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte, and they looked at him and said, are you nuts? check the records. You won 12 times this year. But anyway, they were having some fun down here in the rain.
Well, Bobby Labonte certainly has an impressive record here at this track. Look at this, 6 top 10s in 7 races, while with Joe Gibbs, 3 of those have been victories, and he has also won a pole position. He has won the last 3 out of 4 races here at this facility and is the only driver to win on its current configuration. Bill?
With Jeff Burton, where'd you qualify, 53rd? Oh, 35th. I'm sorry.
That's the same.
Yeah, but you're 18th, and you have a great race car.
We really do. We got through traffic really well to start with. Some people got bunched up, and I got by them pretty quick, and that helped a lot. But we got by ourselves. It's the best it's been all week, and I guess that's a good sign. If you're ever going to have it good, on Sunday is the day you want to have it. And the track's going to change all day. I believe we'll get this thing in, but it's going to be a long day, and it's going to change a lot during the day. And we think we got a lot of versatility built into the car, so pretty excited about it.
When did you know, how many laps in, that your car was pretty good?
It felt good right off the bat, but the tires when the tires are new, they feel really good. These tires are real consistent anyway, but last year I ran over something and knocked the turn 1 wall down with about 2 to go, and I actually slowed up some to make just until we got a good check on the tires to make sure they were okay. This track's just so abrasive and so much grip, it's hard to know. Goodyear's done a good job. This is a lot better tire than what we had here, and I'm sure that's no problem, but you get a little bit gun-shy after hitting that thing.
You're racing for someone else other than yourself today.
Well, we really are, and I think everybody down here is. Dick Moroso passed away last night, and the Moroso family has given a lot to this sport. Obviously, Robbie was one of the brightest stars that come in this sport, and he had his tragic accident, and then Dick passed away last night. You know, our shop is actually the former Rob Moroso shop, and every time I go over there, not every time, but a lot of times I go over there, I think about what that place could have been without Rob's death. So it's a sad day for not only NASCAR racing, but all kinds of racing. The Moroso family has given a lot to all forms of racing, and he'll be sorely missed.
Absolutely. Thanks for your thoughts and your words.
Thank you.
That's Jeff Burton. Dick Moroso passing away last night. We lost Rob Moroso in a tragic accident that Jeff referred to a few years ago. Our thoughts and prayers go out to their families.
Indeed, and the safety trucks are parked on the backstretch waiting for the shower to end before they can get out there and resume their track drying operations. But for right now, it is another rain shower that is moving over Atlanta Motor Speedway and causing a delay of the Napa 500. I didn't know that.
Somebody told me that when I went out a while ago, just before we started the race.
Have you been sick?
Yeah, it's brain cancer or something. The PRN went to standby program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah? Okay.
I guess Ward Burton led when DJ stopped, and he got across the start-finish line first, because DJ's pitted just across the start-finish line. I was trying to figure out how that happened.
At Atlanta Motor Speedway as ESPN Speed World is here for the Napa 500 under a rain delay. Here's how they're running. Remember, these standings reflect the top 4 drivers choosing not to come in for pit stops when the caution came out for the rain. Dale Jarrett has led 36 laps so far. Ward Burton did get credit for leading 1 lap, and Kenny Irwin Jr., who was our pole sitter down there in 8th position now, has also led a lap.
As with Jake back 16th through 30. We see Earnhardt started 37th. He's back up to 21st. Jeff Burton started 35th, 18th. Terry Labonte also. So a lot of guys moving forward here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And, of course, when some moves forward, some others have to move backwards. And so we look here, there are 4 cars that have been lapped.
Our leader of the race currently is John Andretti, John Kernan.
And John decided to stay out there, get those 5 bonus points for leading a lap. In fact, when we were just looking over at the radar, John told me, let's just call the race right now. You know, I've been beating them fair and square.
Yeah, I passed them pretty handily right after they came down pit road, but SV Pontiac's the best it's been all weekend, and we're just kind of being careful getting up through and decided we need to lead a lap. We knew that it was going to be a while because the rain, you could still see it on the windshield, and it's not like they're halfway. I asked if we were halfway yet. And the King said, no, I'm about 100 and some short. So, you know, and I've always been short in my life, so this is not the first time.
You're only 122 short, to be exact. I mean, you guys could finish it out under caution, right?
Well, we can finish it out right now, I think. But I don't know. I'm optimistic that we're going to have a decent finish. You know, we're going to have to pit for 4 tires. I mean, we're not going to stay out there. But, you know, if they want to run all 120 under caution, then we can finish them under with these tires. But all in all, I mean, we're in pretty good shape. We're going to go back there and fight our way back up, and but we need the points to, you know, because we're trying to race in the points too. So And plus, it's nice to lead and look at your number up there like it, you know.
And then you get interviewed on television during the rain delay.
Yeah, I imagine with this rain delay, you're going to interview a lot of people because you're gonna run out of things to say. But if you run out of things to say, come on back over here. We'll figure out something.
Okay, one more question, and I'll let you get inside where it's a little bit drier. The new rules package this week with the spoilers, more front or less front air dam clearance, more rear spoiler. How did it feel out there in race conditions?
Well, considering this is probably my worst weekend of the year, I'd say that I'm probably not a good judge of it. We've tried a lot of different things, and we haven't quite got a grip on it. And I don't know if it's a spoiler or what, but we got the pole here in the spring, and then all of a sudden we're last car and on time, so it's worse than best qualifying effort. You're asking the wrong guy. I guess I can say it hurt me, you know, because of course I'm better than that, but you know, it's not the spoilers, and I think it's probably better overall. I just wish I would have had him last week at Rockingham when I was sliding around.
John Andretti, your leader right now as we wait out this red flag.
Because of rain, of course. Drivers trying to stay dry as best they can. This isn't the only race, by the way, you're going to see on Speed World this afternoon. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will determine whether Jack Sprague or Ron Hornaday Jr. will be the champion of that series in 1998. That will be on ESPN Speed World at 6 o'clock tonight over on The Deuce. From Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Sam's Town 250. And Jack Sprague is qualified for the pole.
It sure is, as he tries to claim his championship. Ron Hornaday has a 13-point lead, but you can see the best Hornaday able to do in qualifying, 10th. So he's got those spots to make up. And Jack Sprague, we know, is going to lead a lap because he'll probably lead that first lap and get those 5 bonus points. Then he'll only be 8 points behind Hornaday.
That's at 6 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2 this afternoon as the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series concludes its 98 schedule. We'll be right back. Boy, this is not... Okay. It's a junior welterweight matchup. I think we can probably do without one of those. Yeah. Okay.
By the way, that's Joe Falk sitting beside of him.
Little Joe.
Little Joe.
He's a big guy.
Brain cancer with him.
Yeah, I think he had a tumor, a malignant tumor is what I'd heard.
It continues to rain here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as the Napa 500 is under a delay. We have completed 40 laps and the red flag came out, and that's where we are right now. Gives us an opportunity, however, to talk to some drivers. Jerry?
Well, Bob, arguably the most impressive performance in the 40 laps we've had so far has come from the guy on the left of your screen, Todd Bodine. Now, he qualified 20th, fell back to 28th, Todd, at the very beginning of the race when you got sort of shuffled in the high line, and came all the way to 8th under the green. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, we got a pretty good race car. A little bit tight. We were a little tight in happy hour yesterday, and Doug made 3 little bitty changes and loosened it up a little bit, but we needed to go more. But I went to the outside. Nobody was using the outside groove. I couldn't figure it out. I went out there and just started passing them, and the Fisher engineered motor was pulling it down the straightaways. I mean, we got a good race car. I wish it wasn't raining. We'd like to keep going, but hey, we'll be back tomorrow.
This is the kind of day that your car owner, Joe Falk, really needed. And, Joe, we talked earlier in the week, you have talked all year long with people, but no one's put their name on the dotted line. But now you've gotten sort of close with 2 or 3 folks for next year.
Yeah, we've had 2 or 3 companies really looking at us real hard here, and we really need a good run, and we're having it. You know, it's just, it's so exciting to be out here with Todd and watching him pick these guys off. We were passing 1 car a lap there, so we got a good car, and all you sponsors looking at us, we're ready to do the job for next year.
Joe, we never have really told your story, but basically, in brief, you're a sports fan, and you had a dream of someday running the entire season in Winston Cup, and unlike the big major moguls and Fortune 500 companies at $100 million budgets, you're the little guy. In fact, your place is called Little Joe's Autos, and you came here without a sponsor to fulfill your dream. Was it worth the money you spent out of your pocket, some $2, $3, $4 million?
Well, it's been worth it to do it. I'm a racer from way back and won a championship at Langley Speedway in '76. So the time passed me by to be a driver, but to be the car owner and to be able to put this team together with Doug Richard and the whole crew and all my guys at the shop have worked hard all year and put in a lot of hours for not a lot of money, but we've proven that it can be done.
You indeed did it, and congratulations. I know it was costly, but it is a dream fulfilled. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Look at the support he has had here for the entire season. Now, if you're a casual sports fan and you turn on television just to pull for the underdog, you got to pull for car number 91. They don't have a sponsor. They got a lot of volunteer help, a lot of people who come on race day to make it possible. And just maybe Todd Bodine and Little Joe, the little guy in Winston Cup, can pull it off today. Back with more in a moment.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it very much. Good luck to you.
Hey, Jerry?
Yeah.
That guy standing behind Todd Bodine?
Yeah.
Larry Gunzelman, Winston West driver.
Is that right? Yeah. Hey, Larry. Didn't see you standing there. Got a little FaceTime.
Yep. Okay. Ward Burton moved to second.
I'm starting to get a little frequent up here where I'm at, too.
Yep. Yep, okay. Showing the cars pulling in.
Look, it's still raining, huh?
Mm-hmm. Rain continues to fall here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The skies, however, are lighting up just a little bit, so we hope we can get this race in before the day is over. They do have lights, of course, here, so we can go quite late in the evening. Let's find out what's happened so far. Kenny Irwin Jr. was the pole sitter. He did lead the first lap, but then Dale Jarrett got a great run off of corner number 2 and passed Kenny at the end of the backstretch and went into the lead. And then Ward Burton, who started second, also was able to pass Kenny Irwin Jr. That was the bad news from Dale's spotter telling us of a little bit of rain. The caution came out. Several made pit stops, including Dale Jarrett. 4 did not, however. And at that point, the rain became a little bit heavier, and the cars went into the pit road, and that's where they are right now, with John Andretti, who was not among those who made pit stops, staying out, picking up the bonus points. He is now the leader. Down to Bill Weber.
Well, Brett Bodine is really disturbed. He may have to move his tee time now because we're being delayed here. But you stayed out, and you're hoping to get some bonus points here.
You know, we need 5 points any way we can get them. The paycheck's forward. We drive back through the field. The car's pushing really bad. And we've got some plans to get it adjusted. But, hey, we're at the end of the line on the lead lap. Let's stay out and grab 5 points. You know, we're trying to compete with that 42 car to get the drivers top 25. And, you know, every point counts.
and you need the guys in front of you now. Once they get their 5 bonus points, they'll peel off.
Yeah, I feel real confident. You know, Johnny Andretti's stayed out there, and he's led a lap now, and then Dave Marcus, and then David Green, and then it'll be my turn. So I'm sure we're going to have enough caution flags once we get this thing back going again for us to stay out there and grab those 5 points.
Now, again, you'll have to adjust your car to a brand-new racetrack.
Well, we weren't adjusted to a brand-new one very good to start with, so, you know, we're going to get another crack at it here. We've got some spring rubbers in the car that we can pull out, and we're considering doing some of that, and some wedge adjustments, track bars. We've got a long ways to go with this Paychex Ford to get it right, and hopefully we can hit onto something before the end of this race.
Steve Meal stopped by here for just a second. Did he talk to you? Did he help you out? How did that work?
Yeah, we did. We compared notes, and we got the same kind of chassis, although he's got a Chevrolet with Steve Park, and we've got a Ford, but we've got the same type Ronnie Hopkins chassis. And, yeah, we're similar in setups, and his car seems to be doing a little better. So evidently the aerodynamic package is just enough different that my car is going to call for something different.
So you're such a nice guy, even the competitors are willing to help you out.
Well, that's really nice. I'll tell you, you know, as you know, you've been in this sport a long time. There's a lot of great people in this sport, and, you know, they're willing to help people out that they feel for, and, you know, we just seem to be one of the groups that we get a lot of help from a lot of different teams, and you know, this is a sport I love, and the people I love are in it.
Okay, let's hope you get your 5 points, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, man.
That's Brett Bodine back up top.
Brett Bodine sponsor Paychex will be back in 1999, despite where he finishes in the point standings. Well, we can see by looking at the garage area here that I don't see very many raindrops falling right now, so perhaps the shower is letting up. We'll get track drying operations underway. Okay. Don't need anything from... Yeah, you don't need anything from me. Okay. The 1992 Hooters 500. Yeah. Couple race.
You do that? Why'd you do that for?
Uh-huh. Okay, and these are drivers who have won at least 3 championships. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. The 1992 Hooters 500, a remarkable race in NASCAR's history. Alan Kowicki finished ahead of Davey Allison, and that was all he needed to win the 92 Winston Cup Championship. The underdog owner-driver earned a place in NASCAR history. That day also marked the end of an era as Richard Petty ran the final race of his career. Unfortunately, his day came to an early end. But the King took to the track again for the closing laps to bid the fans a last farewell. Oh, by the way, that November day was the first time fans got a look at a kid from Indiana. A rookie named Jeff Gordon made his Winston Cup debut. NASCAR's 50th anniversary celebration is brought to you by Coca-Cola Classic, the official soft drink of NASCAR fans. And since that debut in 1992, in 6 years, Jeff Gordon has claimed the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship 3 times. There you see the drivers who have earned at least 3 titles and the number of years it took them to win 3. Dale Earnhardt 9, all the way down to Cale Yarborough. It took him 21 years of competition to claim 3 titles. We will be back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway as the rain continues to fall.
You know,
Yes. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's good.
You know, in fairness to Cale,
Yeah,
at 21
that's a
years,
little
I mean,
misleading.
he ran years and years on limited schedule.
Right.
In fact, he didn't run many years for the championship.
About 10.
At the most. Yeah.
I think he started in about 73.
Okay.
And he ran up until 82, I guess, 82, 83.
Probably he retired in 88, but he was on a limited schedule then. He retired the year you did, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What are we doing? Yeah, thanks. Okay. At Atlanta Motor Speedway, located about 40 miles south of Atlanta in Hampton, Georgia, we are under a rain delay in the Napa 500. 40 laps have been completed. The leader of the race is John Andretti, who did not pit when the caution came out. However, in the top 10, and a guy making a very impressive run in the first 40 laps is Joe Nemechek. John?
That's exactly right. Joe, well, you said your car was running really well. You were running down the leaders right before the rain started.
Oh, yes. You know, our whole Bell South Chevy team has been working real good all year and gave me a good car for here. This is a car we finished in the top, had a bunch of top 5s and top 10s with, and finished 6th at Charlotte in the last race. So we're pretty excited. I mean, the car was driving good. We got going there at the start, and the car ran good, and then all of a sudden, like, everybody got tight. So kind of changed my line around a little bit and got it back to the bottom, and we were coming up to the front.
What type of changes did you make to the car during the pit stop?
Raised track bar up, messed around with air pressure a little bit. I think everybody's going to fight the same problem. You know, I guess the 91 car, they got it figured out where they can run up high. I'm not real comfortable up high yet, so we're staying down the bottom. You know, just it's neat. It's typical Atlanta, though. You run 40 laps and get a little rain shower, but hey, we'll be here.
You're currently 25th in the driver's points, battling Brett Bodine. Just 22 points separates you guys. How close are you keeping an eye on him?
Well, I see he stayed out when the rain came, so he's probably going to try getting those extra 5 points. You know, we're running good enough. We may have a shot at winning the race. So we've got to stay up front and run up front all day long. And you know, who knows? He may go a lap down or something may happen to him. And it's just really close. You know, it's. I'd like to finish in the top 25. You know, a little bonus there at the end of the year, and it'd be good for, you know, Felix. We're 24th in owners' points, so I don't think we can move up much more. But it's neat. You know, next year I want to be on the stage at the Waldorf, at the Ward's banquet. So a lot of good things happening. You know, Bell South is back with us next year. I'm re-signed with Felix. Just a lot of good opportunities that are going to come our way.
It seems that you guys are getting better and better. Do you feel the momentum kind of getting on your side to get a good start to next year?
Yes, I think there's a lot of good things happening. You know, one of the biggest things is, you know, Scott Eggleston. It was his rookie year as a crew chief.
he was with me last year, you know, when Tony Glover was my crew chief, and we're just working better and better together, and the teams are working, you know, Sterling's team and my team are working really good together, and that's all part of it. You got to have good communication. You know, we're lucky, we're fortunate. We have this one race car. I really, really like this thing, and we had another one that's duplicate of it. It runs pretty good, so we're trying to figure out how to make things better. You know, the guys in the engine shop are doing real good. The guys building the cars are doing good. My road guys, just everybody works hard, and that's what it takes is a group effort.
Joe Nemechek, one of the guys to watch when this race gets back underway, but right now we're going back in the hauler because he's got some cheese and crackers. He's invited me for a little snack. So, guys, you take care of it. Bob?
Have fun. Hey, the track dryers are going back out onto the racetrack. That's very good news. That indicates that the rain has stopped for the moment, and the effort will be made to get this thing dried out, and we can get this thing going once again. When we come back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, we'll talk to this guy, Derek Cope, who had an unfortunate meeting with the wall here in the spring race. That when we return.
Are we going to any backup programming? We're just going to stay here. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Was he injured?
Mm-hmm. Put some revs, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. ESPN Speed World back at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the Napa 500 under a rain delay. In the spring here in Atlanta, Derek Cope on the 203rd lap with hard contact with the wall. Oh, side impact, broken ribs. Derek Cope, however, is back here at Atlanta once again. Let's talk to him. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, broken ribs, broken sternum, but not a broken spirit, because he has roared back here at Atlanta with a great qualifying effort starting 6th today, DC. And it's been feast or famine at this place for you.
It sure has, and it's holding true this week, too. So we started up front, and then, you know, we got hit on the back straightaway and knocked the fender in, and had to grab another handful of wheel, and we started pushing real bad, and then, you know, we just started falling the backs. But, you know, we'll get the Mount Pontiac in here and get a chance to check the toe and stuff here with this caution, or whether to come back tomorrow and see what we can get it back up front.
Said you got hit on the back. That was one of those Hulk Hogan body slams you got over there. I saw it come by. I saw a tire mark on the side of the 6 car. Your right front fender bent in a little bit, the toe end. Have you been able to determine how badly the car may be out of whack?
Well, not yet. It was more a tire mark. It's caved the right side door in, it hit the right front fender in, it hit the tire, so we don't really know what it is, but I had to grab more wheel, and the car started pushing profusely at that point, but, you know, it's just one of them things. Mark said he got loose up there and then slammed me, so it's just one of them deals that happen. We're just going to have to take our lumps and try to get the car freer and come back and see if we can repair what's been damaged, and come back tomorrow and see what we can do.
For you Derek Cope fans, he went from 6th at that point in time all the way back to the 30th, and now has pitted. DC, I got to ask you about 1999. I know that you'll be back here. What about sponsorship?
Well, we're secure. We have major sponsorship. We haven't announced it yet. You know, and most of all our guys are coming back. You know, Doug Hewitt is leaving, so we're looking for a crew chief, and we'll be naming that, and along with a sponsor here in the near future. So a lot of good things. They got a great group here, and we're looking forward to 99, just hoping that we can still salvage something here in 98.
Our guys were telling me in the truck, our producer Neil Goldberg, saying, you know, there's only like 70 million people watching. It'd be a good place to announce a sponsor here, though. But you got to wait. I understand.
Yeah, we're not going to give you guys the exclusive. We're going to go for bigger and better things.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. And your name again, sir, is?
Derek Cope.
Okay. Derek Cope. And, hey, I tell you what, if he were to win one, it would be a very, very popular win, not only for Derek Cope and what he's been through, but for Chuck Ryder, guys, one of the all-time most popular car owners in the Winston Cup garage.
2 wins in 1990 for Derek Cope, including the big win at the Daytona 500. Well, as you can see, no rain at the moment, or very, very little at least, and the skies are beginning to brighten just a little bit as we await the track to be dried and the resumption of the Napa 500. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. Got it.
Cope's remarks will rank up there with Kyle's to John Kernan at
Yes. Who was? Well, that was in practice. 9th fast, okay. Right, okay. Okay. So what are we doing, outside the lines or Steve Park? Welcome back to Atlanta. You can see there on the top right of your screen how the skies are beginning to lighten, giving us hope that this track can be dried and we can get underway once again with the Napa 500. Well, tune in Tuesday at 7:30 for the award-winning series Outside the Lines, as ESPN takes a look at Mark McGwire's use of the controversial supplement Androstenedione during his record-breaking season. All the surrounding issues of the sport-enhancing supplement. Outside the Lines, Tuesday, 7:30, only on ESPN. Steve Park had his hopes for a rookie title in 1998 derailed here at Atlanta Motor Speedway when we came here in March. As a matter of fact, it was on March the 6th. This was in practice. He had turned in the 9th fastest speed in practice. That was the second impact he had with the wall. He slid clear across the infield, across pit road, and made a third impact with the pit wall. But he, too, is back with us today. Let's go to Bill Weber.
And you're looking pretty good, and obviously those aren't fond memories of what happened here your first visit.
No, that's not too pretty, I'll tell you. You know, every time I see him, it still gives me the chills, and fortunately enough, I don't really remember too much of it after the first hit. So I was just real thankful that there was no people lined up to take time or anybody standing on pit road that would have added insult to injury to hurt somebody, an innocent bystander, or God forbid, a fan. So we're fortunate enough that we were able to heal from it and get back here to Atlanta Motor Speedway. I was telling someone earlier, Bill, I said, I plan on racing here twice a year for the next 20 years, so I'm not going to let my first year incident really ruin a good career here at Atlanta. I really like the racetrack. Hopefully some of these rain clouds will clear out. We can get back to racing.
And your car is pretty good.
My car's pretty good. The Pennzoil car's been running good. We qualified first round. The guys at the engine shop, they've done a great job with our first qualifying engine, and it's really improved our program. And the race motors are good, and the Pennzoil car's running good. We were just hoping to get maybe 100 laps in and get some rubber back into the track after the rain we had this morning. So right now, we got rain again. Track's going to be like it was in the beginning, so we're hoping we can get maybe 100 green flag laps in to get the track to the way it was in happy hour yesterday.
And you know that because of happy hour and the Busch cars on the track.
Yeah, we ran happy hour right after the Busch race, and we were a little loose in the early practice, and then after the Busch race, we were right on, and we were like top 10 in speeds, and we thought the car was going to be real good, and we're back to being just a little bit loose right now. So we're trying to make a decision. Should we tighten it up, or should we let the track come to us? And Benny will tell you, you know, it's hard to guess the racetrack, and with the rain like this, it keeps fluctuating back and forth. And I just want you to know, Benny, they always make fun of you eating, but with this guy, you can see he's got a little crumb on his face right here because he was eating right before.
I had to wait 20 minutes to interview you, so I finally got a sandwich, and they came right to us.
That's
Hey,
right.
next Sunday, you going to be watching that 3 Busch car go around the track?
Oh, without a doubt, and Dale Jr.'s done a fantastic job. I don't know what the stats are, but they said he just kind of has to show up and start the race and qualify, and it's really great. I mean, I know where that team was last year, and I was a part of it, and Dale Jr. just carried the torch to the front and has won a championship. And not only that, he's got it pretty much sealed up. But Ron Hornaday, he's racing later on today out in Las Vegas, and our thoughts and prayers are with him. Ron, if you're watching, man, good luck, and hopefully we can bring home 2 championships in the DEI camp. And unfortunately, we couldn't bring home 3 with the Pennzoil car, but the team's really come along great. We're real thankful that, you know, Dale and Teresa have given me this opportunity. Pennzoil is the best sponsor in the Winston Cup Garage, and we're just looking forward to running a full season next year.
Okay, they just told me I don't get per diem for today, so thanks a lot.
Trouble. We'll see you guys.
Steve Park, because of the fact that he missed so many races because of the injuries, is 4th in the rookie points, which right now are being led by Kenny Irwin. Steve has certainly a bright future ahead of him, though. One of the drivers that have come out of the Featherlight Modified Tour, he makes his home in East Northport, New York. Steve Park here at Atlanta as the weather continues to improve, giving us hope of a resumption of the race.
On great, Bob?
I thought you'd never ask. No, thanks. What? Yes. Who's the host of that these days?
Alan Bestwick.
Is he?
Alan Bestwick, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Is that the one that I did with Alan? I did with it.
Okay.
A lot lighter, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's looking
Because
okay.
this deja vu all over again. Didn't we do something exactly like this sometime before here?
Seems like we have, yes. It's a rain delay here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Napa 500. 40 laps have been completed. John Andretti at the top of the board. He did not make a pit stop when the caution came out when the rains began. Well, speaking of announcements, the driver that John Kernan is about to interview had an announcement on RPM tonight earlier this week or last week. John?
That's right, Bob. I think it was Wednesday, David. You stopped by over there outside of Turn 4 and told us what you were going to be doing next year, and it's same car, so you feel pretty comfortable with that, don't you?
Yeah, it hasn't changed in the last couple of days. It's good, John, to know that we got a secure deal for 99, and awful excited about 99 with Larry Hedrick and Kodiak and the whole team. And you know, it's good to come here and qualify good, even though we've kind of struggled since qualifying, getting the car up to speed and getting the way we need to have it, and kind of showed here at the start of the race we fell back a lot. But you know, hey, we'll have a pit stop now and adjust on a little bit and do the best we can. But It is exciting for 99 getting back in the Winston Cup Series where I think I need to be and I belong.
Now you say the car wasn't just right. You're going to fix it on the next pit stop. Is that what you've been talking about with the crew in the hauler?
Well, yes. Tim Brewer said, hey, let's just stay out here. It's raining, and let's enjoy the front of the pack for a second. So, and then they stopped us a little quicker than we thought. So, but, John Andretti, I'm sure, stayed out to get 5 points on his deal for a quest to the top 10. And when we get rolling back here, we'll have plenty of laps probably drying the track. So we'll come in and adjust on the car, even though I think some of the things we need to do, we can't really fix them under a caution. But we'll make the best of it. And, again, it's great to be involved with a great team here for 99. Just looking forward to 99.
And all the fans at home can look forward to seeing some great runs out of David next year with the Larry Hedrick Motorsports team. Bob?
All right, David, one of 4 drivers who did not pit. They include John Andretti, Dave Marcus, David, and Brett Bodine. Those are the 4 at the top of the list right now. Well, stay with us. We will be right back with more live coverage of the rain delay right now of the Napa 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Stay with us. Back in just a moment. Okay.
Pretty good lunch, Bob.
Glad you're enjoying it. They got any crackers or cheese or anything back there?
Yeah.
I'll go back here in a minute. Maybe.
You're going to have to let me out, so you might as well.
Okay. Okay. The trucks have taken to the racetrack to try to get it dried and get this race underway. Now, we will be here all afternoon. Don't think that we're going anywhere because we're going to stick it out. But we thought you would probably enjoy seeing Championship Shop Talk and an opportunity to buy some championship merchandise. So we're going to go to standby programming here with Alan Beswick. However, we will be back between segments and update you on the weather conditions here at Atlanta. Now to Championship Shop Talk.
Go, Bob. Get out.
Can I have a few minutes here?
Bob and I are going to.
Okay. Be right back.
Huh? What happened? Pretty good gap right here. What is that? Is that Z-Max? That's Bruton's oil additive, I think. So they all seem to forget that, yeah, they're not going to start this race at 6 o'clock at night. If they can start it by 4, they'll run it till 7 o'clock at night with these lights. Huh? No, I don't think they'll start at 6, but see, if they can get this thing cleaned but drive up by 4, they'll start it at 4 o'clock, I think, and run into 7 or 7:30 or 8 o'clock, whenever it takes. I think I've ever get me something.
Everybody's gone but me, Neil. I didn't see those chicken legs. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. not too bad to the north, huh? Isn't that north? But west, it still looks bad. I know. I don't think we're going to get it. I hope you're right. I'm Bob Jenkins, and we're back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where no rain at the moment. However, the track is not dry. Track drying operations are continuing here. We hope we can resume this race before too long. Right now, we go back to Alan Bestwick and the continuation of Shop Talk. On the board, BP. Did you see it? Drivers who have won here with the number 27. What's that? Okay. All right. How are those drummies, BP? Uh-huh. It is. Lynn, is your headset turned off? Shaking his head no. He now has it on. Oh. Your key's not open, right? Okay, no, it's okay. Yeah, maybe. Thank you. Thank you. He's trying to get to his seat. I know, they just brought in a huge. Updating you once again on what's happening here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. You see to the right of your screen, the sky is quite bright, and so although it's not raining right now, the track is still wet. Track drying operations are continuing here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 40 laps completed in the Napa 500 with this rain delay. Now we go back to Shop Talk. Very good. Nice job, guys. Oh, my. Say that again, Neil. He just put on his headset.
I do. Just don't tell him, please. That's the truth. I hadn't thought about that. I wouldn't have done it.
So does that mean you're going to stop eating it, Ned?
Well, no.
Yeah. Bill, is it about time for you to go? It's about 3 hours. Neil says your forehead makes a really great billboard. you give us shop talk so we can watch it? Thank you. Uniform jacket's 150. Yeah. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I had that someplace and I can't find it. Give that to me again, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. $5:30. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. You do that so well. We continue to dry the track with no rain falling here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. A reminder that the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will decide its championship at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this afternoon, and you will be there with live exclusive coverage on ESPN2 beginning at 6 o'clock, the Samstown 250, determining who wins the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series championship. Will it be Sprague or Hornaday? Now, back to Shop Talk. Sure, I'm glad that some people are here to answer those questions. Well, Benny was just saying that the golf comes on at 5 o'clock. We got football at 9. We got the truck race on the news. Oh, I've got everything exactly where I know where it is. Ask me where something is. Bob Vila. You can have that, BP, if you want it. I'll eat it maybe later. Don't throw it away, but put it back there someplace. It's fine. Okay. Yes, sir. Love these dogs. Bob Jenkins back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where we are under a rain delay in the Napa 500. The track drying has been underway now for about 20 minutes or so, maybe a half hour, and we are beginning to see some light streaks in the racetrack. So we will continue to dry the track and hope for weather that will permit us to get this Napa 500 back underway, and we'll wrap up the 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup season. Right now, we go back to more Shop Talk with Alan Bestwick and Benny Parsons. Carlisi makes air. All right. Wow. $2,500. Hmm. sure. Yep. And then we Who's coming over? Who's coming over? What's his title? Huh? Okay, and what's his title? Okay. Thank you, sir. And again, we congratulate Jeff Gordon on his third NASCAR Winston Cup Championship, won in 1998. It hasn't rained here in Atlanta for quite some time. If you look down there at the entrance of turn number 1, you can see a large gray streak, and that indicates that the track is drying. So the trucks remain on the racetrack, and hopefully before too much longer, they will get the track all dried up and we can go back to competition. 40 laps have been completed in this race today. Dale Jarrett has led 36 of them. John Andretti 2, Kenny Irwin 1, and Ward Burton 1. Now, John Andretti, Dave Marcus, David Green, and Brett Bodine did not pit when the caution came out because of the rain, while everybody else did, and therefore John Andretti is the leader of the race right now. But a lot more racing is to occur here, whether it be today or tomorrow. Hopefully it's going to be today, and we're going to be talking with NASCAR official Mike Helton, the Vice President of Competition, when we return and get the latest on what NASCAR is thinking regarding today. He will be on... Hey, he fits right in. He picks up the deck of cards and starts shuffling. Okay, we're going to do this on camera, Mike.
Oh, man. Gotta straighten up now. Now I gotta have
Yeah,
the chili.
can we also talk about the light situation and how, understandably, the drivers, or you don't want to... Yeah, yes, they'll be fine. Come on in here. There you go.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. You guys know more than I do right now. I figure it's too early to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notice how these broadcast booths become so popular when it rains. Everybody comes in here and gets warm and out of the wet.
Because you guys are in the know. So we'll go up there. They know what's going on. That's why they don't come to the control tower. Nah, don't go over there. They don't know what they're doing. Hey, Benny, I could get used to this. You may lose your job.
Oh, it's such a breeze, I'm telling you. Okay. Okay. Back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the Napa 500. 40 laps old, then it started to rain. It hasn't rained in quite some time, and as you can see, there are light gray streaks beginning to show on the track surface. That means the track is drying. The jet dryer is out there. We have a couple of them out there, as a matter of fact, and lots of trucks, so they're doing their best to get this track in racing conditions so that we can go back to competition and end the 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup season. Mike Helton, the Vice President of Competition for NASCAR, has joined us here in the booth. Mike, what is the situation right now?
Well, as you can see, the track's beginning to come back to us, and there's a window of better than 100 miles from here west toward Birmingham, Alabama. So if we can get the track conditions raceable again, go back to racing, we think we may be able to finish this thing up here in the near future.
Let's hope so. Now, we mentioned earlier that they do have lights here at Atlanta. What would be the situation regarding a restart and lights?
Well, while the drivers are very used to racing under lights now because we do more of it, we haven't practiced with the lights at Atlanta Motor Speedway per se. But if we were to be in the daylight and then transition into the dark with the lights, it's possible that we would continue and race till the finish under the lights.
But you wouldn't actually start the race if we had to race under the lights completely?
We would be reluctant in restarting the race at this point in total darkness.
That's very understandable since the drivers have never raced under the lights here at Atlanta. Is it too early to determine how your new rules have fared here in these first 40 laps?
Yeah, through Friday and Saturday, the input back, the feedback from the drivers was that they, for the most part, felt comfortable with it. Everybody was kind of waiting till race conditions, and 40 laps may be premature, but I understand that some of the guys got out of the cars and said that, hey, this is comfortable. We like this. So we'll see what happens. We hope we get all 328 laps in so we can get a pretty good test.
Mike, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on a great 1998 season. Thanks for all your help during the year.
Thank you, and thanks for the coverage and all the fans out there for supporting it this year. It's been a neat year.
Glad to do it. Let's go down and get some other opinions on what's happening here at Atlanta, down in the garage area and pit road. Bill?
With Larry McReynolds, crew chief for Mike Skinner, I was relaying to you what Mike Helton was saying, and you pretty much agree with all that. Let's make sure the track's ready, then let's go.
Well, I think that's the thing, you know, and we do have lights here, but the way the weather is, you got to believe if it gets 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, even if it's not raining, there's going to be a lot of dew and moisture in there, so they got to be really careful. And, you know, even though the championship's closed out, still a lot of things on the line. One of the tightest manufacturers' battles has been going on in a long time. A lot of top 10 issues there and top 25. A lot of money difference from 25th to 26th. So they're going to make sure this racetrack's ready to go and to go the full distance, I'm sure, before they restart this thing.
Also, a lot of guys in this field that haven't won a race this year that maybe could have or should have, and your guy might be in that category, and he's in the category of guys that could get to victory lane today.
I was going to say, the Lowe's team definitely is one of those. Yeah, you know, we've had a good car here all week, good qualifying effort. Car was a little tight there at the beginning, but I think it was self-inflicted. Tried to be a good learner from March. That racetrack was green when we started the race in March. Car was wicked loose with Dale. Green track again this morning. We tried to build some tightening tools in it, but we just pulled every one of them out on that last pit stop.
Okay, thanks for your time, and best of luck when we get back at it.
Thanks, Bill.
That's Larry McReynolds. Here's Jerry Punch.
Standing back in the garage with Kevin LePage, who is pedaling as hard as he can to win that Raybestos Rookie of the Year, Kevin, and this is the only race left in the season. And the points are tightened up quite a bit. 14 separating you and Kenny Irwin based on that impressive sixth-place finish at Charlotte. You got a shot, maybe?
Well, we hope so. You know, 14 points is a lot to make up here. But, you know, since joining the Jack Roush team and the Prime Star team back in Michigan, we've really closed the gap up. When we missed those 4 or 5 races there, it really hurt us. But, you know, James Ince and the guys have really prepared a good race car for me. And the last couple of weeks, we've kind of got bit by little bugs, and an accident at Daytona put us out early. And last week, water pump failure, we finished dead last. But, you know, the guys have not given up on this rookie deal. We're trying to get through today. And if Mother Nature holds off, we can get it in today. If not, we'll come back tomorrow. But, you know, the big picture is that I'm with a solid organization with Jack Roush and Prime Star, and I got great teammates. And we're looking for bright things in 99 and hopefully a win.
Well, you talk about a win, and that's what we're talking about. You're so close, but with one race left, many people are saying it would take almost a victory today for you to be able to close the gap enough to win the Rookie of the Year.
That's true. You know, with Kenny sitting on a pole, that really put a lot of pressure on our team, and we had to come back yesterday for second round, and we gained a bunch of spots in second round. We started 31st. We've moved up slowly today, but you know, the biggest thing is we just got to continue to learn what the Taurus wants, what the racetrack at Atlanta Motor Speedway wants, and just try to bring the car home in one piece. And, you know, if we win the race, you know, that's going to be a feather in a cap. But if we win the Rookie of the Year, it's going to be something that we tried to do. But in Daytona, when we made the announcement that I was running for Rookie of the Year with the Joe Falk team, nobody gave us a chance that we'd run 5 races. And, you know, so to be second to Kenny Irwin with the Robert Yates team at the end of this year, if that's what it boils down to, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, we started with a 91 team unsponsored. We made a bunch of races. We took a 5 or 6 race sabbatical, came back with a Taurus with Jack Roush, a whole totally different team. And to finish second in the battle, that it's just going to be a great feat for me this year.
Something to be proud of. Hey, good luck to you when we get restarted in a few laps, a few minutes, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Jerry.
Kevin LePage, and there is a panel, Bob, that will meet at the end of today, which involves Mike Helton, the guy you just spoke with, the vice president of the competition, Gary Nelson, the Winston Cup director, Jeff Gordon, the series champion, and Tim Sullivan, the media coordinator. Those 4 will get together to determine the intangibles and see if the points are close enough, if it'll be Irwin or LePage for Rookie of the Year.
That's right. The Rookie of the Year award is based on other things besides points. There are the points as we enter this race with Kenny and a 14-point advantage over Kevin LePage. We'll return in just a moment with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Okay. ESPN Speed World has been with you now for almost 3 hours here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The race was supposed to get underway at 12:40. It was late getting started. Then we ran 40 laps and it rained again. But the skies are beginning to brighten. It hasn't rained in quite a while and the track is drying. So let's hope for a restart of the Napa 500 before too much longer. A reminder that tonight at 8:15 here on ESPN, the Tennessee Oilers travel to Tampa Bay to take on the Buccaneers. Both teams are 4-4 this year. And then Monday Night Football on ABC Sports at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The Green Bay Packers, 6-2, take on the Pittsburgh Steelers, 5-3. ESPN and ABC, your exclusive networks for primetime NFL football. John Kernan is with Ted Musgrave.
Ted Musgrave started the race from the 25th position. Before the rain came out, he had moved up 11 spots to 14th. Ted, the car looks pretty good. Is it going to still be good when we get back to green flag racing?
To tell you the truth, I'm hoping it's better. We gave up a lot of track position right now because the car was a little tight. And the shocks that we have on the car are adjustable, and we adjusted them during the pit stop, which lost like 14 spots, but it's going to make the car a lot better, I believe. And if I can just get that position back up to 14th, I can continue on, I believe. So I'm hoping it is. With the rain, I don't think it's going to change a lot for me. I just hope to get that position back and move for the front.
Well, speaking of positions, you're 22nd right now in the driver's points, 48 points out of the 20th spot. Is that a big deal? Do you want to make up those 48 points and finish the year out 20th?
I want to make up as many as I can. You know, naturally, no matter where you're at, you want to gain more positions. I believe there's Ricky Rudd and Johnny Benson up there, and I don't know how they're running right now. And, you know, with my luck, whoever knows what's going to happen to me. But it sure would be nice finishing the top 20. Like I say, there's money involved, and there's prestige of being a top 20. the car's running good enough. As long as I don't have brain fade or do something wrong, maybe it'll turn out, and I hope so. It'd be kind of nice to go home 20th in points.
Now, this is your 6th car. This year you've been in 6 different cars. Next year you're going to be in 1 car. But what is working with all those different teams? What has that done for you?
Actually, it's done a lot for me. You know, people, you know, that I've been working with has kind of educated me in a few things, and I've given up some things too. But all in all, I just didn't want to sit home and wait for next year. I've learned a lot, and you know, you've got to be here to learn, and you got to be out there on the racetrack experiencing it. And that's what I wanted to do, is just not miss any laps out there, any little tricks. So I think I've gained a little knowledge from what other people are doing in different teams, and nobody's hid anything from me. You know, they show me what they've got, and I've given them 100%, because I just don't want to go to a team just to fill in and just run around a little bit. I want to do the best job possible for them. So there's nothing held back. Everybody's trying to help out as much as they can.
Next year, of course, you'll be in the number 75 Butch Mach-owned car, Robert Yates engines. Got to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, I am. I just told the guys there last week, I says, well, you better get ready. I'll probably wreck a few cars, because I'll probably hit the gas, spin out, and crash a lot, but we'll have to figure that out. It's going to be good. Robert's going to do all the engines, like you say, and give us some technical help, and actually maybe a little bit more than that, too. I'm pretty excited about it. And, you know, Butch Mach's a racer. He's been around Winston Cup for a long, long time, and I think between him and I, and me being right close to home there now in the shop, I'll be there a lot, and with Robert's help and everybody over there, I think we got a pretty good shot at winning some races next year. And I told the guys, I says, I'm almost going to guarantee it.
Oh, a guarantee from Ted. Back upstairs, Bob.
Well, Ted has had an interesting year, that's for sure. They're the jet dryers that every place they go, you can see a light gray streak, can't you?
That means that it's close. It is getting doggone close, and you can see when that hot air hits the racetrack, the gray area comes in, and so I'm guessing 30, 40 minutes, Ned?
And, you know, yeah, I'd say so, Benny. You know, once you get to that point, then it goes much faster. It takes a long time to get those gray spots to show through, but once you get to that point, then it really dries quickly.
Yep, both the jet dryers and the trucks there at the bottom of the racetrack all aid in the drying process, and that's what's happening right now. 40 laps completed in the Napa 500. John Andretti is the leader right now, and we're waiting for the track to dry so that we can resume the competition. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, the cars have to weigh 3,400 pounds. Most of them don't. They got to add weight. Here's how they do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it is. I was ready for you there, Bob.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Would it be possible to take just a minute and talk about the Speedway Children's Charities and the dinner the other night and the money they raised, and show that the sport is giving something back?
Not sure he heard you, Ned.
Can Ned and I have about 60 seconds, Neil? Talk about Speedway Children's Charities and
Track backs are brought to you by Quaker State for protection beyond 3,000 miles. Yeah, it'll be fine. We're back live at Atlanta for the Napa 500 and the rain delay that we are in right now, but the track is drying and it's coming in very, very nicely. Each of these NASCAR Winston Cup cars has to weigh 3,400 pounds. Normally they don't, so they have to add the weight. Here is this week's Track Fact. Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions.
Here's a refresher course for you veteran NASCAR Winston Cup fans, and something we wanted to show all of you new fans. A NASCAR Winston Cup car has to weigh 3,400 pounds without the driver, or it will never get through inspection. Now, when a team builds a car, they want to place as much of that weight as low as possible and as far left as possible in the race car. Now, sometimes a team will build, say, a 3,200-pound car and take it to the track. How do they get up to the minimum weight requirements? Well, that's what we're going to show you. This is the left side frame rail. We've cut these holes so you can see what we're doing because we've brought a 3,200-pound car to the track. We've placed lead in the left side frame rail so we can get to the minimum weight requirement. So now our car is weight legal, but we want to make it handle as best as possible. So we're going to move that weight around. How are we going to do that? We're going to use spacers, and they'll determine where the weight will actually sit in the frame rail. Benny, what are you doing?
Putting a spacer in.
But that's wood.
Oh, that's right. Wood catches on fire, doesn't it?
Try this.
Aluminum.
Welcome to the 90s.
Thank you, Bill. Sorry.
Lead. It's a weighty issue.
BP.
How about that? That is a weighty issue,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Speaking of weighty issues, here's Benny.
Look at checking down turn 1. Pretty doggone.
Yeah, up there in turn 1 in the middle of the racetrack, it's looking very, very good.
But it really is amazing, you know, talk about that track factor and the lead in the frame rail. If you put that lead all the way back, the chassis will do one thing. You just move it forward in that frame rail, it will do another thing. All you got to do is move it 12 inches and you change the car dramatically.
And they do use that too before we push that lead back and forth.
Push it back and forth.
Didn't they change the rule? Was it this year, the first year, that the driver was, not included in the weight?
Well, they take the driver's weight into consideration.
Yeah, okay.
Like Jeff Gordon's car has to weigh more than, say, Jimmy Spencer's car because of the difference in the weight of the driver.
Right, okay. There are the cars that are still on pit road, waiting for the track to get all dry and ready for racing conditions once again. John Andretti is your leader here in the Napa 500. 40 laps completed. Back with more live coverage in a moment.
The Rainbow Warriors, huh?
What now? Okay. Okay. Yep.
How do you pronounce that? Hiawassee? Hiawassee?
Hiawassee, yeah. I would say so.
Well, they got tarps off.
Yep.
No more than that, huh? Yeah.
The 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup season concluding here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Napa 500. This is how they're running at the moment as we are under this rain delay with John Andretti, who started back in 36th position, the leader because he did not pit when the caution came out for the rain. How do the drivers get to this point, and how do they get their cars all set up and dialed in for the start of today's race? Well, they did it during happy hour yesterday here at Atlanta. We televised it for you yesterday, and we'll take you there again while the track drawing continues. We'll continue to update you regularly from Atlanta.
By golly.
Cool. Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds.
Fell for that nicely, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Hook, line, and sinker.
Ken.
How about that one? Jen?
No. Only ace was the only thing to do it. 21. 41. Very nice count. I probably didn't need it, huh?
Nah. Probably not.
Well, Ned, to tell you what, if this thing ends about 7:30 tonight, they will be tight, won't they?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yep.
Wow.
Would they
Who was
restart?
it said they were loose? That was a
Park.
Yeah, right.
Would they restart the race with the understanding they go only 166 laps?
No.
No.
I think the lights have got a real problem. I mean, if they start, I think with lights, they got a real problem. Don't you, Ned?
With the cars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think ending the race early would be a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
If they make that transition from daylight to dark and what have you, the only way they'd be able to stop it would be rain.
Yep.
Me, I discarded it. Right into your hand, of course. What? Ah. Okay. Yeah. BP. Wow. Well, all right. I hate this game. I might. You went out. You went out. No. Those commercials are so crazy. Back alive at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the situation is much the same. No rain, sky is lightening, and the track is drying. Hopefully we'll be back to action before too much longer. Right now, let's go back to yesterday's happy hour. That was fun, wasn't it? It was a moment, no doubt about it. I have two choices, and I'm sure that's the one that you'll pick up. Probably both of them.
Well, you just accuse me every time. Absolutely unbelievable.
Justifiably so.
Just unbelievable. They shuffle them too good, did they? Oh.
Gonna take that one, though.
Gin.
No, be dipped. 14.
It was coming together there, wasn't it, Bob?
Yeah, but not fast enough. Oh, dear. Put the cards away, BP.
Huh?
No.
Yeah, just as long as we don't get the cards. Bob, look that way.
Thinking, isn't she?
No. Have you heard anything about weather in Vegas?
You fishing little devil. See, you got to give one when you pick one. Ooh. Ooh-wee, baby. Ooh-wee, baby. Two, huh? You were ready for me, wasn't you?
Yeah, but it does me no good.
I had one at one time, but I threw that ace. I had two as well.
Cool off in here again, isn't it?
Debbie, don't lie to these people.
You have to have a Sony PlayStation. I'm not aware of it, but maybe so. We continue to see an improvement in the track. It is drying. You can see the light gray streak there, and the jet dryer and the trucks continue to do their job. But we are still a few minutes away from the resumption of this race. In the meantime, we go back to yesterday's happy hour here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
I'm just trying to help you out all I can.
You hit me for once. For once.
Trying to help you out all I can.
I know.
Okay.
Say it for me, Ned.
Say the word, Ned.
Jen.
Thank you.
You woke me up to say that.
Bob Boy, that's a rare moment.
Well, you only get 29.
Wow.
Well, too bad we aren't playing for money. You could own me, huh?
Yeah, right.
Why did the truck stop, I wonder?
Well, maybe they think that it's time. I don't think so, though. This front stretch isn't.
No, I don't think so either.
In good shape at all. Well, if they will not restart the race knowing that they can't complete it.
No, wait a minute. They can complete it. What he's saying is
Yeah, I know.
they're not going to restart the race
when it's totally dark.
When it's totally dark.
Yeah.
And, you know, because as long as they can make the transition from daylight to dusk to dark, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Capiche?
I got you.
Oh, you won the deal, man.
Oh, yeah, this is not very often either. Why have they stopped the trucks? Is it raining again?
I don't know, Bob. Well, I'll give you the best card I got.
No, they've just stopped the trucks.
But the Jets are still going over there on the back.
Yeah.
Remember, they stopped them before, and we wondered why.
What kind of a
right before
discard
they
is
started.
that? Your best, right?
Best one I have. See, I needed a card.
Oh, please, Chevy. No, 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 no. I admit that I'm one of the world's worst. Ned, you're not cheating now, are you? Not telling Benny what I got, are you?
He's not listening.
I know.
Oh, Jen. Again. Wow.
2 in a row.
Wow. Wow.
Ain't this something? Whoa!
Rob ought to be out in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, right.
You only got 74 that time.
Good grief.
Oh, well, like I said, if we were playing for money, I would be concerned.
All right.
They're interviewing Morris Metcalf next door.
They're stretching too. Huh?
Bye.
Bye, Chevy.
Bye. Oh, good. All right. Oh, okay. Huh? Think what? Oh, sorry. Here we go again. Ah.
Can you wait a little bit longer, Ned? He's not close.
Yeah. I need some more time. What to do? What to do?
I don't. You probably know I don't need the ball.
I have absolutely zero this hand.
Jen.
53.
73.
It remains overcast here at Atlanta, but still no rain for quite some time. You can see the track is beginning to dry. John Andretti is the leader of the race. 40 laps are completed in the Napa 500 with the rain delay. We go back to yesterday's happy hour. Yes, sir. Yes. On International.
We send you to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Energizer.
Mm-hmm. Myrtle Beach, huh? 2 our international audience, we're sorry you have to leave us now, but stay tuned as the Energizer Senior PGA Tour is coming up from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Stay tuned for that as we bid you adieu from Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Adios,
amigos. Please get this thing in today. Please, please. It's like another sorry mess. Once again, BP, I didn't have any to move around.
You didn't have any to move around?
Nothing matches it.
Oh, boy.
I'll be done.
We're not starting, huh, Bob?
Something to show you, huh? What's that? Oh, great. This is so sad.
What'd you say?
Fat Boy is the pitcher, huh? I think it's, yeah. It's the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. Oh, line drive to center field. Back,
Oh,
back,
no,
back,
over the
back,
fence.
Oh! Back, 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 back. Fun.
Fun.
You call that fun?
Get hurt out there on that wet pavement.
Mm-hmm.
There's the ball.
Don't bother me. Mm. One. Okay. Is that it? Okay.
Fat Boy has a budding singing career.
Oh, yeah. At least he thinks he does.
Yeah.
Ooh. Got him to swing at it, Fat Boy. Way to go. What are they using? Rolled up tape? Meanwhile, the pace car moves through the infield.
A tennis ball.
Ooh, pretty good
Looks
stop.
like a tennis ball.
A little high.
Okay. Oh, should have swung
man.
at that. I think it's tape, yeah. Oh. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway Live, there was a ball game going on pit road, but that is broken up because the crews are moving toward their respective pit areas, possibly the sign that we could get going soon. The track drawing is going on here at Atlanta, hoping to resume this race. Back to yesterday's happy hour. Well, that was like when your track back went. Remember that? When your track back went.
Yeah, around the corner. What I blew a gasket in that deal. Man, that was funny. It's funny now. It wasn't funny at the time.
No, it wasn't.
When he went around the corner and I wasn't ready.
Have we had a live track pack since then?
I don't know. That might have ended the live track pack.
Not for BP, at least. Okay, I got to go after this hand, just in case this thing does happen.
I was hating to have to ask you to move. Again.
Good.
4:30, huh? Okay.
Hurry up, Benny. Throw him a good one.
That's what I say. Ah. Oh, darn it. I'm going to go down with.
Okay.
No, I'm not either.
All drivers report to your cars.
I know you're going. Yeah. Right back.
We'll be right back.
Let's go, fellas. All drivers, back to your cars. Let's go, gentlemen.
It's okay if we all go to the restroom right now, Neil? How much time we got?
All drivers, back to your cars.
Okay. I'm ready.
Nelson?
For good, huh? Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. Of course, we're looking through tinted, but it's still pretty dark out there. Born to be wild. This commercial. Okay. There is great optimism here at Atlanta as the drivers have been called to their cars, and in fact, some of them, as you can see, are climbing in. It shouldn't be too much longer before we'll be back to racing and the resumption of the Napa 500. In the meantime, we are going to take you back to yesterday's happy hour. Yeah. Well, that's all right. Boy, look how blue the skies were yesterday. Yep. So the race resumes when they go back on the track, right? Count begins. Here comes Schrader's wearing that flak jacket. Does he have rib injuries or something?
Yeah. Where was it?
Just feels good. How'd the Colts do, Chevy? Thank you. I doubt it. Oh, no. Or even the 7:30 show, I'll bet. We're going to the deuce. But, right in the middle of the truck race? Huh? But would we switch over even though the truck race is still going on? We're back for good, right, Neil? Oh. That's different.
Do what?
One more segment. Segment.
That's good, because they ain't going nowhere for the next 10 minutes.
Or longer.
Or longer.
How many are we doing? Back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The drivers are in their cars. The track is still a little bit damp. We do have one more segment of happy hour that we're going to show you, but after that, when we come back, we should be here for good, and hopefully by that time the cars will be on the track and this Napa 500 rain delay will be over. Back to happy hour.
Rusty's back in 30 seconds.
I've been kind of suspecting. It's a good show.
It shows the fans that they've really made an effort, which they have,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they can't get the job done.
Hey!
Hey!
That's quite a challenge. Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, that's a tough corner down there in
Yeah.
one.
But the fans on both the backs... the fans on both the front stretch and the back stretch have a scoring pylon, though. We don't have a camera up here.
Don't forget that's his, what you're riding on top of, yeah.
Yeah, don't lose those. Crowd thinned out a little, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
No, we won't. Oh. Oh, okay. Why then? Oh, that's right. That's right.
I can relate to that.
John didn't come in that time.
This lap count?
Yeah.
I would assume, yep.
41.
Yep. Okay. Maybe he's trying to lead the most laps here. He's only got 33 more to 34 more to go.
Several of them in the pits.
As promised, Derek Cope is in, working on his.
He didn't
car.
leave?
Hi, Bill. You've never looked better, believe me.
Aha.
This lobster left again, huh? What a deal. What a job he has, huh? Just come and go as he wants. And
Tell you what, this pace car boys was flying. Derek Cope. Derek, you better go.
John's going to come in this time. He is. That gives Dave Marcus the lead. Yeah, but Dave Marcus looks
They changed the chassis on that 43 car, huh?
okay. Okay.
Frenchie.
ESPN Speed World welcomes you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, and the cars are on the track. What's happened so far today? Well, a long delay beginning this race because of rain. They ran 40 laps, and it rained again, and we have not done much since then. 2 laps have been completed here under caution since the cars went back on the racetrack. John Andretti was leader. As you can see, he made a pit stop. He's going back out onto the racetrack. That relinquishes the lead and gives it to Dave Marcus, who is leading only his 3rd race of 1998. So this will complete lap number 43. We still are under caution as the last few wet spots in the track are dried out.
Well, we see the jet drivers on the racetrack, and you see the exit to pit road there and how wet it is. They'll have to get that dried up somewhat before we can go back racing.
John Kernan has an update on John Andretti.
His crew chief, Robbie Loomis, told me the car was a little bit free going into the corner, a little bit tight coming off of the corner, so they decided to put a half rubber in the right front and also take a little of the wedge out of the right rear. And Robbie's eyes got really big during that pit stop because there was a whole bunch of the duct tape that they used to cover up the grill had fallen off the front and was hanging it off, and one of the crewmen had to pull it off. And when the car pulled away, Robbie wondered, oh my gosh, we got to bring him back in and put some more tape in. But no, the crew had already put a layer. They had 2 layers of tape, so the first layer of tape is still on the grill. Robbie looked at me and breathed a really huge sigh of relief because they thought he might have to bring his driver back down on pit road. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Pines.
Guys, I am with Steve Allen, who's the engine builder for Robert Yates Racing, one of them, and he builds engines for Dale Jarrett. And Steve, we were talking a moment ago, what is the concern, and there is a lot of concern among engine builders right now, about firing these cars back up after they have sat out here in the cold and damp?
All the nervous people here right now are engine builders, for sure. They've been here for over 2 hours. When you turn this engine off and it's been running this kind of speed and over 8,500 RPMs, part of your valves are open, part of them are shut. The ones that are open, the cold air will come into the exhaust system, makes them real brittle, makes me awful nervous. Plus, that's 2 hours for the oil to cool off. NASCAR wouldn't let us keep the heaters plugged up, so maybe some bearing trouble too. But hopefully, everything will go smooth. We'll just have to wait and see.
You were able to go out and actually turn the motor over once or twice during that 2 hours, but that probably wasn't enough to keep the cold air off those open valves.
No, you try to. It's easier when the driver's still in the car. I'll just have him cycle the engine every now and then, just bump the starter, and turn it around. But they wanted the drivers out of the cars immediately, so we just had a couple of chances to do it. I'm nervous.
All right, Steve Allen's got his fingers crossed. A lot of nervous engine builders and a lot of brittle valves being refired at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, Brett Bodine is 3rd in line and has to be going wild. He desperately wants to lead a lap, was hoping to do it under caution. He needs those valuable 5 bonus points in his battle to finish in the top 25 in points. Right now, Dave Marcus and David Green remain out on the racetrack. And to be quite honest, those 5 points, which Marcus has already gotten, and the 5 points for Green, don't mean nearly as much as they do for Brett. Brett desperately wants those 2 guys to pit in front of him. Then he can lead a lap, get his points, then he can come down pit road because he hasn't stopped. Pretty soon, fuel may be a factor, although that's unlikely, but they cannot figure out why those 2 cars will not pit. They've talked to the other spotters. They're trying to get those 2 cars onto pit road. They understand Marcus could pit next time around, but as of right now, there is no plan for the 41 car to pit. That could cost Brett Bodine not only 5 points, but critical track position. He may have to pit early, go all the way to the end of the longest line without the gamble paying off and getting his 5 bonus points.
One of several drivers that can move up a position, at least one position, in the point standings with a good showing here today. That would get them more bonus money and for some, possibly an appearance on the stage at the Waldorf Astoria.
I thought you left.
Hey, guys, the 43 car is going to come back down onto pit road. They still have a layer of tape on there, but they're worried that it might have gotten wet, and they saw what the other tape did when it fell off, so they're going to put some fresh tape over the old tape. So
okay, thank you.
And also, Kenny Wallace was in. They changed the right rear spring, and I think he might be coming back in. Can't see if the pit board's out. He may change the left rear spring, too.
Yeah, he's coming in.
All right, so they're going to probably change the left rear spring. That's all. You can close my mic.
That is interesting that those cars don't pit.
I know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Energizer in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Thank you. At 5 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. So we're both right now. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Cars continue to circulate under caution here at Atlanta. The laps are racking up, 47 about to be complete. On the right of your screen here, you see that John Andretti did indeed make a second pit stop.
Well, they're concerned about that tape that was hanging off the grill. They were concerned that it might have gotten wet and was going to fall off, and they need that tape on the grill to set the car up. They use that tape as a handling tool for these cars. The more tape, the looser the car gets, and also the better the car runs down the straightaway.
Well, neither Dave Marcus nor David Green has come in, and so Brett Bodine, who again is looking for 5 bonus points, is still in third position as we look back at Marcus from the pace car.
Yeah, it's interesting that that Dave would stay out there. Of course, he's getting a little TV time there for his sponsor, Realtree, and it'll go down in the record books as him leading so many laps here in the Napa 500 that it does hurt Brett Bodine, who desperately needs to lead that at least one lap.
And as you can see, visibility is great on the racetrack because they have lights here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. The lights are on, so these drivers will not have a visibility problem at all.
You heard Mike Helton say during the rain delay that this race would not be restarted when it's completely dark, but as long as we had some time to make a transition and allow the drivers to get used to the lights, they would indeed restart it late in the afternoon. You saw Bodine drive up around Dave Marcus and say, "Dave, remember me?
Yeah.
I want to lead this race."
Please make a pit stop so I can get these 5 bonus points. And you can see, folks, the racetrack is getting dry.
Yep.
Yeah, they could get in a situation here before long that and say, okay, one more lap to go, guys.
Brett Bodine is 26th in the points right now, just 22 behind Joe Nemechek. And 25th position of the points is very valuable because that's where the bonus money is.
It stops there after 25th. There is no bonus money.
Down to Bill Weber.
Well, I just had a talk with Tim Brewer, who's crew chief on the 41 car, and he's got a pretty good philosophy, I have to admit. He's staying out there, he's on old tires, he's burning fuel, and laps are clicking off. So if he waits to the last possible minute, he'll have more fuel so he can go further, and he'll have fresher tires than everybody else. So he's got a pretty good point, too. He knows what's going on behind him, but right now he's doing what he feels is best for his race team. Interesting battle.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to work on race strategy right now for the end of the race.
I mean, even under caution flag, you know, if he stays out, if David Green stays out there for 10 laps, that's probably about 5 more laps under the green that he can run than some of the cars that have stopped before.
49 laps have been completed. They are circling the racetrack at about 70 miles an hour behind the pace car. Stay with us. More from Atlanta in a moment.
We're about ready. But really, to shoot that theory down is that they'll be at the back of the pack anyway, and they can come back in and top off with fuel. As far as that part's concerned, they aren't going to hurt the tires running around. You got Chevrolets up there.
Hey, Richard Childers said that Marcus was staying out there because this race pays $100 a lap lead. You know, $100 per lap.
Wow.
Is that right? I don't know.
I don't know either.
But that's what he said. You can hear the cash register going ka-ching or cha-ching. Well, but I don't know if that's right or not. I don't know. So that's just, I just wanted to share that with you during break.
Well, if that's the case, then I well understand.
Yeah. Okay. It is on the entry list.
Well, then he's made $900 so far.
All right, that's all I have to say, Ronnie. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
Hey, does Marcus have a Hendrick motor?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, figure it out, guys. Got it?
No.
Figure it out.
Oh, 5-0?
Yes.
Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch all back with you at Atlanta Motor Speedway. It's been a long afternoon, and we still haven't accomplished that much. Just 50 laps are in the books of this 500-mile race at Atlanta, and we're waiting to go back to green. But not yet. There's still some wet spots, especially down on pit road and at the entrance and exit to pit road. We understand that in 3 to 4 laps, we will be getting green and back to competition.
And we can see that the jet dryer has done a good job on the exit to pit road. We see a dry spot there, and it will dry quickly once it gets down to that point.
The ceiling has been very low at times here this afternoon, but right now it is high enough, allowing our helicopter to get into the air, and that means that we have some overhead shots for you, and they're courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam. You can also see that the lights are on.
Also, we have onboard cameras. Wally Dallenbach, the Budweiser onboard camera. Siemens on board with Joe Nemechek. And here's the Lowe's onboard camera. Mike Skinner, Bobby Labonte, the Food Line Circuit City onboard camera. Mark Martin has the Valvoline camera that he takes us a ride with. The Miller Lite onboard camera with Rusty Wallace. And Bill Elliott, the Happy Face, Mickey D's. Also one other, Steve Park, and the Napa onboard camera.
We're hearing that Brett Bodine may be giving it up and coming in for a pit stop.
Well, Dave Marcus is going to come in, I believe.
Oh, and so is David Green, so Brett is going to lead lap number 52.
Yes, he will. He'll get across the start-finish line first. As he comes to the line, they're pitting short of the start-finish line, so, yep, he's got those 5 bonus points.
Here comes David Green down to his pit stall, and look at this. They're giving the drivers the one to go.
Oh, no! Brett Bodine does not get to pit, does not get tires or fuel.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
He's going to need fuel before too long. They've run 52 laps, and certainly 12 of those have been under the caution, but about 65 laps or something is about all they can go on a tank of fuel here.
Well, he did lead the lap, but
might cost him.
Yeah. Well, the lights on top of the pace car, they've come back on, and they will not go green. They will not go green.
Oh, big break for Brett Bodine. A huge break for Brett. They will not go green, and he will dash on the pit road and change those tires. And add fuel, I might add.
And we speculated why Dave Marcus might stay out there so long. There is some lap money here for leading laps here in the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Dave Marcus takes advantage of every opportunity to pick up a little extra cash when he can.
So he was getting money while he was out there? Well, I understand why. I understand why he was out there. Bill Weber.
Huge break for Brett Bodine. He will come down, be able to get his tires and fuel, and make his adjustments. Have to be very careful here. The pit road surface is very wet. The bottoms of the shoes of the pit crew, very wet. So you'll take every precaution here not to slip and fall, and Brett will be very careful leaving the pits. They make a big chassis adjustment. Right side tires go on. In this race last year, Ward Burton passed Johnny Benson on the very last lap. That cost Benson precious points. He missed the top 10 by 1 point. That kept him off the stage. It happened in the very last lap. That's why Brett Bodine desperately wanted those 5 points. You need every one you can get.
Absolutely. And Brett has the work completed and now heads back onto the racetrack.
You know, Bill Weber brought up a good point talking about the pit crews and the bottom of the soles of their shoes being damp when they go around, so that they had to step gingerly. Also, the drivers, the pedals that they use inside the car are all metal. They don't have any rubber coating like your street car does. So they have to be very careful when they get back in their car after a rain delay and wipe off the soles of their shoes very, very well because the wet sole on those accelerator and brake will slip off, especially the brake pedal. If you miss that brake pedal, you could be in trouble.
All 4 drivers who did not pit when the caution came out a long time ago have pitted. That means the leader of the race is Dale Jarrett. Okay. Okay.
I can see all the way in turns 1 and 2. It's clear to me that the lights are completely dominating the track now. Since this happens kind of gradually, buddy, is that an advantage to the drivers, having never driven under these conditions here before?
Well, they're going around pretty quick right now, and I've noticed several of the cars have had left pit road and had to make up a lot of time on the cars that are out on the racetrack. And just a second ago, Wally Dallenbach went through turns 1 and 2 pretty fast, and he looks pretty stable. What they have right now is just a little bit of moisture on the front straightaway. The rest of the track looks pretty good to me. We've completed 54 laps here in Atlanta in the Napa 500. We are under the yellow for just a very slight shower. Hopefully resume green flag racing here momentarily. We'll take the time out and return to...
Okay. All right.
Put up Mark's roof camera if you would. Or...
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Back at Atlanta, where the caution remains out and the drivers continue to go around the racetrack at about 70 miles an hour as the last few wet spots are dried up. And hopefully within a few laps, we can get this race started once again after a long, long delay here at Atlanta. Well, we welcome all of you on both of our networks, both on ESPN and ESPN2. We are live at Atlanta Motor Speedway and only have completed 55 laps of this Napa 500 because of a delay that resulted in a start of the race about almost an hour late. Then they ran 40 laps and we had more rain, and the rain is over right now. However, we still have a long way to go. We're going to stay with you now on the Deuce until the conclusion of this race. However, on ESPN at 5 o'clock in less than 5 minutes, we will be taking you to the Energizer Senior PGA Championship at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Again, that's at 5 o'clock over on ESPN. But on the Deuce, we will be with you throughout the afternoon until this race is concluded. Let's take a look at how they are running here with Dale Jarrett now, the leader. Ward Burton, who started second, is running second. Jeff Gordon, who started back in 21st position, has already worked his way up to 5th.
And Dale Jarrett has been the dominant car so far. Jeff Burton started back in 35th, has worked his way up to 14th. He also has a great car.
There's 16th through 30, and basically this is the way they came out of the pits after pit stops. However, Jarrett was leading the race before then, but some gained some positions and some lost positions during their pit stop.
Both Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt took provisionals to get into the starting lineup. They're running 16th and 17th now. And there's the remainder of the field with 39 cars currently on the lead lap. The leaders so far have been Jarrett, Marcus, Andretti, Brett Bodine, Ward Burton, and the pole sitter Kenny Irwin, who led the first lap in the first lap only so far. Well, they gave the drivers the 1-to-go signal several laps ago, but we have seen no indication of that again. So obviously there are still some concerns about the track conditions. The Napa field summary will show you the points positions as of now. The big battle is going on for 10th position, but right now Bobby Hamilton is hanging on to that. Andretti and Schrader could move into the top 10 with good finishes here today. Ward Burton has gained 3 positions at this moment.
You'll see Ernie Irvin, since he did not start the race, has moved back to 19th in the point standings. And this is driver point standings. We're talking about Brett Bodine. He wants to finish 25th, and we see him back in 26th spot.
Once again on ESPN2. Stay with us because we will be here throughout the evening to bring you the conclusion of this race, and then you can see the Samstown 250 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series exclusively on the Deuce as the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Championship is decided in Las Vegas. Will it be Jack Sprague or Ron Hornaday Jr.?
And Sprague has a good start. He starts on the pole out in Las Vegas today. And Ron Hornaday qualified in the 10th spot.
13 points separate first and second as they go to the final race of the year in Las Vegas. Well, the few people have gone home, but not very many. They have stayed around despite the inclement weather here this afternoon and rather cool conditions. Some race fans are hoping to see what could be a record-tying performance by Jeff Gordon this afternoon. If he can win, he will have 13 victories on the year, and that will tie a mark that was set by Richard Petty in the 70s.
Bob, one point I want to clarify. We see Ward Burton there in second place. You mentioned he'd been one of the lap leaders, and the fans who saw us from the get-go, they said, how did he lead a lap? He did it when they came into the pits on the caution flag. Dale Jarrett's pitting right at the start-finish line, and Ward Burton crossed. Jarrett was leading the race, but Ward Burton crossed that line before Jarrett did, so that got him the 5 bonus points.
Dale Jarrett has led the most laps here this afternoon, 42. Again, we want to tell you that on ESPN2, stay with us because we are going to be here until the conclusion of this race. But in just less than a minute, we are going to go to Senior PGA Golf as the cars now come down pit road. Don't know what this is all about, but light rain apparently is being reported once again. Boy, it has been one of those days here in Atlanta. So once again, the cars will come off the racetrack. The tarps are being put on pit road to keep the pit boxes dry, and the rain is upon us once again. That's the way it goes. Now to the Energizer Senior PGA Championship in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. For those of you on ESPN2, we again urge you to stay with us. We don't know whether we're going to be here all night or whether we're going to have to come back tomorrow. But in any case, you will have the complete word if you stay with us here this afternoon.
Wow.
Isn't that the way it goes?
I'm telling you, just as they were getting the racetrack dry and giving the lap, giving the signal 1 to go, once again, light rain started on the racetrack.
Boy, what a way to bring down the curtain on what has been an exciting and incredible season, really, in Winston Cup competition. We'll be right back. This will just about...
This will do it, I'm afraid.
Yes, I have a meeting with the mayor of Noblesville. Mayor Reddick, if you're listening, I won't be there. Oh, yeah, well, we're all right. Me too.
Attaboy, Catfish. Fill up that cow opening there. Stuff in there. There you go. Tape up those rags. Don't forget to take those rags out when you get done, though.
Good news is this shower not nearly as intense as the one that brought out the initial red flag, so confidence is still high that we can dry this track and get back to racing and hopefully complete the race this afternoon and make it an official event at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll take a time out for our local stations now. This is the Performance Racing Network.
Way to go, Mark. Welcome back live to Atlanta. More rain. Not a heavy shower by any means, but just enough rain to bring the cars down pit road once again and bring out the red flag. You see some crew members working there at the front of the cars. That to keep the moisture out of the engine compartment?
Well, they're working. They put tape over the cowl area where the air, as we talked about earlier, where the air goes in just at the base of the windshield into the carburetor. They want to be sure right there on the 46 car we see Jeff Green taping that spot up so that moisture doesn't get down in the filter and plug that up.
It's John Andretti, who made several pit stops before we brought the cars in once again. He was leading, but now is shown back in 33rd position. Drivers are out of their cars once again, and boy, this has to be very, very tough on race drivers.
And we can see the light rain that's falling on the pit road now. First time I've been able to see it. Jeff Gordon, he's a pretty smart guy. He's got an umbrella.
Kenny Irwin's walking around in the rain.
I don't know if that's to stay dry or advertise for Pepsi.
Well, you just said tough on the race drivers, Bob. It is. It's frustrating. However, they understand, but you know, they were all geared up with the adrenaline flowing before this race started and wanted to race and wanted to get it over with. But then you get going again. You are off for a couple of hours, and then you get those hopes back up, get that adrenaline flowing, and don't even get to get the green flag, and it starts again.
Quite a conference there. Joe Nemechek and Dale Jarrett, Kenny Irwin, Ray Evernham, Jeff Gordon, and others.
Bobby Labonte, Jimmy Makar, his crew chief. Now that's nice to have your crew chief to walk along with the umbrella.
Walk with the umbrella, sure.
Yeah,
that's pretty nice.
Well, there's just nothing you can do about the weather. I mean, we can sit here all night and talk about it, but if it's going to rain, it's going to rain. We hope we can get this thing in for you this afternoon and conclude the season. I know everybody wants to do that, not only the fans, but the drivers and NASCAR officials want to get this thing over with, but Mother Nature is not having it her or our way. Jerry?
Well, indeed it's not. But, you know, even the rains and the delays could not dampen the weekend that Ricky Craven has had. First of all, let me just ask you, congratulate you on that great announcement that Bob Jenkins mentioned earlier that you had yesterday morning with Scott Barber for 1999.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And Scott's a great guy. I've gotten to know him. Accelerated things here a little bit. But the time I spent with him, he's full of energy. He's determined. And it's nice to know exactly where we're going to be.
He was a Jack Lambert fan, a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan growing up. That's why the number 58, I'm told, and that's why the gold and black colors on the Ford.
Yeah, we can settle in on that. You know, I mean, I still got the Patriot blood in me, but I'll settle in and root for the Steelers now. And this weather's really got us concerned. You know, it's so hard to get geared up to race and then pull back, and then you get a second chance. But hey, we picked up 6 or 8 spots there. Never threw the green flag.
What about running under the lights here? I know you guys have not practiced here, but you have run Daytona, have run Charlotte under the lights, and NASCAR said they really didn't want you guys to race under the lights. They wouldn't mind having you finish here, but would you mind running here under the lights?
Yeah, it's lit nice, and maybe a little apprehension for the first 10 or 15 laps. But everybody's settled in, and you know, I think the real issue now is just getting some rubber back in the track, and you know, and we're all eager to go, but you also can't hang out all day and then just decide to race if the weather allows us to. You got to get to a point where we say, well, we tried real hard, but we got to start fresh again in the morning. And I'd like to get it in. I know the fans want to get it in, and I think we got a couple more hours where we can solve that problem, but it is getting close.
Ricky, I can't leave you without mentioning Ernie Irvin, and no one knows better what he is going through and what he is trying to do right now than you, who had to sit out for some 3 months because of a problem trying to get well. You certainly sympathize with the courage it took for him to stay out of this car this weekend.
Yeah, easily the most difficult decision he's had to make. So I've been through it, and nobody wants to get out of their race car, but he's playing it smart, and I commend him for that, and he'll be better because of it in 1999. The point consequence was out the window after Phoenix, you know, when we started the car. So he's got more to lose than he does gain, and I was in a similar situation in March, and it's very uncomfortable. But we're both going to be racing a while, so that's the way you got to look at it. You know, we got a lot of racing left ahead of us, and you got to use your judgment.
Hey, I congratulate you on the new deal, and good luck if we get it going. If not, good luck in 1999 for the new operation.
Hey, thanks a lot. I want to thank the fans and everybody sticking with us. It's a wonderful sport, and wouldn't be the same without them.
I echo that sentiment. The fans are the best in sports, and because it has been raining off and on all day, and if you look up in these grandstands, there are a lot of people still sitting there waiting and hoping that maybe we'll get the Napa 500 in, although it's looking a little doubtful.
Yeah, it appears to be raining as hard now as it has for quite a while. We went through a long stretch there in the afternoon where no rain fell, and quite an effort was made to dry the track. We were just getting to the point of going back to green, and then the rains came again. Nevertheless, the jet dryers are back on the racetrack, and the trucks continue to do their job in hopefully getting this track in racing shape.
Okay, what they did apparently is they're taking this is obviously for us, but they're taking an informal poll of the drivers as to whether or not they can drive under the lights. Obviously, you can draw your own conclusion how long it will take to drive this thing, but they say I guess they're concerned there's a possible weather problem tomorrow. So they want to know if the guys can race under the lights and are willing to wait for them to dry the track again. I'm not going to tell you what time they're estimating this will start, but it begins with something between a 6 and an 8.
Did you figure that out for me, BP, while I think about it?
Get out your calculator, Bob.
Maybe no sun. It's the battery run down because he ain't had any sun.
What?
Whoops, sorry.
If you dump, take me off the satellite for a second.
Dio Bellis.
Tato.
There are the doggies again. Rain, rain, go away and come back some other time. It has been a day of off and on rain right now, but right now it is on. Right, Bill?
Absolutely, Bob. And obviously our goal down here is to try and bring you fans as much information as possible. And what Mike Helton and other NASCAR officials are doing now, or what other drivers have told us they're doing, is they're taking an informal poll of whether or not these drivers believe they can race under these lights. Remember, the Winston Cup cars have not been under the lights here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. There is apparently a weather problem with running tomorrow. So what you want to do is you want to get this race in as quickly and as safely as possible. That may involve staying around here for quite a while, letting the rain stop, drying the track, and trying this once again. This is in everyone's best interest. Obviously, it can be very frustrating at times, but if you can't race here tomorrow, then you have to wait another day. Obviously, that would be a to Jerry Punch.
Well, a moment ago, as Mike Helton and Dale Jarrett walked by me, I heard Dale Jarrett say to Mike, you know, Mike, the weather is pretty bad. I think we can just go ahead and call this thing, call it a year, call it a day. 59 laps is enough, and whoever's leading, just make them the winner. Mike said that would be you, DJ. Oh, it's DJ. Oh, me? Of course, a little lobbying going on down here, even some levity, trying to keep their spirits up as they try to decide what's going to happen here. But it is getting a little brisker here with the rains. I believe John Kernan has caught up with Johnny Pinson.
We've ducked inside the hollow where it's warm and dry right now. But, Johnny, they got lights here. There looks like there might be another break in the weather. What are you in favor of?
I'm in favor of running it today. There's no doubt about it. So that way everybody gets a chance to see the race and go home. So I'm I'll wait.
But there's no concern since you guys have not practiced with this lighting system?
Well, I don't know. We've run under the lights before. It can't be all that bad. But, you know, I mean, it's been overcast all day. I don't think it's going to change the cars tremendously. So I think we'll be all right.
20th in points right now. You want to stay right there. How's the car? Or with all these brakes, is it hard to tell?
It's hard to tell. I mean, the first part, we started off good and then got a little bit tight, so we made some big changes, and I think we'll be okay now. So it's just a matter of going back green again and seeing what happens. Couldn't really tell during that little bit of yellow there, but tire wear is good.
Yeah, I bet in fuel mileage, too. Story we've been following all day, Brett Bodine trying to make it into the top 25 in driver's points. He's with Bill Weber.
Say hello to the luckiest man in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. You're a gambler, and you won.
Well, you got to take chances, and it had been sprinkling there for 2 laps off of turn 2, and you know I didn't want to take that kind of a chance, but I knew I could run about another 15 to 18 laps on fuel, and the way the sky was looking, it looked like it's going to rain before then anyway, so it was a little bit of a gamble, maybe a lot of a gamble, but you know we're trying to get to that 25th in points, and you know 26 doesn't pay anything, 25th does, and we got to roll the dice to get there.
You pulled up next to Dave Marcus. Those cars are pretty loud. I'm sure he couldn't hear what you were saying to him, but what were you trying to indicate, Brett?
I just was wondering what he was thinking. You know, I mean, you know, Dave's in no position to threaten me for points. The 41, well, none of us, those 3 right there, were not in any position where it was advantageous for Dave to hold us from getting 5 points. I'm really disappointed in him. You know, Dave is the kind of guy that's in this sport that depends on favors from a lot of people to survive, just like a lot of us do. And, you know, to me, I think he used up a favor right there.
Obviously, you do get $100 or so of financial reward for leading every lap, so is that a consideration?
No, it was 5 points, I'll tell you, because now we're down to needing 17 points on Joe Nemechek, and, you know, 17 looks a lot better than 22.
For Marcus, though, for him to stay out and lead the laps and get that cash.
That could have been his motive, and I could understand Dave, but he could have gave us a couple laps to get ourselves squared away, the 41 and myself, to get our 5 bonus points.
Can you race under these lights, Brett?
Oh, yeah. It looked really good out there when we were out there on the caution, and the IRL race looked good out here, so I feel very confident. If we've got to go under the lights, we'll all be ready.
Okay, how about I talk to you after you get yourself a good top 10 finish?
There you go. I'm all for it.
Have a great night.
Thanks.
That's one Bodine. Here's another.
And that would be Jeff Bodine, currently running 7th, and the car looks pretty good, Jeff.
That really does, but I need my little goldfishies here. I'm eating them, but this is really what we need with all this rain and the water. I mean, this is terrible for the race fans. You know, hopefully we'll stay here a little while longer, maybe race under the lights. That'd be great.
So you don't have any problem with waiting it out here as long as it takes?
I'm here. I'll wait as long as it takes. It'll be really fun, I think, racing under lights here. I saw the RL race here, and it looked like they didn't have any problem with the lights. And just what little we ran around here trying to drive the track, the lights are really, really good. So let's go racing.
Now, Friday night on ESPN's RPM Radio NASCAR Now, you were gracious enough to call in, ask you what you had for next year. I kind of got the feeling you might be going Busch Series racing next year. What's going on?
I've been offered a Busch ride, a truck ride, and you know, everyone knows I want to stay here in Winston Cup. I said Busch might not be all bad because my son Barry's going to be racing Busch next year. He's going to be racing next week in Homestead, and that'd give me a chance to be with him and you know, be more with my family. So you know, this business kind of separates family. That would get us back together. That'd be great. But I'm hoping for a Winston Cup ride, and I want to say, you know, I want to send my best wishes to the Moroso family. Dick was a great ambassador to this sport and a friend to a lot of people, and we're sorry what happened.
Yes, we are. This is Jeff Bodine back upstairs.
Dick Moroso passed away last evening from an illness, and our condolences to all of the Moroso family. It's a dismal and damp evening in Atlanta at Atlanta Motor Speedway as we await the rain to stop and hopefully the track to dry.
Man, is this your fault? Gee whiz. Man, oh man.
All right.
Hi there.
Hi, good to see you.
Hello, how you doing?
From Joplin, wasn't it? Joplin, Missouri.
Oh boy, that in the rain.
Yeah.
We've been on the air since 12:30 and haven't done anything yet.
11:30, haven't we? Didn't NASCAR today? 11:30 was
Yeah,
on there.
yeah, well, actually 11. No, that's right, 11:30.
11:30.
That's right. That's right. I've lost track.
Well, at least you've been. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh? What are we going to? What the heck
What's
is that?
NASCAR Uncut? Oh. Oh. How about that?
I bet that will be interesting. The rain slickers and the umbrellas are up as the rain continues at Atlanta. 59 laps are in the books with Dale Jarrett leading, but right now there isn't any activity on the racetrack, and there won't be for quite some time. However, we will be here until the bitter end. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here until a decision is made as to whether to wait it out and try to complete this race under the lights, or whether we come back tomorrow. So stay with us here on ESPN2 because we will have updates for you throughout the evening. Right now, we want to take you to a program called NASCAR Uncut. This is a very interesting program. It's a behind-the-scenes look at the California Speedway in Fontana. So enjoy that while we stay here and update you periodically at Atlanta.
Well, Dave Marcus, there was a bit of controversy a little earlier when you were leading. A couple of guys behind you, particularly Brett Bodine, needed to lead a lap and really wanted you and the 41 car of David Green to pit. Were you aware that they were trying to get you to make a pit stop?
No, I wasn't, Jerry. I mean, you know, it was under caution, and I now understand that it paid $100 a lap. I didn't know that at the time, but and if they wanted to do that, they should have probably just told my spotter, and my spotter could have hollered down. You know, that's one good way of carrying messages back and forth to sue the spotters, but I wasn't aware of it.
So had they told your spotter, you would have come on pit road to help those guys out?
Why, sure, we all help one another like that all the time in NASCAR. I mean, that's nothing unusual, but I didn't have no idea he was wanting to lead a lap or needed to lead a lap.
And people said, well, you're out there because you know it pays $100 a lap to leave. You didn't know that, did you?
Well, you know, most of the time I read those entry blanks very close, but I didn't look this one over, and no, I did not know that.
Dave Marcus, an anniversary of sorts for you. I'm told your very first NASCAR start came here in 1966. Is that right?
Well, it was in a sportsman race, which is what the Grand National Division is now, and it was what they called the Cracker 250, and James Hilton won that race. But that was actually my first race on a NASCAR racetrack, and it was here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
32 years ago, a lot of history for 57-year-old Dave Marcus. And, folks, he would have helped anybody. If he'd have known they wanted him to come down pit road, this guy would have pitted because Dave is a team player.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
See where Carolina was leading San Francisco a while ago.
Is that basketball?
Mm-hmm. That's the one they throw and kick.
Oh, pro football.
Yeah.
I saw a basketball scores a while ago, I thought.
No, you
didn't.
No.
Because Indiana was there, and Indiana played football yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe they do have some exhibition stuff.
Yes. Okay. 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 All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay. When you were last with us on ESPN. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. My good friend, Jim Kelly. Okay.
Too bad we don't have some winter heat to run for rain fill. Get them all tuned up for it.
Yeah. There you go. South Carolina 27. When you were last with us on ESPN, the cars were pulling down pit road. Well, it's been raining since then and still no activity at Atlanta. The rain continues to come down. We will have continuing coverage on ESPN2, and we'll update you occasionally here on ESPN. Right now, back to the Senior PGA and Jim Kelly. Am I getting overtime for this?
What happened to the truck broadcast?
It's not on till 6 o'clock.
Oh.
Got another 35 minutes.
Yeah.
What I want to know.
Sorry, Benji.
Are we going to do that half-hour post-game show after the race?
I would love to.
Oh, man. Dave, come on up here, buddy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be back. Turn my mic off.
All right. Oh. The rain continues to come down here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The Napa 500 has only run 59 laps today. We've been interrupted by rain a couple of times. They do have lights, and no decision has been made yet as to whether to continue to hold on or run tomorrow. We'll continue to update you. Back to Uncut. Okay. God. Man. Did I hear somebody say the Disney? Can we put one of these on the Disney Channel tonight? Yeah, sure, anything. We'll take anything that's available. Well, not today. Yeah, really. Yeah. Okay.
Those people watching the seniors tour and then flipping back over here and to see the results.
Mm-hmm.
They won't like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the worst news of the day, Neil. I don't care about the race, but I wanted to go to that party. It's off, BP. We don't have anything to do tonight. May have to play gin. No, we're not either.
Maybe you drink gin.
Oh, no.
I knew better than that. Just kidding.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good. If we ever had more than 20 seconds, we could get in.
Get what in?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Are you staying, by the way? Okay.
Who?
Greg. G.O.
Wanna?
Sure. I'm a glutton for punishment. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. No.
Oh, gee whiz.
Doggone it, Mikey. Got me all excited here. Yeah. How long is this one, you know, Mike? Oh, okay.
Did we hear what the result of the polls was?
That's what I was wondering.
Okay. I don't need. I can't.
Oh, okay. My play.
It'll be your play. We come back.
33 seconds. All right. As we're back live at Atlanta, it's pretty obvious that the rain continues to fall. And we have had no decision right now as to whether they will continue to wait and possibly finish the race under the lights or come back tomorrow. We will continue to be with you, however, throughout the evening, bringing you updates and then, of course, the decision that will come eventually. The truck race from Las Vegas is coming up in about 25 minutes to Samstown 250. Back with more reports from Atlanta as the evening progresses. Good run there.
Finally.
That's yeah.
Yeah, there's a few.
Should be
Nelson, Chuck, Terry, listen up. Bob's got an announcement.
We'll let you know in a few minutes. It should be about 25 before there will be food available. And what Mikey would like to do is 2 of you to go down and eat, whoever is the hungriest, and then come back up here and the other 2 go. And we'll let you know when the food is available. There will be no strike meal because this is, yeah. Man, oh man. How many times can you say it's still raining?
Well, we're gonna find out tonight. Good. That's
cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Which is the only way we would have been able to watch it.
Exactly. Cool. That's right.
Yeah, but
you'd always go up there and pull it down, I guess.
After all the complaining we did, huh?
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem. The sun might not be shining tomorrow.
We're going back to golf, right?
Who's leading that thing?
Irwin.
Harold Irwin.
He won it.
Pretty stupid question, wasn't it?
Okay.
Obviously.
I'm Bob Jenkins. This is another live update on the situation at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 59 laps completed in the Napa 500. It is still raining here at Atlanta, but no decision as to whether to continue to hold or run it tomorrow. We'll have updates throughout the evening for you. Now back to Jim Kelly in Myrtle Beach. Stand by, 90 seconds, and we do another one on the deuce.
As soon as these commercials go off.
Oh, really? And then it's back to uncut, huh?
Tell them stay tuned. The truck race right after uncut.
Well, actually, it's going to be a 10-minute window, which we will be filling, I'm sure. Well, Cycle Punch in his update reporter.
How's the weather in Las Vegas? Oh, I wish it's 300 miles out here.
The situation is the same as it has been now for quite some time. The rain continues to fall, and therefore no track drying efforts. There has been no decision so far as to whether to wait out this rain and run under the lights or whether to come back for tomorrow. They're going to wait it out as long as they can. Don't forget the truck race is coming up on the Deuce in about 18 minutes from right now. We'll be able to take you there. But for right now, we go back to NASCAR Uncut. Again, from Atlanta Motor Speedway, the rain delay is continuing.
Oh, there's a 10-minute gap in this?
We started at 20 after. Yeah, but we still have updates, I'm sure, huh?
Washington, Carolina 16, San Francisco 7.5.
How about that?
Denver over San Diego at the half. Well, 2 minutes to go. The Jets beating Buffalo. Ooh, Seattle beat.
No. Yeah, okay.
You put that together.
Yes. They do several of these. I saw
Linger.
one on an
Really?
Yeah. Garrett Moore. Oh, man.
Peter O'Malley. I didn't know he was a golfer. Both Vikings quarterback are injured. Wow.
Wow. And this is on 1 or 2? To the end of the show on the Deuce? What's coming up next? No, I mean, what update is coming up next on 1 or 2? Okay. Okay. What's going on? Did you take it off? Oh, just a little late there. Yuck. Guys, the food is here. Whoever wants to go down and eat. Look at Santa there, huh?
Check that out. They're running, they've kept that graphic over the phone number. Or that person over the phone number.
What person? Me?
Oh, that's Bob.
That's not a live shot, BP.
I thought that was some guy on the show.
For crying out. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes and you don't even recognize
I don't even
me,
recognize you. I thought that was some guy. What an idiot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. Oh, man. Okay, thank you, Dennis.
What an idiot. Look at this.
Williams, Alan Hopper, and Randy Williams. Please meet your party.
The rest of your party is leaving.
Yeah, they've already gone. Well, it's been a long afternoon, and we are still here waiting for the rain to stop. There are 59 laps complete in the Napa 500. We're going to stick it out and wait for a decision to be made, and you want to stay with us on the Deuce because at 6 o'clock, in about 12 minutes from right now, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race will begin, and a champion will be decided in that series. Will it be Ron Hornaday or Jack Sprague? We'll continue to update here in Atlanta. Now the conclusion of NASCAR Uncut. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. The shootout in the desert. Viva, viva la vida. this be the longest race in NASCAR history? Continuing same-day race. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, yep.
Good idea. That's a great idea.
No, it wasn't. Mm-hmm. Okay. And Dorsey Schrader. So did Ray go? Nice little airplane in it. Hmm. Oh, I think so, yeah. If not, Benny will save me, as he always does. Or Ned.
No problem.
How long was the initial delay? Do you remember? About 50 minutes?
About
Yeah.
I think it started about 25 after schedule.
ESPN Speed World back with you live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the rain continues. And a reminder that in just about 4 minutes, we'll be taking you to Las Vegas for the truck race. But there's a lot of optimism here. Let's go to John Kernan.
Well, it actually doesn't look like it's raining any harder out there, does it, Kyle Petty?
Yeah, it does. Yes, it's raining, you know what I mean?
Trying to be paint a very positive picture. You're not helping out.
Thank you. The Weather Channel's looking for somebody to do this. I know you got a little bit of hurt shoulder there, but no, it's raining. You know, and like I said, the last rain that came, racetrack was pretty dry, looked pretty good. But as soon as the dampness in the air came, it like drew all the wetness up, or all the moisture up, and it went berserk.
What about staying here, tonight and getting this thing finished? Stay as late as humanly possible.
You know, I'm not for that. Just from the aspect that, it's already 6 o'clock. We're standing here at 6 o'clock. Most of these crew members have been here since 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning. And like I said before, they check the logs on truck drivers and make them sleep a certain amount of time every 8 or 9 hours on the road and stuff. So, in a sport like this where every move you make, whether it's on the racetrack or in the pits, is critical. The night races we run now, we don't come in until 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon and work half days. These guys have been here all day long. Driver-wise, we sleep until 12:30 or 1 o'clock most of the time anyhow. But, I think there's some guys that are getting tired. They're just hanging around, being around a racetrack. And I would be all for just kind of closing up shop tonight, going somewhere and getting a bite to eat and coming back tomorrow, coming back Tuesday, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I could go for the bite to eat. Bob, can you help me out with the food? Send it down here to the garage area? What do you think?
Well, I'll get BP on that. He's probably looking for something right now. Well, the race was delayed, the start of it initially. Let's go back and show you what did occur in the first 59 laps. Kenny Irwin Jr. on the pole. He did lead the first lap, but then Dale Jarrett got a good run off of turn number 2 and passed him and went into the lead, as Ward Burton, who started outside the front row, took second from Kenny Irwin. Dale Jarrett was leading when once again the rains came and the yellow flag came out. Several cars made pit stops with the exception of 4, including John Andretti, but then the rain came down a little bit harder. The cars came in, parked on pit road, and we waited for a long time before it started to dry again. The cars went out there, but we never took the green flag. And so here are the standings now as 59 laps have been completed. Well, what's your feeling, BP? Would you rather wait this thing out or come back tomorrow?
I don't know. I kind of agree with Kyle Petty in the fact that a lot of folks have been here all day long. Our folks have been here a long time and are very, very tired. But again, I understand a lot of fans cannot be here tomorrow. It's between the Dell and Deep Blue Sea.
Yep. No matter which decision is made, somebody isn't going to like it. Doc?
Michael Waltrip, where do you stand? Race tonight if you can, or call it and go home and come back tomorrow?
Well, I would rather race tonight. Already got started kind of in the racing mood. They got the lights here. And, really what I'd like to see is the fans polled. What would they like to see? And I know most everybody's got to work tomorrow, and probably they'd like to see a race get in tonight. And, really, Jerry, that's what we do this for, and that's the reason why we're able to do it, because of their support. And I think they'd kind of like to see a race tonight, and that's why I'm for it.
I echo that sentiment, Michael. We've been watching the fans all day, and they have been sitting out here in this rain, and it's gotten cold and damp, Bob, but they have not wavered one iota. They are die-hard race fans.
Many remain here to see exactly what is going to happen, but in the meantime, we're going to send you to the truck race. Now, we will continue to be here throughout the evening until some decision is made, and there will be periodic updates from here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, because right now it is very much a question mark as whether this thing will go tonight or come back tomorrow. The championship is at stake in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And ESPN has live coverage now of the Samstown 250 as either Jack Sprague or Ron Hornaday Jr. will be the champion of that series. Stand by, because we're going to Las Vegas, but we will continue to be here at Atlanta. Now to Marty Reed and Dorsey Schrader for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Anniversary, ESPN is proud to present the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. The championship battle is about to be decided. The winner will be one of 2 men. After months of triumphant struggles, it comes down to one race. Each one knows what it takes to be a champion, but here in Las Vegas, only Lady Luck knows what's in store for these bad boys.
Two bad boys just out here making noise, looking for enlightenment and craving for excitement. Bad boys, just making noise. Two bad boys, two bad boys, two bad boys, two bad boys. Hey!
These two bad boys have traded the season points lead a record 11 times. Today, it's Hornaday with a slight points advantage as we come to the showdown. But he's starting 9 positions behind his rival, Jack Sprague. Both Hornaday and his team know they've got to be flawless in their performance today because a mistake could cost them the championship.
Now everywhere we go, we're gonna make our presence known, and we won't stop dancing. Bad boys, just making noise. Two bad boys, come on,
For Jack Sprague, it was too bad in Phoenix. A 13th place finish, less than 13 points behind in the championship run. But Jack has been there before. He knows how to win a championship. He took the series crown last year. He knows today he has to take control, but he also knows that, as always in Vegas, he needs luck.
Hey, 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 hey!
We're in the city that never sleeps, Las Vegas, Nevada. We've run over 4,200 miles this year, but it's going to come down to the final 250. It's the Sam's Town 250 here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the final round of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And it comes down to 13 points. That's the margin between Ron Hornaday, who's in the lead, over second place Jack Sprague. I don't know if we could have scripted a better scenario. We've been dreaming all year long about coming to the final round of racing action with a title at stake. I'm Marty Reed. He's Dorothy Schrader. We got what we wanted. We hope it's what you wanted too. But boy, the pressure is so thick.
The pressure is immense on these two drivers and their crews. Some of these guys didn't get much sleep last night, I guarantee you. It's not because they were in the casino pulling the slots. It's because they all think one thing. I make a mistake, our year is done.
Well, let's take a look at the tail of the tape. You know, this is a heavyweight title fight town. Well, our heavyweight bout between these two guys, and one of them has a definite disadvantage.
You know, the most outstanding statistic there is in laps led. Look at Ron Hornaday. He has never led a lap here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. In fact, it's the only racetrack he's never led a lap at. But he might not have to lead when he does.
Well, that's true in the championship scenarios. If he finishes second, it doesn't matter what Jack Sprague does. In fact, all he has to do is finish ahead of Jack Sprague, and Ron Hornaday clinches the championship. Other than that, well, it depends on where they finish in the overall position of things. We'll keep you posted on that as the day goes on. But as we get ready and the trucks are on the pace lap, it's now butterfly time. What's going through these guys' minds?
Well, Jack Sprague, he's got to do one thing. He has got to win this race. And I'll tell you what, he's standing in a good place to do it. Brand new track records. He sits on the pole. Ron Hornaday, on the other hand, holds a better hand of cards. He doesn't have to win. If Jack wins this race, he comes in second. He still finishes the championship. So he might be conservative. He might sit back, keep his truck out of trouble all day, wait for the end, and race Jack to the finish. Or maybe he feels lucky he wants to roll the dice and win from the get-go. I don't know.
Well, there are 38 other trucks that want to win this race because it's the season ender for them as well. We've had 12 different winners in the last 12 races, so that's not unheard of. Let's take a look at our starting grid. We've already talked about Jack Sprague and where Ron Hornaday is, first and 10th. But our Rookie of the Year championship chase is in row number 3.
Yeah, look at 5th and 6th. Greg Biffle, Andy Houston. They are the Rookie of the Year candidates, and they are exactly 1 point apart today.
Taking a look down there at number 15, Kevin Harvick. He won the Winston West race just yesterday. Then as you look down a little further, Randy Tolsma in the 24th starting position. He has had an injured wrist from an accident in practice, says it's going to be okay. As we look down a little bit further, we find Tommy Hubert, who was a second in the Winston West race last night, and also Brendan Gaughan, who was 5th.
Yeah, and look at the 26th position back there. You'll see a modified tour champion, Mike Stefanik, is in this race as well.
And also, as we mentioned, you got Boris Said in one of the provisional positions in position number 36 because he had a problem in qualifying, spun the truck, and is starting near the back of the field. Take a look at the race analysis, 167 laps, but we should point out that we have got a lot of clouds, rain off to the west, and heavy, heavy winds, and all this is going to play a factor.
Yeah, look at the 160 miles per hour average speed. We've got winds here of 50 knots. It's going to be really something. Riding on Boris Sed's car, that is the Federated Auto Parts Ford. He's one of our, here's the 66. That is Mike Stefanik, Carlin Burners and Controls Ford. Looking back further forward for this, Butch Miller there in the Dana Corporation Dodge. Then we see Dennis Sefter. He's in the Mopar Dodge. Got a lot of on-board cars today. We're looking at the 19 there. That's Tony Raines in the Pennzoil Ford. And there is Ron Hornaday, the Napa Brake Chevrolet. Last but not least, no, it's actually Greg Biffle right there, candidate for Rookie of the Year, Granger Ford. And then we have, last but not least, Mike Bliss with the TM ASA Ford. We got him from the front to the back, Marty.
Final race of the year in 250 miles. We'll finally know who's going to win the championship here for 1998. Will it be Jack Sprague or will it be Ron Hornaday? Green flag flies. We're underway.
Unbelievable drafting going to go on today at 161 miles an hour. Actually 180 going into turn one, and the wind is gusting, like I say.
Heading towards turn three. Now, this is where we've noticed in the morning practice that 40-mile-an-hour winds were really buffeting the truck.
Well, what's happening is the wind's coming from turn one side. When you come off turn four here, you pick up a huge push. It pushes on the front of the car, and the thing heads out, or the truck heads right toward the wall. We saw right there. One of the trucks get very close to that.
Leading lap number one, Jack Sprague. Right behind him, Jay Sauter. And there you see Ron Hornaday as we go on board. He's following Andy Houston. He's moved into 7th place.
Well, on the one end of the racetrack, they're tight, but up here in turns 1 and 2, the wind gets in the back, hits you right on the spoiler, on the quarter panel, and a lot of guys in practice said they were getting some very, very big moments off that thing.
Hornaday trying to get underneath Ron Barfield and follow Andy Houston. He does. Meanwhile, Mike Bliss is in 3rd place, and he is trying to reel in the front two.
Remember, I was talking about before, drafting going to be a big thing. You have to have a teammate here today because at 160 miles an hour in this big wind we're talking about, you need to have somebody with you to break through.
Hornaday is pulled back underneath behind Andy Houston. Seems like he's having a hard time deciding which one of those guys he wants to follow, Houston or Barfield.
Yeah, he's gone from the bottom lane to the top lane. He's just trying, I would think, trying to find a comfortable place to ride where his truck wants to work really well, where he's not wearing his tires out.
Rick DeBrule has more on what the winds are like down trackside. Rick?
Well, just talking with the different drivers, everybody's got a different approach to it. Most of the drivers say, well, it makes the truck pretty unstable in certain places, but they just have to live with it. Talking with Greg Biffle, he says it's 150 RPM difference when you're going against the wind versus with the wind. So it's really making a big difference. It's going to make a huge difference in the strategy of this race. If it affects the fuel mileage, these guys have got to calculate that in, and right now, they don't really know how to calculate it in.
Yeah, Rick makes a good point there. We figured this would definitely be a 2-stop race, but now there are some people saying you may have to make it a 3-stop race.
Well, the wind is killing the gas mileage, that's for sure. That's another reason to team up with someone and try to get that mileage back up, because these guys are going to be down maybe 5 to 10 laps from where the fuel window would have been had it not been this windy.
Jay Sauter is closing in on Jack Sprague. This is the 13th race that Sprague has now led, and right behind Sauter, the 61 truck, and it looks like Blake Bainbridge is heading into the pits. Looks like he's also had a little bit of contact with the wall. This 19-year-old had qualified 8th, a great start for him, but it's not going to be the kind of finish, I think, that he was looking for.
And I believe it was Blake that I saw get high in the corner last time as well. It was one of those TWI cars.
Got a crash in turn 4 as the lead group goes on by. That's Mike Stefanik as he has made contact with the wall.
Yeah, and that could be as a result of the wind. We don't know for sure.
The yellow is out. Stefanik is still under power.
I couldn't see. Did you hit anything?
That's the crew.
No, I didn't hit anything. Yeah, it looked like you escaped pretty good.
So according to the crew, it sounds like he missed contact with the wall. Let's take a look.
Oh, look how thick it is down there. As Boris said, right behind. There's the car spinning. We didn't see what caused it. I saw something, though, while we were riding on board with Mike Stefanik, and that was the camera shaking all around. Now he has 4 flat-spotted tires, and you can see it right there bouncing around a little bit.
We're going to the longest line. If you can get in.
Well, we're going to take a break here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Don't go away. There's still a lot to be decided. The Sam's Town 250.
There comes a point point in your life when you outgrow those cute little pickups, at which time you might want to consider something a little more adult, a truck that can run rings around compacts. Dodge Dakota, with more room and more available towing, torque, and power. Magnum Power. Dakota. It's time to put away the toys. J.D. Power & Associates has once again ranked Dodge Dakota most appealing compact pickup.
Team Mopar. Parts for sprint cars and your vehicle. Get real. Get Mopar. Team Mopar. Parts for NASCAR Super Truck and your vehicle. Get real. Get Mopar.
All-Pro linebacker Lee Woodall and I could tell you what Twin Lab Creatine Fuel does for athletes. Or we could just show you. Before. After. More mass, more strength, more power. Twin Lab Creatine Fuel. No one can copy it. Available at GNC, Whole Foods, and other health food stores.
Buy a set of 4 selected Goodyear tires before November 28th and get a $50 or $100 U.S. savings bond. For the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
This time of year, people everywhere are changing their antifreeze to Peak. Peak's patented formula offers maximum engine protection for about $1 less than the other guy. Peak, because now's the best time to change your antifreeze. And don't forget Peak RV and Marine antifreeze and Peak windshield wash.
Today's Speed World presentation is being brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. Las Vegas Motor Speedway, we're under yellow. Marty Reed along with Dorsey Schrader, Rick DeBrule, and Gary Gerald down the pits. Here's the reason why.
Riding on board with Forrest said right there. Look, 2 rows up. That is Mike Stefanik about down on the bottom. We talked about the wind. The car gets loose. Truck gets turned sideways right there. Everybody does a good job to miss it. I think that was probably a result of a gust of wind hitting the back of that car coming off of turn 4 there.
And that is Mike Stefanik now pulling off of pit lane after picking up some fresh rubber. And now NASCAR's decided, we thought we were going to go green this last time by, but now we will do one more lap. And now the 84 truck has pulled in. That is Randy Renfro. And I don't know exactly. Oh, they're putting a turn a wedge in, and they are going to send him back out.
Well, I tell you, this wind, they didn't get to do much. A bunch of practice this morning. A half-hour practice got cut short because of a blown motor and an accident. And because of that, these guys don't have much information on the way this racetrack's going to be. Plus, that was early this morning, and this is later in the afternoon.
Our championship coverage continues next week. The Busch Series will crown its champion. Of course, all Dale Earnhardt Jr. has to do is basically start, but it's still going to be a great race. 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. Then Sunday, November 22nd, we'll crown champions in the NASCAR Dash Series. That's noon on ESPN2. And at 7:30 Eastern time on the Deuce, the All-Pro Series. Ron Hornaday in 7th, and Gary Gerald's in his pits. Gary?
Interesting, in talking with the team and with Hornaday just as he got into the truck and got ready to accept the green flag. We were asking about race strategy and pressure, and he said it was a lot better now than it was 2 years ago, having been through and won a championship in '96, paying off. He just said, we are ready to go racing, but believe me, there's a lot of tension. Ready for green, I think, Marty.
And we're back underway, Gary, as Jack Sprague picks up right where he left off. There's Greg Biffle going around the 61 truck, which is a lap down. Blake is already 1 lap down here in that spin that he had a little bit earlier in the contact. One other finishing point as these guys continue to go around. The reason he was so nervous about that championship in '96, it's Dale Earnhardt getting in his ear and saying, it's all up to you, buddy.
Yeah, and Dale Earnhardt will be getting in his ear tonight, too. If he doesn't have a good day, I'll tell you that for sure, because championships mean it all to your sponsor, to the manufacturer, et cetera. So it's, he's taking it lightly, but I bet you his heart's pounding him.
On board with Mike Bliss, who is currently running in 3rd place, looking back at Greg Biffle. The interesting thing about Biffle, talking to him before the race this weekend, he has really fallen in love with the super speedway. And until this year, he never really drove them.
Yeah, and he's done a really good job. You know, although he has not yet won a race, he's leading candidate by 1 point in the Rookie of the Year battle and has had some really outstanding drives this season.
Getting a little high through 4. You wonder if that's the wind there?
Well, that's what they were talking about. They get a gust off the tail of 4 when they get in there. It hits them on the quarter panel, and it tends to loosen the truck versus get a thing pushing up the hill.
So right now we should update you. Ron Hornaday has moved into 6th place as you see the battle.
Well, the good news is it stopped raining. The bad news, we have a very wet racetrack, but as you can see, the track drawing operations have resumed here, and we still hope we can get this Napa 500 completed sometime this evening. We will continue to update you throughout the evening here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Right now, let's go back to Las Vegas and Marty Reed. Ricky Craven say when we talked to him earlier this afternoon that perhaps the drivers would be a little more cautious, at least at the start here, because they never have raced here at Atlanta under the lights. Of course, they have at Daytona and at Charlotte and Bristol, but this is a whole different racetrack.
It is a different racetrack, and even though it looks similar on paper to the Charlotte Motor Speedway, but we'll tell you that it takes a different setup here. The speeds are higher here, and it's just, as you say, it's different.
And you know, this is really strange, man. This is something. The first time that they ever run a lap under competition on a racetrack like this will be for over $2.25 million. And not only a $2.25 million purse, but so many things that are to be decided tonight. I mean, the 25th spot we talked about, Brett Bodine, who's going to finish 10th in the point standings, who's going to win a manufacturer's championship. Is it going to be a Ford? Is it going to be a Chevrolet? It's David Green who will be driving his Kodiak Chevrolet in 1999, making a pit stop.
So apparently the pit road was open. Bill Weber?
Yeah, David Green, if pit road was indeed open, that, you know, he came down there, and now he got his fuel, and he's going to be able to pick up some track position when the other guys come in.
And they're coming in right now, Bill.
Long line of cars down pit road. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
And we are being told now that it will be fuel only in the 88 pit, and likewise in many other pits, there will be probably fuel only, topping them off. And they signal it, and the 88 car is down and away. He has to weave his way back out in tight traffic on pit road as they jumble up.
And Dick Trickle is standing right in the middle of pit road and not able to move. Now, finally, he does get his car started again.
See what was happening since they didn't make a full pit stop. They were only in for a few laps, and you see some damage done to the back end of Dale Jarrett's car. They were only in there a few seconds.
He says the fender's in on the tire. I guess he's hit the left front fender as well, it looks like.
And see, they were trying to come out while the others in back end of the pack were trying to come in. That's what caused all of the confusion, or the congestion there.
Is that fender hit there? I thought I heard him say the fender's in on the tire, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, let's pit.
That's Todd Parrish saying, let's pit.
See if Gordon will tell me if it's okay. Get Gordon's spotter.
All right, this is what happened when they came in.
And here's what Ned's talking about. See, all these cars are sitting, getting fuel only, but look at all the cars that are coming down pit road. DJ gets ready to go, and boom.
23 car looks like slid sideways to try to get into his pit. He's backing up. Now let's ISO on Dale Jarrett as he pulled out.
And you know what? He ran into his teammate, Kenny Irwin, didn't he, Ned?
I think he did. I think they made contact. And
then Kevin LePage came along and hit him in the back.
Road's closed.
Pit road is closed. It's just too wet down there. Pit road's closed. Here comes a bunch of cars.
Yeah, I was going to say, if pit road is closed, then we got a lot of violators because there are about a half a dozen cars that have come in, including Wally Dallenbach and others.
Now, Dallenbach is a lap down, so they could not have come in until this time by because they couldn't pit when the leaders did.
Well, it could mean there is the pit entrance once again, and you see that
he's got the green flag in his left hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that red and yellow flag laying up on the wall there is the one that is the one that he puts out when the pit road is closed.
Chad Little is also in for a stop.
He's putting some tape on the grill. He might have some damage to the left front fender on his car as making some contact. Looks like they're working. They might be making a chassis adjustment, though.
Down to Jerry Punch.
A moment ago, there's Todd Parrott talking to Tommy Baldwin, who is the crew chief. Tommy Baldwin Jr., the crew chief for the 22 car of Ward Burton. They're going to have the 22 car. You hear Todd telling Dale Jarrett they're going to have Ward Burton take a look at the fenders on that car. The concern is not only the left front fender, but possibly the rear as well. If they were to pit, they would want to look at all of them, take a look at the tire and the wheel and also the fender. They're trying. DJ wants to have the spotters or another car on the racetrack look at it so he can stay on the racetrack and not lose that. That's why the 22 car has pulled down to where he is so he can look up across the racetrack at the left front fender on the 88 car.
It certainly isn't rubbing anything now, but that's not to say that it isn't going to rub.
Find the 24 spotter. Yeah, 24 said that when you was weaving back and forth that it looked all right. He said it's real close, but he said he didn't see nothing rubbing.
There is some pretty significant damage there on the right rear of the car.
And on the left front, right up in that area, is where the damage is. It is pushed in, but right now, as Benny said, it doesn't look like that it's rubbing the tire now. But once you go into a corner, and I don't know if it has any, would be enough damage to rub or not.
Down to Bill Weber and Steve Park's pit.
Yeah, they've just finished working on the right front of that car. Apparently contact between Steve Park and Bill Elliott in the congestion to get off of pit road a few moments ago. So Park makes a visit back. They pull the sheet metal away, send him back out on the track.
The leader of the race is Brett Bodine. Once again, he chose not to pit and is at the front of the field right now with David Green, who pitted just a few minutes ago, in second position. Gary Bradbury there is not on the lead lap, or is at the tail end of the lead lap. Back in a moment.
So obviously they waved off at 10 to go, huh? Yeah. That's a really good point.
Then it's fair to one as it was the other. If they, just let them all say, okay, come in and top off, clean the windshields, and do those things. And
Time to go, huh? Well, all I can say is, here these cars are making pit stops. All these are coming in the pits. Does that help you any? Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
What a mess.
They're pretty comfortable with the left front. Their concern right now, though, may be the right rear when it goes in the corner and the chassis sits down. That's what they're a little bit concerned about, is looking at that right rear. They're having spotters, a couple different spotters look at it with binoculars, but they won't know until he's under speed and goes in and the car settles. So I guess they'll find out when we do.
Okay. still have not gone green here. 79 laps have been completed. We understand we will get the green flag in 3 more laps. But boy, we sure did have some confusion as the cars came in to top off just a few minutes ago. Here's the replay of what happened.
And all the cars on the right side are making their pit stops. All the cars on the left side are coming in to make pit stops. And when they start going out and coming in at the same time, you got problems. And we can see just about 5 or 6 of them all jammed up at one place. And now we see Bill Elliott has to go around all these guys and try to get into his pits. Now watch Steve Park. He's trying to leave as Bill Elliott is trying to come in.
And there they make contact.
Bill Weber.
Yeah, Bob, the one crew says that Steve Park would not have made it more than 2 laps if he hadn't come back in. They came back in, pulled that sheet metal away, and that probably saved him, because 2 laps under green, that tire would have been gone. He would have been in the wall, and he's done that here before.
Yeah, we don't want to see that scenario replayed. Did lose track position back to 38th. Well, Dale Jarrett has significant damage on the right rear of that car, and we believe he's okay on the right front, the left front, but look at the damage here on the right rear.
Well, here's some pretty doggone good contact back on the right rear. Now, whether or not it's rubbing, that fender is rubbing that tire, that's what we don't know.
We ISO'd Dale as he was pulling out of the pits, and this is how all the damage occurred.
Kenny Irwin's coming out, and looks like they might have made contact there.
And the 16 car, Kevin LePage, is actually who ran into him in the rear.
See, Kenny Irwin just had to stop right there until that all got sorted out.
There is the damage as Dale lines up in the 5th position.
I expect that it will affect the handling more than anything else. It could rub, but it also could affect the handling of that car. And boy, it looked like it was perfect before this happened.
Seems like that Mark Martin had some damage on his car yesterday in the Busch race.
Almost exactly the same way. It had a mix-up over in the second corner, and Dick Trickle ran in the back of Mark Martin's car, and as a matter of fact, ran into him hard enough that it ruined the radiator in Trickle's car and put him out of the race. And Martin went on to win the race. So maybe this was a good omen for DJ Ned.
Well, time will tell, won't it?
Yep. So Jarrett lines up 5th. Joe Nemechek is 6th. Then Mark Martin is 7th, followed by Jeff Burton, Kenny Irwin, and Bobby Labonte, who, by the way, is going for 3 consecutive wins here at this facility. He is the only driver to win on the racetrack in its current configuration. We anticipate maybe 1 to go. They told him 3 to go 2 laps ago, but I'm not sure they're going to get it. Nope, it looks like the yellow is going to remain out. They still have to get a little bit of moisture up out of parts of this racetrack before turning him loose at high speed. So we'll take another break and be back with more. We're live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the Napa 500 has only completed 81 laps. Okay, that's voice on tape, right? Wait a minute now. This isn't it. This is Winston Cup. We don't want this. We want Busch. Please stand by. I'm not sure this day is ever going to end, you know? I think.
Well, at 12 o'clock it will.
Well.
And we'll start tomorrow. And we'll start tomorrow.
Yeah. I think I would have rather seen BJ come in and take that chance on the track position. But who am I to make calls?
An impressive impressive drive for title contender Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started from the 6th position. Riding along with Mark Martin, who is 7th right now as the field prepares to get the green flag. We talked about him winning yesterday's Busch Series race here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's show you the highlights. Remember, the Busch Series title battle now goes to Homestead next weekend. Let's take a look at the Steel 300 from yesterday. An impressive drive for title contender Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started from the 6th position. There were obstacles along the way, as there always are at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Even the pole sitter Dick Trickle was a victim. But Mark Martin was the best of all, passing Earnhardt and going on to win the race. The son of the 7-time champion finished 2nd. Mark recorded his 2nd victory of 1998. And so Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth will decide the title next weekend. And ESPN will be there live for the Jiffy Lube Miami 300 at 1 o'clock Eastern Time.
And I tell you what, Mark Martin won the race, but everyone in motorsports has to be impressed with the job that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has done in 1998. Rookie season, basically rookie season, comes in, wins 7 races, and leading the points. Considerable point lead going to Miami.
He has had a great year. Displayed a lot of talent, and he matured as the year went on, and had a great race car, and certainly has driven it well.
I remember doing an interview with him when I was down in the garage area during our Daytona coverage this past February, and thinking about how I knew that he had a great deal of talent. Just needed a little bit of polishing on the interviews and his public appearance, and he has done that this year.
Oh yes, he has. He has rounded his whole package this year, not only in race car driving, but as you said, in front of the camera, in front of people.
Jerry Punch has more, Doc.
And when you consider how far the young man has come, remember in Daytona, he started the year upside down in that car number 3, finishing 37th in his very first Busch start of the season. And for him to come this far, to be able to clinch that championship next week or next Sunday at Homestead, is absolutely remarkable. His dad, Earnhardt Sr., had planned to be away for a few days and get some rest. He said, there's no way I'm going to miss that. I'm going to be right there in Homestead. My son wins that title, and it's going to be hard not to be emotional. I can't wait.
Well, folks, the jet dryers have left the racetrack. And if I'm not mistaken, the signal was given to these cars 2 more laps. We see them, cars weaving back and forth, obviously getting ready for the green. And we see a bunch of cars, fuel only.
Top those tanks off. Let them run just a few more laps. Dick Trickle coming in the Heilig-Myers car.
Here comes Kyle Petty pulling out after a top off. That's Kenny Wallace at the top of your screen, also getting a top off of fuel before we get going.
And cleaning the windshield.
Kenny Wallace is a lap down. His car was not handling at all. In fact, he changed a couple springs on that car during the caution laps that were run between the rains. And so he's hoping to get that car to driving better. He's trying to get a little fuel mileage here as well.
So we see what we got. And 4.
You know, I just wonder, we saw him cleaning the windshield. I just wonder, you know, these drivers now put a cellophane over the windshield, a tear-off cellophane on the windshield. When it gets dirty, they just pull it off so to increase their visibility. I wonder if any of them were tinted because of racing in on the daytime and driving into turn 3. But as we look through Rusty and Bobby Labonte's windshield, they look pretty clear.
No evidence of any tinting there.
No. And maybe since it was an overcast day when we started, predicted to be an overcast day, they wouldn't have put tinted on there anyway.
Yeah. All right, 1 to go.
Oh, let's hope so. All right, more cars making pit stops. David Green is on pit road. Here comes Darrell Waltrip to top off.
And David Green, once again, was running about second spot or something.
You know, he pitted early. He was the first one to pit, and he's being held there until the field goes by, and he'll have to go by at the tail end of the field. But he had come in, but I believe that he came in before pit road was open, and he'd had to go the longest end of the line anyway.
I see.
There's Wally Dallenbach at the bottom of the screen, also pulling out, falling in behind Dave Marcus. Well, the lights on top the pace car are out. That is a welcome sign.
There's the 9 car. He is also a lap down. Gary Bradbury is technically on the lead lap. The 78 car up there, he's tailed into the lead lap. He didn't make pit stops, and so he's on the lead lap, and the 9 car is a lap down, so he can pull up on the inside. So now he's back on the tail end of the lead lap.
The leader is Brett Bodine, and he's now led the second highest number of laps here today. Dale Jarrett has led 58. Brett Bodine, when he comes down, will lead lap number 12. The crowd goes wild, and at about 20 minutes till 10 o'clock Eastern Time, the green is back out at Atlanta.
Oh, Jeff Bodine is slow on the restart. Brett Bodine there we see these 2 cars that are trying to get their laps back. Brett Bodine trying to stay in front of Jeff Gordon, but look at Gordon come through the middle of this corner.
Boy, he's closing in quickly and will take the opportunity to make a pass coming off quarter number 4, and Jeff Gordon will lead lap number 87.
Here comes Ward Burton. Now Brett Bodine is hung on the outside and is going to have trouble getting back on the inside.
Ward Burton comes to second. Here comes Dale Jarrett. Joe Nemechek trying to also get around Brett Bodine.
Don't see any smoke from Jarrett's car there, so apparently it's not rubbing as it goes into the corners. That was a concern of his crew and everybody.
Now Mark Martin alongside Brett Bodine as they hustle down into turns 1 and 2. Brett Bodine wants very much to finish 25th in the point standings, because 25th in the standings is the final bonus paying position, $35,000. Coming into this race, he is 26th in points.
And that $35,000 is the bonus that Winston pays, and then there are some other NASCAR driver point funds as well.
So Jeff Gordon now begins to put some distance between himself and Ward Burton.
Still has the 2 lap cars directly in front of him. The cars of Gary Bradbury and Jerry Nadeau.
Those cars have been running pretty good, didn't it, to stay out there as many laps as they have since the green flag dropped. We were hoping that maybe there'd be a caution for one reason or another, but now Nadeau goes a lap down.
Side-by-side battle here. Brett Bodine continues to lose positions as Dale Earnhardt now picks up his spot, and Jeff Bodine appears to be okay now, BP.
Evidently he missed a shift or the engine
95.
Missed or something. Look at him go by Earnhardt.
How about that? John has an update on Jeff.
It's like Seinfeld. It's an update about nothing. He didn't tell his crew anything. The only thing that they can figure is he must have missed a shift, or who knows, maybe the carburetor wasn't cleared out, and whenever he hit the gas, stood on it, it just kind of burbled a little bit. But they're not quite sure what happened, but it looks like he's back up to speed and okay right now.
And he is in the 15th position.
And trying to chase down his younger brother, Todd Bodine. Todd in the 91 car. Oh, Earnhardt's car is starting to push. Starting to get tight off the corner. You see, can't keep that car on that white line.
And that would be the concern at night racing, that the cars would get tighter. It's much, much cooler, even though it was overcast during the day. It's still much cooler, and they were concerned that they might be tighter here at night.
There comes Joe Nemechek as he puts a lap on the 9 car of Jerry Nadeau, and along comes Mark Martin also.
Pole sitter Kenny Irwin is behind this group. Joe Nemechek looks back. He sees Jeff Burton getting closer and closer.
Again, Gary Bradbury, who, by the way, was the fastest second-round qualifier here this weekend, is now a lap down. There is Jeff Burton's statistics. Started in 35th position and already is up to 5th.
How many times have we seen that?
Really?
Qualified back in the field, and yet not too far into the race, he's up to 5th. Some of that was as a result of pit stops, but he's also passed a lot of race cars.
Yep.
And if you're concerned about the racetrack, are they running up top speed or whatever in the last lap? Jeff Gordon, 185 miles per hour. I'd say they're up to top speed.
On board with Mark Martin running in 6th position. That's Jeff Burton and Joe Nemechek up ahead.
Ward Burton beginning to close in a little bit on Gordon now as we see John Andretti in car number 43 trying to move into top 10 in point standings.
And we saw just a few minutes ago in a Napa field summary how at the moment he has gone into the 10th position in the point standings. And if he should finish there at the end of this race, he will make his appearance on the stage at the Waldorf Astoria. Checking the speeds at the line.
Well, Dale Jarrett was the quickest car that time.
The 4 car of Bobby Hamilton is 10th in point standings going into this race, and there he is coming up to challenge John Andretti along with Kevin LePage.
And doing it on the outside.
Wow. Wow, Bobby Hamilton has been very confident in his car. All of his interviews has said that he has a very good race car, and I can see why he was so pumped up on his race cars. He goes by John Andretti on the outside.
There's the point difference between the two of them right now, with Hamilton 12 and to make that 24 now ahead of Andretti because it just updated. He has moved back up into 10th position in the point standings. Bobby Hamilton has. All the laps and the miles that are run during the entire Winston Cup season, and it comes down to the final race. And that's how the points positions can change even this late in the program. Andretti continues to lose spots.
Yeah, I don't know if his car maybe is tight, or it doesn't look like that it's handling the way that he needs for it to. He's staying down on the inside, but those cars going by him on the outside.
Back to 23rd position. Here is Todd Bodine driving the 91 car this weekend, and he is battling with another guy who wants to get into the top 10 in the point standings. Ken Schrader could also do it. He comes into this race 12th in the standings. He's running back in the 13th spot. And is hung on the outside, and Jeff Bodine comes up to make the challenge.
And Dale Earnhardt.
Great racing back in the pack for single file up front. This is good racing.
There are the speeds as Ward Burton had the fastest lap last time around at 184.6 miles an hour compared to Jeff's 184.1.
Chad Little, the 97 John Deere car. There's a Tide Ride, Ricky Rudd. First Plus Financial, that's Ted Musgrave. And the Halleck Myers car, Dick Trickle. Where's that, Bob?
29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd.
Now Musgrave had started in 25th position, had worked his way up to about 12th to 13th before the rain came, and then they made some adjustments on his car, said they spent a little more time in the pits than maybe they should have, so he's pretty far back in the field, but now trying to come back up through there.
On board with Steve Hart. He's in 34th position. Irwin now being passed by Bobby Labonte. So Labonte is in 7th, and Kenny is back to 8th. Irwin was the pole sitter of this event. And here's Jeremy Mayfield also taking the spot away from Kenny.
So he'll move into the 8th spot.
Park. And
Musgrave.
Yep.
Takes over a spot. Back in 33rd. Musgrave's car is working very well down on the inside. He's driving the number 13. Couldn't quite make that pass.
And apparently he's going to sign a deal with a 75 car to drive it for 1999.
And there's Dave Marcus right behind Musgrave. He's having a good run.
Still 38 cars on the lead lap. Now, Mark Martin closes in on Joe Nemechek for the 5th spot.
Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon is still leading the race. Ward Burton is 2nd. Dale Jarrett's 3rd.
About a half-second advantage on Ward.
And these fellows are 4 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon.
Only Gordon and Martin were assured of their finishing position in the point standings going into today's race. Jeff Gordon has led 20 laps now. He is leading his 26th race of 1998 as he wins his 3rd NASCAR Winston Cup championship. He has led in all but 7 events and adds to his total laps led in 1998 of 1,604. We add 21 to that, so he's 1,625 at the moment. Number of laps led during his championship season of 1998. Here are the top 10 as we have completed 106 of 325 laps. Boy, Ward's making a charge, isn't he?
He dropped back for a little bit, but he's coming back again now. 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Okay, 10. The interval between 1st and 2nd. Jeff Gordon enjoys a 65/100ths of a second lead on Ward Burton. It was a lot more than that a few laps ago. Ward is definitely closing in on Jeff, or at least has cut the interval somewhat.
Last lap, Jeff Gordon was a little bit quicker, about 1 mile per hour quicker, but you're right, it looks like Ward is gaining. I don't quite understand that. We see DJ going by. He's in the 3rd spot.
I think what happened that Ward Burton passed the lap car that lap before then when there was a mile-an-hour difference in their speed.
And you can see that Mark Martin has passed Joe Nemechek, and so Mark Martin, the 5th place runner, and Nemechek 6th. And we hold for the 7th place car of Bobby Labonte.
Has won the last 2 races here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. As a matter of fact, there's only been 2 races under the reconfigured racetrack. He's won them all.
And has won 3 out of the last 4. And Bobby Hamilton, Terry Labonte, and Ken Schrader are having a good battle out there. Here comes Bobby to the inside of Terry.
Trying to take over 13th. And there's Ken Schrader coming into the picture. In the car number 33, the green car.
Man, that Hamilton was back racing for 25th just a lap. It seems like a few laps ago.
He's good. He's been saying. Yesterday he said he was good. Before the race started today, he said he was going to be good.
Guess what? He is.
Sure is. Darrell Waltrip has made a pit stop.
See Dale Earnhardt there also coming up, closing in on Ken Schrader.
4 Chevrolets racing hard there. Rusty Wallace in the Ford right behind them.
And make it a 5-car battle as the 2-car of Rusty Wallace will come up. Now look at Dale Earnhardt go to the inside of Ken Schrader in the battle for 15th.
Well, Earnhardt hangs that left front wheel right down on that white line, doesn't he?
Well, he sure does. Look like he's got a pretty good race car here tonight.
Schrader getting that room to race.
Dale Earnhardt would like to end the 98 season the way he began it, with a win. His victory at the Daytona 500 in February, without question, one of the highlights of the 50th anniversary season of NASCAR.
Now, Rusty said, okay, Dale doesn't look like you're going to be able to pass down there. I'll just try to pass you on the outside, and he does it. And that's unusual to see Rusty, because he, like Earnhardt, normally they like to run right at the bottom of the racetrack.
Just hang that left front on the white line and just follow it around, but Rusty going high right now. Now he dips down to the bottom of the racetrack. Trying to get by Kenny Schrader. That's what he was doing with that left front hooked on the white line. Can he make the pass? Let's see if he can go through the corner any better than Earnhardt. Looks like he can.
He was able to get on the gas a little bit earlier than Earnhardt was able to when he was down under him. And as a result, comes off the turn, a good rate of speed, makes the pass.
And moves into 15th.
There's Bobby Hamilton, who has separated himself a little bit from Terry Labonte.
Rusty Wallace about 15 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon, which is about a half lap.
Again, that's David Green in the 41 car, who is not on the lead lap. He's 1 lap down in 38th spot. There's Jeff Gordon. Make his lap leading total now 33. And the interval has grown once again. For a while there, Ward Burton was within about a half a second, but now it's a second and a half, a little over a second and a half. So Jeff Gordon is enjoying that much of an advantage over Ward Burton. Back in 3rd position is Dale Jarrett.
We're talking about a battle between Jeff Burton and his teammate Mark Martin. There, meanwhile, is a battle for the 7th spot between Bobby Hamilton, the 18, and Jeremy Mayfield, the 12.
Bobby Labonte, who still gives Interstate Batteries number 18 Pontiac.
There is Ricky Craven along with Dick Trickle, John Andretti, Steve Park. All these back in 29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd. John Andretti there at the front of the line. One of 4 drivers who have not used provisionals to get into the starting lineups of NASCAR Winston Cup races in 98. Before he came close this weekend, he was the slowest qualifier, started 36th.
9,000th of a second, I think it was, faster than Rick Mast.
battle here. Again, that's Ricky Craven, who's substituting again this weekend for Ernie Irvin.
That's the 36, the Skittles Pontiac down on the inside, being passed by Park on the outside. Here goes Ted Musgrave trying to make a pass on the outside as well.
We understand that they're going to throw a caution in a few laps, allowing the drivers to come in and check their tire wear. And that is a good idea given the conditions that we have right now.
Yeah, I really think that is a great idea because it's a green racetrack. They're running at night, something they've never done before. And these tires are such an unknown.
Be smooth there. NASCAR's going to give us a mandatory caution here in 3 laps.
So they need to stay out there and stay in front of Jeff Gordon. You know, they're only about 3 or 4 seconds in front of Gordon right now.
Still inside.
Yeah, just need to be careful.
Another one coming inside.
Yeah, back off and let him go, Dick. That's not his nature. He likes to race. Park trying to move around the John Andretti car. Steve Park in the Pinball number 1 Chevrolet. He makes that pass.
Moves to 29th. And there is the interval from that pack that we were following back to the leader, Jeff Gordon.
Now, Kyle Petty's the next car in front of him. Kyle's looking up in his mirror and said, boy, I want that caution to come out here pretty quick.
And look who is caught. Bobby Labonte and Kenny Irwin. Todd Bodine in the 91 car. Little Joe Falk's car.
Underfunded, no sponsorship, but Todd has given that car a good ride here this afternoon. And there is Bobby Hamilton, who continues to march to the front. He's now in 11th position. Here is Bobby Labonte coming up on the lap car of Kenny Wallace. Hamilton trying to secure his 10th position in the point standings, and the caution is waving. The mandatory caution is out here. It's going to slow down the drivers and allow them to come in and check the tire wear.
And Kyle Petty was able to stay on the lead lap. Kyle is running in 36th position. So there will be 36 cars on the lead lap.
What a great idea.
Yeah, I applaud NASCAR for doing this, since there are so many unknowns.
And plus, running at night, you know, there's just no way to set these cars up because they haven't done this before. It also, not only can they change the tires, they can make some adjustments and try to make these cars a little bit better.
Sure.
Of course, hopefully Jeff Gordon will not make his car any better. It's what they're saying.
If for some reason you're tuning in right now, just a few minutes past 10 o'clock, and maybe expecting to see a replay of what happened earlier today, folks, we are live at Atlanta Motor Speedway because of numerous rain problems that we have had. But NASCAR has decided to try to get this race in because we do have lights rather than coming back tomorrow. And the mandatory caution will allow the drivers to come in now at lap 129.
And here they come.
And they have that flag lighted now, BP.
Yeah, they pulled a truck up there. See the truck up there with his headlights on, with his signing on the flagman. Good idea. Jerry Punch.
We would expect to see a lot of track bar adjusting going on. The 22 car comes in his pit. Ward Burton, they will make a track bar adjustment. He was very, very tight coming off. That's what Tommy Baldwin has called for. Let's check in the Gordon pit with Bill.
Gordon is here, no problem so far, and no changes are expected. Jeff Gordon's car is very, very good. The pit stall in front of him belongs to Wally Dollenbach. He is not a lead lap car. Easy in, easy out for the 24 car. He should lead him off pit road. He's on his way.
Look at Joe Nemechek coming down through there. Is he going to beat Jeff Burton? No, I think Burton is going to be the guy.
Race to the line. I think Jeff Burton won it, but Joe Nemechek's crew certainly had a good pit stop, and it'll put him third. Hectic activity. Let's isolate on Dale Jarrett to see what, if anything, they did to look at the damage that was caused in his last pit stop.
Nope.
Got some trouble with the right front tire changer.
Yep.
Pulling on the fender there as much as he could. That was about a 21.5-second pit stop. Cost him a few positions. Only 2.
But Jeff Gordon was able to lead everybody off of pit road, and he continues to be the leader of this race. Under caution, 130 of 325 laps completed at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
They gave the knee check, didn't they?
Well, yeah. Whoa.
The guy about staggered it in front of him, didn't he?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Wonder if he might have run out of gas.
Sure looks
So
like
he didn't make a pit stop.
Yeah, they got the ether there in his hand. 18's back in. Wow.
Going under the hood.
Wow. This is big.
Get on to 18. Get on to 18.
18 on pit road. 18.
Put up.
Put up. So you can see.
Like he's lost some.
Pedal.
Spark plug shield on.
That's flashlight, I think. In one more lap, we will resume competition here in the Napa 500. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Big development here during the commercial break. The 18 car of Bobby Labonte, the defending winner of this race a year ago, came on the pit road. He said he thought he had lost the cylinder. The car wasn't running. It didn't sound right. They went beneath the hood. Mark Cronquist, the engine builder, looked and looked. They checked the plug. They checked the timing. And Mark came across the wall and said, we don't see anything. But Bobby thinks that he's lost the cylinder. We're going to have to wait and see when we go back to green if it comes back up to power. Let's check in with Bill.
Outstanding pit stop for Jeff Burton. He's now currently posted in second place. His car was getting tighter and tighter, although it was just a small change in the chassis. They made a minor air pressure adjustment and sent him back out. One reason that mandatory caution came out, not necessarily for the crews, maybe for the cars. There's some speculation down here that NASCAR really felt the pit road was too wet for green flag pit stops, and that's why they put out the caution so guys could come in under a controlled situation and get back out and eliminate any problems. John Kernan.
Great pit stop for Terry Labonte. His crew picking up several spots here on pit road. The car was tight. They took a round to wedge out, adjusted the tire pressure. He also had a radio with the battery going down. They gave him a new radio, but that one doesn't work, so now he's still got a second radio with the battery low.
Back to racing on lap 134. It's Gordon, Burton, Nemechek, Martin, and Jarrett. And again, this mandatory pit stop, I think, was a great thing because there is an element of safety that you have to think about on pit road.
Also, Sterling Marlin, the 40 car, made 2 pit stops in the Coors Light Chevrolet for some reason, and he's back in 34th spot right now. Meanwhile, Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Chevrolet, looks back at Jimmy Spencer, and Spencer just closes in right on the back bumper. Here comes Terry Labonte.
This is back in 11th, 12th, and 13th position. There's Terry Labonte taking 12th from Jimmy Spencer.
Jeff Green, the money store car, down on the bottom of the racetrack. He is a lap down. Actually, 3 laps down.
And the 18 car of Bobby Labonte is going behind the wall. The defending champion, 2-time, 3-time champion of this event, and the winner of the last 2 is behind the wall.
And here comes Bobby Hamilton and Terry Labonte side by side. Hamilton trying once again to work toward the front. Man, he's got a great race car. I'm talking about the yellow, number 4.
And a great battle for the 5th position as Rusty Wallace wants it from Mark Martin. Wallace on the high side.
Well, 2 laps ago, Dale Jarrett and Rusty Wallace went by Mark Martin. Now Mark Martin is trying to pass Rusty back for the position.
I'll tell you what, these looks like these spoiler changes that NASCAR implemented for this race is working, because I don't think we've seen, since Atlanta was reconfigured, we haven't seen racing this good.
That's a very good point. NASCAR, before this race, basically added 1.5 inches to the spoilers and got rid of 1.5 inches clearance in the front end, and they're 3 wide. Oh, almost 4 wide.
Morgan Shepherd in the A car, the Cibola Brothers car, just flies by those guys.
Well, if there's ever any question of whether they can race in Atlanta and the spoiler rules, whether they're working or not, I think we're seeing some effect of it right now, because they are doing some great racing.
Jump on board with Bill Elliott here.
As he tries to close in on the back of the 97 car. And we got an engine looks like going bad in Sterling Marlin's car.
And the caution is out.
Maybe these red flag conditions could have damaged the engine in the 40 car.
There was concern among the engine builders. Steve Allen had told us earlier that those were the people who were nervous about the red flag situation. Those cars sitting down there on pit road for so long were the engine builders.
And another guy who has problems is Bobby Labonte, John Kernan.
And Bobby is back in the garage area. Bobby, a blown cylinder, what's wrong?
I'm not sure. A lot of stuff went through it right there at the end. But it probably started off at the top end and went all the way to the bottom, I'm afraid. But we'll look at it and see if we can get it going and see if we can go out there and make some laps, because we could lose 6 to 7 points here. So we got a hard night in front of us here.
They've got a lot of work ahead of them, and like he said, he wants to get out there and get every point that he can in order to stay up in the points. But he's won the last 2 races here, 3 of the last 4, but he will not make it 3 in a row or 4 of the last 5.
Right now, it drops him to 7th in the point standings. Bobby Labonte has had 2 victories in 1998. They came here in Atlanta earlier in the year and at Talladega. Apparently, we do have some oil on the racetrack, so that's going to send out the track crew to get it up from the racing surface. And so we'll be under caution here for a few minutes. There's Jack Roush as he watches his contingent race here tonight. Jeff Burton is currently 2nd to the leader of the race, Jeff Gordon, as 140 laps are in the books.
Is that Hamilton? Wow. He loves to fight himself out of the hole, doesn't he?
How many laps did they run now? Since not that many.
What was the last caution, Lynn? 129. So they probably pitted on 130, 10 laps.
I guess he's found out how easy it is to pass. Easier than he thought, so why not? Could be a good move. Who knows?
Tell those people, Bob, they just got in from prayer meeting that this is a live race.
At least we were. What are we, 22 away from halfway?
What a sit was, 163.
You're right.
Yeah, well, if you come a monsoon right now, they'd run out of caution flags. The 22 left.
Yeah. 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 Huh. Yeah. Right, right. Okay. Back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway as the Napa 500 is under caution with 142 laps completed. On board with
Mike Skinner, Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace.
And there is Steve Park, whose teammate Ron Hornaday won the Craftsman Truck Series Championship earlier in Las Vegas. The Pennzoil Copter Cam continues to hover overhead. You know, one reason, there are many reasons why NASCAR has tried very hard to get this race in today. This system really wasn't supposed to occur today. I mean, the weather forecast was for about a 20% chance of rain today. So apparently it is a system that's going to hang around, and the weather forecast for tomorrow is also very bad. So that's one of the reasons why they're trying desperately to get this event in.
And one other reason, you know, the people that work at this racetrack, the concession people, the folks that park the cars, they do this on the weekend. It's a part-time job. They've got to go to work tomorrow. So when you come back here tomorrow, would be really, truly, would be a very confusing thing.
Same thing for the fans who are here.
Yeah.
John Kernan is with Sterling Marlin.
Sterling has gotten out of his car. What happened?
Looks like we lost the engine in the Coors Chevy. It was the first time this year. The motor boys have done a great job, and that motor was fly. We just wasn't handling real good. We tried a different type of chassis tonight, and didn't really work the way we wanted. The car would get real tight after 10 laps, and we kept adjusting on it, and I don't know, just lost something going down the back straightaway. Like I said, the bottom end wasn't the top end. It hits all the pieces, but it's been a good year for us. Come from way back in the points, and proud of all the guys, and proud of Coors, and look forward to next year.
Sterling Marlin is out of the race. He's 13th in the points right now, but he has a pretty good 129-point cushion over Jimmy Spencer, who's 14th. Back upstairs.
The only driver in the top 40 in point standings who did not have a DNF coming into this race was Sterling Marlin. He now has one, and so everybody has had at least one in 98. We're back to racing.
Takes the spot away, and Burton is slow off the corner.
He really came off the turn too slow, then he went very high, as if maybe he has a tire going down, or at least I'm sure he felt like that he had a tire going down.
Now look at that. Jeremy Mayfield just drive up on the outside of Mark Martin and go, hey, here comes Todd Bodine. Well, I tell you what, if you back off the gas here, it's almost like a restrictor plate race. They just go by you like you're tied.
They really do.
Todd Bodine working the high side of the racetrack.
And of course, it jumbles the field up as well when that happens.
And Nemechek and Dale Jarrett running second and third. That 81 car is Wallace, and he's not on the lead lap, but Ward Burton is right there also, along with Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, Ward came out of the pits in about 8th place or something during that last caution, and he caught back up to them. Back up to 4th place now. Gordon got himself a pretty good jump there while they were scrambling around with the lap traffic. The others. Won't be able to get you in a few laps. Joe Nemechek's spotter or his radio, somebody talking to him.
Well, that 4-car of Bobby Hamilton, which has been so strong on the racetrack, finds himself now back in 27th. Jerry Punch has a report.
During the caution flag, Hamilton made a pit stop. He called Charlie Presley at Cruz. He said, I think I've got a tire going down. It just doesn't feel right. We cannot take a chance. We need to finish 10th in the points. We are battling the 43. They came down, made a 4-tire change. The good mark was once they came down, the 43 of Andretti followed them down pit road. He also changed 4 tires. So both those cars now have 12 or 13 laps over their other cars in the field if it stays green to stay out.
Here's a Napa field summary with the points position. Let's see if Hamilton did maintain or is maintaining that 10th position in the point standings right now. The top 5 stay the same. Yep, Hamilton is still in 10th, but look, Jeremy Mayfield moves up into 6th. Bobby Labonte down to 7th in the standings.
Our pole sitter, Kenny Irwin, is losing some spots. The Texaco Havoline Ford Taurus. See Johnny Benson trying to go by on the outside.
You saw that Ernie Irvin will lose positions because he is sitting out this race.
And Kenny Irwin still losing positions. Car's going by him on the outside. He's driving the Texaco Ford number 28. Apparently his car not handling the way his block for it to, and so he's trying to ride it out.
And Jimmy Spencer and Dale Earnhardt are battling side by side. Here is the 8th car of Morgan Shepherd and Kenny Schrader also.
That's the Stavola Brothers car, the number 8 that Morgan Shepherd's driving. Morgan hasn't driven much this year. He loves this racetrack. 3 of his 4 wins have come here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. The Stavola Brothers haven't raced in a good while, so it's good to see them back in here and competitive.
Jeff Gordon, who has a little more than a 3/4 second lead. Now make that over a second lead, about 1.1 seconds over Joe Nemechek and Dale Jarrett. And Ward Burton has gotten around Jeff Burton.
Well, actually, Jeff is catching back up to him. Remember, he got shuffled way back there. Was coming off of turn 2 and lost a lot of positions. And now Jeff has passed Rusty Wallace back and has caught his brother, Ward. And looking for that position. Ward is running in the 4th position in the Pontiac number 22, the silver and green car. Word was that he just, well, we saw him come off of turn 2 and he got high, and then the traffic really got jumbled up and he just had to back off of it to get himself straightened out. And so that is where he lost his time. He was running in 2nd position. Another battle back here is the 3 of Dale Earnhardt and the 33 of Kenny Schrader, and the 23, all them 3s there racing each other, the 23 of Jimmy Spencer.
And Spencer is running out of high line.
Might cost him here, though, because it looks like Dale Earnhardt, yeah, he does. He just goes right on by.
Watch Spencer go in the corner, right to the top, right to the edge of the gray stuff. Here's Jeff Bodine. Jeff Bodine is having a great run. Chad Little also joining the group. Jeff Bodine in 15th, Chad Little in 16th. Earnhardt now is in 12th spot.
And here once again is Burton and Burton. Ward and Jeff battling it out. One championship that will be decided here this afternoon is the Manufacturers Championship. Ford and Chevy come in one of the tightest duels ever in the battle for the Manufacturers Championship. Now Morgan Shepherd to the inside of Jimmy Spencer.
Spencer content to run that high line. Maybe that's where his car wants to run. So he just drives right there and gives the inside to anybody that wants to come up and challenge him. Morgan Shepherd challenges him and wins.
Talk about that Manufacturers Championship. Going into this race, the Chevrolet division had a 2-point lead over Ford. And if Ford wins the race, they will win the championship. If Chevrolet wins, they'll win the championship.
Kodak car of Bobby Hamilton is on the move once again after some pit stops that put him in the back of the field. And Jerry has an update on the problem that's being experienced by Kenny Irwin.
Well, Bob Irwin now has slid all the way back to 20th position. I just asked Doug Yates a moment ago what the problem was, that we cannot get the car to go into the corner. The car has a bad push entering the corner, goes up across the racetrack. He can't drive it in. He's having to back off. And at this racetrack at these speeds, that's killing us.
And he's now receiving a challenge from Bill Elliott for that 20th spot.
And back up near the front, there's Jeff Gordon, of course, still leading with a comfortable lead, but Jeff Burton has gotten around Ward Burton now and taken over the 4th position.
So it's Nemechek in 2nd, Dale Jarrett in 3rd, and Jeff Burton now in the 4th position with Ward in the 5th spot. We are very close to the halfway point of this race. The laps continue to click off, and Jeff Gordon right now has led 73 circuits. The next highest would be Dale Jarrett, who has led 58. We have had 7 leaders and 9 lead changes so far in the first 158 laps of this event. We'll be right back. Yep. Yes.
It's not as good as it was, but it's okay is a good way to put it. Backed off and let the 99 go.
He does, doesn't he? He's already backed up to 14. 13.
Reached the halfway point. Jeff Gordon is the leader, but the man on the move is Jeff Burton, who pulls alongside Joe Nemechek and challenges him for 2nd, and Burton moves to 2nd position. With Gordon leading at the halfway mark, 11 drivers in the first 32 races leading at the halfway point went on to victory. Here's 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Rusty Wallace in 7th in the blue number 2. His teammate Jeremy Mayfield trying to take 7th away. He moves down on the inside. You can see those cars are painted almost identical with 2 different sponsors. Miller on Rusty and Mobile on the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield. And there's Todd Bodine just waiting to see which one of them he should follow.
With no sponsorship.
Yeah.
That's just incredible. I mean, you look at that picture and what's wrong with this picture? And it's obvious that what's wrong with the picture is that 91 car keeping up with these 2 heavily financed cars with no riding on it whatsoever.
There's a battle for 3rd in the point standings. Rusty Wallace could take over 3rd position with a good finish here, and Jarrett a bad finish. Right now the difference is 65, with Dale hanging on to 3rd in the point standings.
And Mike Skinner is following this group. He's back in the 10th spot. There he is, the low Chevrolet. Good run going tonight.
Morgan still hasn't figured out which one of those cars that he's seeing double when he looks up there in front of him, which one he needs to follow. Now he's decided maybe better follow Rusty.
Wow, Jeremy Mason is clear from the outside of Jeremy to top of the 9. And so does Skinner.
I think they figured that they were losing time. They're running side by side with each other. That was not good strategy on their part. And so they said, let's get a single file here. We'd do better.
There's the interval between first and second is a little over 2 seconds. Nemechek comes along in the 3rd spot. And right behind him is Dale Jarrett.
Now the 5th place car will be Ward Burton in car number 22. And there he has Mark Martin right on his bumper, 56. Mark looks to the outside. That doesn't work.
Here again is a Napa field summary as we continue to watch the Manufacturers Championship with Jeff Gordon leading in a Chevy. They have the advantage at the moment. Jeff Burton has the best Ford at the moment. And of course, Gordon has the lead in a Chevy with Chevy running 1st, 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 10th.
The fastest lap last lap was turned in by Joe Nemechek, but not this time. Jeff Burton had the fastest lap. Actually, Dale Jarrett had a little bit faster lap than did Jeff Burton.
Jeff Gordon, by virtue of his 84 laps in the lead, has taken Chevy to the most number of laps led here.
Whoa! Boy, Mark drove in that time.
Kenny Irwin could walk out of here today with the Rookie of the Year honors. Right now he's 19th, and his nearest competitor, Kevin LePage, 27. And NASCAR has already indicated that unless Kevin LePage wins the race and puts on an unbelievable performance here tonight, that Kenny Irwin will win Rookie of the Year honors.
And I think that's justifiable. Kenny Irwin, in his rookie season, he's had some rough spots this year, but he's also had some very, very good runs this year.
Including the race here in the spring where he had his best career finish, finished 5th, led the most laps in the race.
Led over 100 laps in that race in the spring here. And of course, won the pole position.
Here comes Hamilton. Boy, how many times have we said that tonight?
He has made a charge again from the back up to the front. He made that pit stop during the last caution and was way back in the field. And here he is now battling for the 11th position.
Just took it away with no problem whatsoever. And here he closes in on the back bumper of 10th place star Mike Skinner.
Heads for the high side of Mike Skinner.
Man.
Since the restart, he was in 29th position on lap 144, and now is up to 12th.
Oh, he's up to 10th now.
Yeah.
And
that's old information there.
And of course, he has fresher tires because he made that pit stop and took 4 fresh tires.
There it popped in 10th position.
He just pulls away from these guys.
Now, if they have to make green flag pit stops, he's going to be able to go about 10 or 12 laps farther than the others.
Hamilton won this year at Martinsville. Jeff Gordon has been in victory lane 12 times in 98. And again, we repeat, he can tie the record set by Richard Petty of 13 wins in a season with a victory here tonight. Talk about his top 5 finishes this year. Well, 21 of the 25 have been 3rd or better. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, there's nothing much more we can say about Jeff Gordon's year in 1998.
We look forward, of course, to him and the other 9 drivers who finish in the top 10 of seeing them receive their awards at the NASCAR Winston Cup banquet at the Waldorf Astoria in early December. Once again, ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, will be there with the live coverage. We've completed 176 laps of 325 here at Atlanta with Gordon, the leader.
Nemechek slowed.
Oh, boy. Nemechek just blew.
That is significant to Brett Bodine.
Unfortunately, that was key.
The water tank. Pick it up, that's okay. Everything's cool. Got oil pressure. It just has no power.
ESPN Speed World back live with you at Atlanta Motor Speedway as Jeff Gordon leads the Napa 500 with 180 laps completed, about a 2.5-second advantage over Jeff Burton. The 42 car of Joe Nemechek, who is running so strong, has come in for a pit stop. Bill, they're raising the hood.
Yeah, they're looking under there, Bob, but Nemechek told him over the radio it just has no power. It simply won't go. Now he started to shut it off and revs the engine. Some smoke billows out from it. Very disappointing, and this is a crucial development in the points race. Nemechek battling with Brett Bodine for that 25th position. Right now he sits on pit road losing laps while the car and the crew continues to struggle.
And Brett runs in 29th position. We've got a great three-car battle here. It's Ward Burton, Todd Bodine, and Morgan Shepherd, and this is 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Todd Bodine takes over the 5th position.
And here comes Bobby Hamilton. He has moved into the 8th spot and seems to be gaining on these cars right in front of him. The 91, the 8, the 22.
Well, you have to talk about Jeff Gordon as being the dominator so far, but this guy has been incredibly impressive.
Well, he really is. And you see, he's running a little bit higher line than is Jeff Gordon and some of these other cars, so traffic is not going to slow him down as much as it, say, is a Jeff Gordon.
He just comes up and passes him on the outside.
Outside, inside, wherever he runs across.
Bobby Hamilton finished 7th in this race last year. He finished 21st in the spring race at this facility.
I see Ward Burton slowing down, or actually something is up with the 22 car. I guess he's lost the handle just a little bit. We'll see Rusty Wallace, Mike Skinner, Jeremy Mayfield. This is 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Gordon crosses the stripe, completing lap 185, and he's got a 2.1-second advantage over Jeff Burton. Here now is Mark Martin taking 3rd from Dale Jarrett. We talked about how Jeff Burton has put on a great performance here this afternoon. Well, he has. There you can see how he's closed in on Jeff Gordon.
He's closed in a half second in 5 laps. It's going to take quite a while. He's 2 seconds behind, but theoretically in 20 laps, he could be right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon if he can keep this up. But look how consistent, 30.5 to 30.3. And we see Jeff Gordon, 30.5. Jeff Burton, every once in a while, can throw in a really good lap.
Only one of Gordon's 5 laps there buried. He lost a tenth of a second on one lap. All the others were exactly the same.
Exactly the same except for one lap. There is Jeff. They're going to throw another caution in 5 laps and again give these guys an opportunity to come in and change their tires and make a pit stop. Here's Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Bodine battling side by side for the 14th position.
Earnhardt has gotten up to 11th or 12th, and here's a battle between Jeremy Mayfield and Mike Skinner. That is for the 10th position.
Looks like Jeremy Mayfield's having some problems getting in the corner. They talked about the 28 car not being able to drive it down in. We saw how hesitant that Jeremy Mayfield was to drive that car in beside Mike Skinner.
But again, we are seeing side-by-side racing almost all the way around this track, so these rule modifications that NASCAR came up with apparently are working.
It's been a while since we have seen cars running at this speed be able to run side by side the way we've seen here tonight.
And they're running fast. They're still averaging speeds over 180 miles per hour.
Jerry punches with Joe Nemechek.
Well, they were working underneath the hood of the car, and they were trying to get him back out, and suddenly they just came over and set them to it. And Joe, pulling the helmet off and the gloves, that is not a good sign. Are you done for the day, the evening?
Yes, we are. You know, it's a shame for all the people from Bell South, this whole team. This is our top 10 car. We've been running really good with it. Thought we had a shot at winning the race tonight. We're just trying to see what the other guys have, adjust our car to get it the best we could, and it's just a shame. I think we broke a valve or something, and it knocked the piston out of it. It's locked up. I think the same thing happened to Sterling. Seems to be happening to a lot of guys. Like we have so many heat cycles in the valves and pistons and stuff. Just a shame, but hey, we had a good run going. We'll be back next year.
Joe Nemechek, a tough break. He had just a 22-point lead over Brett Bodine in 25th in the points. And now the caution is out once again, a mandatory caution flag. We would expect to see everyone come down pit road.
Nemechek ending this season with 1 top 5 and 4 top 10s. Speed is reduced as the caution comes out for the mandatory pit stop.
And once again, Kyle Petty, he was the next car to be lapped by Jeff Gordon, and Kyle remains on the lead lap, so the caution saved him once again.
He survived another one.
Really strange. We don't have any cars 1 lap down. We have 33 cars on the lead lap. We don't have any cars 1 lap down. We have 1 car 2 laps down, and the rest of them are 3 or 4 laps down.
That 1 car that's 2 laps down is Gary Bradbury in 34th position.
And 3 cars out of the race, Nemechek, David Green, and Sterling Marlin. Bobby Labonte is still listed as not out of the race, but they continue to work on the car.
And we see the green flag waving. Pit road is open, and here they come, all the leaders.
Here's John Kernan with Morgan Shepherd's pit stop.
Morgan all the way up in the 6th position. Yesterday, I saw him walking through the garage area with a big smile on his face. The car's pretty good. In fact, they're only taking right side tires, lowering the air pressure. Jim Long, the crew chief, stands up on the pit box, watching the work. Now let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch. Last pit stop, they tried to take some of the push out by changing the track bar and putting air pressure change in the right rear. Now they're going back the other way. Mark says the car is too loose. Let's go down to Bill Weber.
So far, flawless stop for Jeff Gordon. 4 tires going on. A lot of guys racing out of the pit road early. Must have just taken 2 tires. Gordon dodges a bullet on the 94. Mike Skinner wins the race on pit road. The 99 all goes back out to the mix.
All of those guys that took 2 tires will come out ahead of Gordon and Jeff Burton as they took on 4. That's Brett Bodine just moving away now in the paycheck score. Has indeed gone to 25th in the point standings at the moment with Joe Nemechek out of the race. The Pennzoil Copter Cam continues to hover overhead of Atlanta Motor Speedway as the hour grows long. However, the race has has a lot more laps to run. We've completed 192 of 325.
Just a lug nut fell off, I think.
Hey, Jim Long just told me he was told that when they go green, there'll be 25 laps left in the race. So, okay, I didn't. You knew that? Did we mention that?
We haven't mentioned that. 25 laps to go at the green flag. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Really?
One thing we have to mention, and the state police are trying to get people out of here. There's just a whole number of reasons,
Okay.
Where is the 4 now?
He is 16th.
Oh, man. I'm not sure he can pass all those cars.
Like he had 7 cars and only took 2 tires.
So they're going to be 25 green flag laps. Is that what you're telling me?
Green flag laps are 25 to go. We welcome you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway with 194 laps completed. We have just received word from NASCAR that when they throw the green flag, we will have 25 laps to go. So the race will not go its full distance. And again, there are many reasons why this is being done by NASCAR. We can mention several. State police have been working all day trying to get the people in and out of here. They have about probably 2 hours of work ahead of them to get the thousands of people who remain out of here, and there's more weather in the area also. Morgan Shepherd had a problem on the right front during his pit stop, and we'll look at it closely.
And I think it's just a simple thing, like one of the lug nuts falling off. You see the right front tire changer, he's tightening the lug nuts. There's uh-oh, I got to stop and see, I got to put a lug nut back on the stud. And see how much that takes? About 2 seconds, and that will drop you from first back to 7th.
Now, I think the first 7 cars on this restart, as they get the signal for 1 more lap to go, the first 7 cars only took on 2 tires. Of course, I guess they knew about the 25-lap situation, and so they decided to get that track position.
See that young lady standing there? She is going to throw the checkered flag.
Really?
You know, NASCAR had a fan fantasy weekend, and Terry Clark from Dover, Florida, will throw the checkered flag.
Down to John Kernan.
Dale Earnhardt indeed took on only right side tires, a little bit of fuel to get him to the final 25 laps. The teams were informed as the yellow flag flew, they were told, when we go back to green, 25 laps to go. So some of the teams decided just to do 2 tire changes, right side tires only, some quick thinking. We mentioned Morgan Shepherd, but also Dale Earnhardt. And how about Mike Skinner, who's out front right now, Earnhardt's teammate?
Yeah, Skinner, Earnhardt, Todd Bodine, Ken Schrader, Jimmy Spencer, Dick Trickle, and Morgan Shepherd were the drivers who took 2 tires and are lined up in the first 7 positions. Then comes Jeff Gordon in 8th.
I believe it's going to get some drivers a much better finishing position than they would have had by using that strategy.
All right, the pace car drops off the 24-degree banking in turn number 4.
And it is a single file restart.
Go, go, go.
25 to go.
Dale Jarrett already getting by Bill Elliott. Spencer, here comes the 24 car, Jeff Gordon. He has those 4 fresh tires. Does he have enough time to get to the front? Oh, he just moves on the inside of Morgan Shepherd.
That's a battle for 6th position as Morgan Shepherd is up on the top, and contact between the two, and Morgan is hard into the wall.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wow.
Hard in the wall. Stay up there, Morgan. Okay, I hope everybody else goes above him now. Well, he was fortunate he didn't get hit as he sped back down across the racetrack. They're still racing back to the flag here.
Mike Skinner wins the race back to the flag, with Todd Bodine second across the line, followed by Dale Earnhardt. Boy, your concern right now has to be Morgan Shepherd, because that car hit the wall so hard it got airborne for a moment.
We can see that there's just some contact between he and Jeff Gordon as he got down in turn 1. Morgan trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Jeff was down there, and look, heavy contact.
Take a look at the replay of it as the safety officials go to the aid of Morgan Shepherd. Here it is.
There we see Jeff Gordon trying to make the pass on the inside to get down the corner. Morgan comes down, and we see the contact, and bam.
Well, he did hit it hard.
There we see another angle. You know, Morgan Shepherd was just trying his best. He knew that this was his chance, Ned, to show that Morgan Shepherd could still do the job.
Yep, had a good finish in the making. But boy, it didn't take much, although they hit pretty good. And into that wall, he went hard. We'll look out for Mark Martin's windshield.
Wow, in just a flash it happens.
Well, we understand that Morgan is talking to his crew on the radio.
Wow,
that's good news.
That is fantastic news.
Sure is. So we are about to complete now 200 laps. The rollback is there to get Morgan Shepherd's car off the racetrack. Let's hope that Morgan is okay after that very hard incident.
These laps counted for 25?
They do, huh?
So when does the checkered flag drop?
Yeah, what lap? And so when's the checkered? What lap is the checkered? .221, thank you.
Man, he nailed that wall.
Oh, man.
That's probably running 190 mile an hour he took off.
Need to get a shot of Gordon's car to see if he did damage to it.
.200 laps are now completed. The checkered flag will drop on lap 221, but we are in a caution now. Morgan Shepherd is out of the race car and obviously is very unhappy at what has transpired here.
Wow, look at him walk away. Isn't that great?
Yeah. Glad to see that he is okay and walking to the ambulance. Had a good run going.
He sure did. It's too bad that this one-shot deal. And Morgan has a deal that's very near closed out for a team of his own to start next year. It's supposed to be a good 3-year deal. So we hope that it does come forth for him.
He certainly proved tonight that he still has the fire and the ability to drive a race car up front. So it's Mike Skinner still leading the field as Todd Bodine, Dale Earnhardt, Ken Schrader, and Dick Trickle are the top 5. And again, these laps are counting toward the 25 laps that we were told we would get the checkered flag.
Now, we saw the contact between Jeff Gordon and Morgan Shepherd. You wonder if there is any damage to the right front fender on Jeff's car. He might have pushed that thing in, and the tire, once we go back to green, may be rubbing. It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. And it's even more hard with that multicolored car than it would be if it was a solid.
It certainly isn't rubbing now, but hard to say.
Take a look at the Bud race recap. At the moment, Mike Skinner is the leader with 9 laps up front. We've had 10 lead changes and 5 caution periods, totaling 65 laps. Here are the drivers who have led laps. Jeff Gordon will pick up the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. We also have some more on our second page that have earned 5 points, including Kenny Irwin, the pole sitter, who led only lap number 1. Off the track, Bobby Labonte. And now there are 4 cars that are out of competition, including the most recent Morgan Shepherd. Lights are out on top of the pace car. We'll be going back to green here in just a moment. Ricky Craven is making a pit stop in the Skittles Pontiac.
Wow. We might set a record here for the number of cars on the lead lap. There are still 32 cars on the lead lap.
Oh, thought maybe he killed it.
He did for just a second, but fortunately it restarted. All right, when he gets the green, there'll be, what, 18 laps to go.
Yep.
Boy, don't you know, Mike Skinner, there's so many guys up here. Todd Bodine. How about Todd Bodine in second place?
Now, he passed Earnhardt on those couple laps that we ran because Earnhardt was in second place and we restarted.
Don't you know those first 2 guys would just love to win this race? How about Kenny Schrader back in 4th spot? Dick Trickle in 5th.
Well, all of those drivers need to win now. There's several of them who have never won, including those 2 up front.
Maybe Earnhardt can end the season the way he began it. Mike Skinner's best career finish, 3rd. He's done that on 2 occasions, most recently at the Pepsi 400 at Daytona.
And Trickle goes by Schrader.
Schrader gets back down right in front of Jeff Gordon, so he's able to get back on the low line. Mike Skinner got himself a good jump. And remember, all those cars in front of Gordon only took 2 tires. Gordon took 4.
Jeff moves to the inside of Kenny, coming off of corner number 4 through the quad oval area, across the line, and Gordon will pick up the spot on Ken Schrader. And now here comes Dale Jarrett.
Now he's going to lose a couple more spots as Jarrett comes along.
Evidently, those 2 tires make a difference. I mean, 4 tires make a difference in speed, which we suspected that. But would they have enough time to get back to the front? Boy, Gordon is charging hard.
He sure is. Now he looks to the inside of Dick Trickle coming off corner number 4.
Jarrett took a look on the inside of Gordon.
And he's there. He's there. Gordon stands on the gas on the outside. Can he maintain that spot? Jarrett is still there. He's got position.
This is the battle for 5th spot. They are wheel to wheel, and now Jeff's going to have to lift because he came up behind Dick Trickle, and Jarrett takes over the 4th spot. He is a fender ahead of the 90 car.
Clear, all clear. Keep digging, buddy. Go bring me this
4th,
green
5th, 6th. Right now,
Hey, Rocky,
Jeff
get
Gordon
down through there.
Jeff Gordon is battling for that 5th spot.
It is still Mike Skinner up front with Todd Bodine second and Dale Earnhardt third. Dale Jarrett is coming up quickly, though, on Earnhardt.
And Earnhardt moves to the inside. Jarrett's going to the outside.
Can Dale pull off the pass up high? Yes, he can.
All clear. That's the way. Pass him on the outside.
Suits me.
And here comes Jeff Gordon to the low side of Dale Earnhardt.
Out for fourth spot.
And Bobby Hamilton is still moving toward the front.
That is unbelievable. Well, there's a real jumble back there. All those cars racing position.
Including Kenny Schrader and Mark Martin, Bobby Hamilton, Dick Trickle. Here's the battle now for second position as Jarrett has gone to the inside of Todd Bodine. They go through the first and second corners, and Jarrett
clear. Way to go.
gets second.
The last time by, Mike Skinner ran an average 184 miles per hour. Dale Jarrett ran 187 miles per hour the last time by.
A week from tomorrow, Dale Jarrett will be in a surgical suite having those gallstones removed, but that's the furthest thing from his mind now as he's in a position to win the Napa 500.
Jeff Gordon is saying to Mike Skinner, just hold him up for a few minutes. Hold him up for a few minutes while I get there.
Looking back from Mike Skinner's car. Now Jarrett makes the move out of corner number 2.
24's coming.
Down the backstretch, he's got him. Jarrett leads.
And this could be the manufacturer's championship. It is at stake. If a Ford wins, it wins the championship. If a Chevrolet wins, the Chevrolet wins. And here comes Gordon. He's got 4 race cars, too.
And he moves to second, passing Mike Skinner. Skinner hanging tough, though, on the outside. We've got 10 laps to go.
24's going to see a lot of that next year, the back end of that car.
Yeah, but he's coming on the back of that car right now. He is gaining.
Looking for 13 wins in 1998.
9 to go. 9.
And this is the way it should end. So the manufacturer championship, whoever wins this race will be the champion. And look at this mess for position.
They are still scrambling 2 by 2. Here's Todd Bodine and Mike Skinner battling for third. Bodine's got it.
And Todd Bodine takes the unsponsored car to third spot. Passes Skinner on the outside. Meanwhile, the 8 laps to go this time.
8 to go. 8.
It's a familiar sight for 1998, as so many times we have seen up front the 88, the 24, and the 6. Right now, Mark Martin is in 6th position. The battle is between Jarrett and Gordon.
That's right. It looks like that Jeff Gordon isn't able to close in on Dale Jarrett.
Schrader and Dale Earnhardt now swap 8th position, make that the Schrader car now in 8th. Earnhardt back tonight.
Gordon's got to run. Couldn't quite get up beside him. Boy, did he come off the turn 2 that time.
There will be 6 laps to go when they cross the line, and now Jeff's got a good run also coming off corner number 4. They come down in front of the main grandstand. They're side by side, and Gordon has the lead.
Oh, and Jarrett gets him a little bit loose. He has to chase the car up the hill. Can Jarrett get back underneath him? No, he can't.
5 to go.
If Gordon wins, he ties the record of 13 wins in a season established by the King, Richard Petty, in 1975.
Dale Jarrett said his car is tight. Just said right then.
5 laps to go, and there's a lot of battling going on between Bobby Hamilton, Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Mike Skinner.
And Martin gets the spot from Skinner, puts him in 4th spot.
and Bobby Hamilton. Bobby Hamilton hasn't been passed many times. He has passed perhaps more race cars than anybody on this racetrack.
I guarantee he has.
And both those cars go by Skinner. Moving Skinner back to the 7th spot.
So Mike Skinner was leading when the race went green, but has now slid back to 7th position.
Mark Martin working on Todd Bodine for the 3rd position.
Boy, just a great run tonight for that 91 car of Todd Bodine, but it looks like that Mark Martin is going to be able to pass him here as they come off the 4th corner. Oh, look at Todd pedal back.
He came back.
We've been following the story of Brett Bodine really all weekend, certainly today, and Brett is going to finish 25th in the point standings because Joe Nemechek's problems have dropped him to a 40th place finish, and we believe that Bobby Hamilton is going to finish 10th in the point standing because he is 6th, and the white flag is going to come out. There it is. Jeff Gordon takes the white flag. One more lap to go, and he's got about a 0.6 of a second lead on Dale Jarrett, with Mark Martin running back in 3rd, but he's more than 2.5 seconds behind. Gordon comes up on the 35 car of Darrell Waltrip, and another mark is established and put in the record books by the young man who has won his 3rd NASCAR Winston Cup championship in 1998. Jeff Gordon wins the Napa 500. It's his 13th victory of the year, and he ties Richard Petty in a great battle for that 4th position between Jeff Burton and Todd Bodine.
I don't know who won that battle.
It was tight. In grand style, Jeff Gordon and the Rainbow Warriors chalk up another win here at Atlanta, the 13th time that John has been in victory lane. John Kernan?
Ray Evernham right now talking to his driver, getting ready to put the headset away for the last time this year. Now he's telling Jeff what exactly to do. Jeff has to pick up a convertible pace car to take a championship lap. And now that we've got Ray getting unbuttoned, Ray, congratulations. Ty the King, 13 wins. What a great call for 4 tires. But were you worried with those 7 cars in front of you?
Well, yeah, you know, I just didn't want him getting in a wreck, and I sure hope Morgan's all right, but there was no way of avoiding that, and I said I just hope he's all right, but he had Jeff pretty far down on the apron, but it's been, man, it's been awesome. Gotta thank God for taking the driving on. Gotta thank God first for everything that he's blessed us with, and certainly that driver and this race team, and I want to say hi to Rick. Hey, Rick and Linda. I mean, that's awesome. Thanks, Rick. Thanks for everything that you give us.
What's the most memorable moment from this championship season?
Well, it is just so hard to pick one. You know, so many good things have happened to us. We've been really, really fortunate. I mean, we have run awful here, John, awful, and now we come here and win.
Yeah, it's been, what, 3 years since you last won here at Atlanta?
Well, it's been a while, 1995, and our best finish on this track, I think, was 16th, and we just honestly just don't know. And hey, we won the Manufacturers Championship for Chevrolet, so it's been an awesome day.
All right, that's Ray Evernham. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, Dale Jarrett has pulled to the pumps here behind the pit road wall, getting a sip of a drink, sitting in his car. He told his crew it was just a little tight as they came down to the final laps, and now he will crawl out of this car for the last time here in 1998, and I'm sure it's a little bit of a relief. A big handshake from his crew chief, Todd Parrott, a smile, shaking his head. A little tight down the stretch there?
Yeah, you know, we'd run a few laps. Car would tighten up. Just never got it exactly right. Made a lot of adjustments, but as the whole year was, he's just too good.
When you get those stones out, maybe you should keep them for a good luck charm. I can't believe you ran that well 2 weeks in a row with that problem, Dale.
We had good race cars, and today's been a long day, and appreciate the fans tuning into TV and staying in the stands. Just shows what great fans we have. But good race team. Just just Jeff Gordon and them, got to say congratulations. They've just they've been the team this year, and once again they beat us there at the end. But got to give them credit; they do it right. And awful proud of these guys, and look forward to next year.
Everybody works hard, but when you see another team doing that, you guys are going to work extra hard in the offseason.
We just got to get that much better. We're all dedicated to do that. I think when 1999 starts, you're going to see this team back up front again and challenge those guys. We know where they put the bar, and we're going to work hard to get there.
And you held on to that points position.
Yeah, that was important for us to stay in third, and that just shows the dedication of this team, and just want to thank them for putting forth that effort. They knew that I had to have really good race cars these last 2 weeks to be able to stay in the seat, and I appreciate them doing that.
Well, congratulations on your year, and take care of yourself. Good luck with your search.
Okay, thanks a lot, and wish all the fans a great holiday season.
The first three in the point standings finish first, third, and second here this evening. Jeff Gordon taking his championship ride around this 1.54-mile racetrack at Atlanta. And a final salute to the fans before officially the 98 season comes to an end.
Well, quite a season. We'll be talking about that one for a while.
And his third title comes in 189 starts. This kid is only 27 years old.
And you can see just how happy he was as he pulled up beside that convertible down the backstretch. You could see inside that car, yes, yes, yes. I finally won a race in Atlanta. You know, the last, seriously, we talked about the last couple of times at this racetrack, they haven't run very well.
We understand that it is beginning to rain.
Wow.
Wow, that made the 25-lap idea from NASCAR even a better idea, because if it's going to rain some more, it's going to make this day even longer than it has been already. But it is over. Gordon wins the final race, putting a cap on his great 1998 championship season.
Quite a crowd waiting on him when he gets down there.
It will be a combined victory lane and championship lane that Jeff will drive into here in just a matter of moments. On pit lane at the start-finish line. The cheers continue to go up from the people gathered here in the grandstand and down on pit road. And the DuPont Chevy has made its way to that important piece of real estate.
Come on in, come on in.
Pretty crowded down there, too.
And it's hard to control the crowd and orchestrate things the way that you want them to happen. But
that's why we got Corky down there.
Yeah. He'll take care of it.
Fans have been here for many more than 12 hours, and they're still sticking around to see the victory celebration of Jeff Gordon. He's still in the car.
He's getting that hat adjusted exactly right. Got to fix the bill just right. You know, we can't be out looking bad.
That's right. The championship cap goes on. There are the Rainbow Warriors, who have contributed so much to this success of the team.
Well, they were looking up there. Next time we see them, they'll be looking down from the balcony of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
And the champ emerges. Down to our McDonald's Winner Circle interview. Here's Dr. Punch.
Well, a huge hug from his wife, Brooke, and a kiss, and Cliff Pendle from R.J. Reynolds down here. Ray Evernham. He puts that nice, beautiful Winston Cup Champions jacket on. And first of all, Jeff, you're the winner of the Napa 500. What an effort. You were a rocket ship those final 10 laps.
Well, I mean, I tell you what, Ray Evernham and these Rainbow Warriors, not just incredible tonight, but all year long. I mean, man, what an incredible year. I cannot I know I've said this a million times, but I cannot believe this. You know, they really put a lot of effort into this race car, and to come in here to Atlanta. We were so determined to run well and to end this championship by running well all the way to the finish. I don't think we ever expected to get quite what we got out of this these last few races, but a lot of effort goes into what these race cars are all about, and my team deserves all the credit for everything this year. Everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Want to say hi to Rick and Linda and everybody at home. Man, we miss you. Can't wait to have you here next year, and we're going to do it again, I hope. But I want to thank God, certainly blessed us tonight with getting this race in, and each and every one of these guys on this team. My goodness, that thing was incredible.
Jeff, right behind you, that is the Napa 500 trophy, and I got to believe that signifies that the Atlanta Jinx is history.
Well, you know, I learned a little bit when we came here to test with Goodyear. We learned a lot on the car, and of course, you got all that spoiler and air dam. It certainly helps. And you know, what we needed, what we were lacking, I believe, was just downforce. Those guys earlier in the year and here last year had us covered on downforce. And I tell you one thing, I would have never been able to have made that pass on DJ there at the end if we hadn't had the new air dam and spoiler rule, because it's so hard to get up to a guy, let alone get underneath him. I got to take my hat off to DJ, too. I love racing with Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin and the guys that we run with for this championship this year and last year. And it was a lot of fun running with him. And I really didn't give up, but I did not think I was going to get by him there at the end. He was so tough. But I do want to say one quick thanks to everybody at DuPont Automotive Finishes. They've been with us now for 3 championships in 5 or 6 years. And it's an awesome relationship, and we sure do appreciate it. It's awesome.
Jeff, we talked about it before the day began, but now it is reality. You have won 13 races in a season and joined an elite group with the king, Richard Petty.
Now, that's one I certainly never thought would happen. You know, coming into this race, I was telling the truth. I said, you know, we don't feel like we've got a winning race car, but I felt like we had a good top 5 car. I think going tonight, you know, this race being run at night was a big advantage for us. The track really came to the way I like to drive the car, and it came to the way Ray sets it up. During the day, we were off a little bit, but we were coming. We were fast. But, man, when that sun went down, it got dark and cool. Man, this thing was unbelievable. There was a couple times I didn't even know if I had to lift the gas. I know I didn't lift all the way off the floor for about 10 laps at one time, and it was blowing me away just how fast this place was tonight.
You better rest up, because you're going to have to lift a $2 million check in New York at the Waldorf Astoria in a few weeks. And, Jeff, I'm told that on the stage about 200 yards from us, your 3rd Winston Cup trophy is awaiting you for presentation.
You know, Jerry, it's unbelievable what this year has offered me, and really what this entire year and this entire career that I'm having. It's just a dream come true. And I'm so fortunate, so blessed to have people like Ray Evernham and the people at Hendrick Motorsports, the Rainbow Warriors that are on this race team. One thing I do want to say, too, while it's fresh in my mind, I want to say congratulations to Chevrolet. We won the Manufacturers Championship for them right here today. And I tell you, that was something we really wanted to do coming out of this race. So we won a couple of championships today, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful life that I've been leading. And I'm just so fortunate, so blessed, and very blessed to have all the members of Hendrick Motorsports that make it all possible.
Well, I will echo that. And, Jeff, we're going to follow you to the stage and watch you accept that 3rd Winston Cup Champions trophy. Congratulations again from all the fans and from all of us.
Thank you, Jerry. I can't thank you guys at ESPN enough, and all these fans, especially these loyal ones that stick around tonight. I tell you, this just shows you how dedicated our NASCAR Winston Cup fans are. Whether they're pulling for me or not, I don't know, but man, they sure were excited to see this race happen, and they were all cheering there at the end because they saw a great race, and that's what it's all about.
They may be raindrops falling, or they may be tears, but I'll tell you what, this guy is a champion, and today he joins the ranks of the legend as he ties Richard Petty for 13 wins in a single season. Bob?
And it's Jeff Gordon's 42nd career win, and it comes in his 189th start. A pretty good winning percentage for Jeff Gordon. We're going to take a break, but we will stick around and enjoy with Jeff his championship celebration, presentation of the trophy, which is coming up in just a few moments. It's been a long day. The rain is beginning to come back again. Stay with us, though. We have more from Atlanta. Look at all those people still standing up there.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. Really.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoyed it.
Does that mean you're released? Ned is released. Thanks, Ned. We'll get out of your way. All right, Ned. Take care, Ned. Good run for DJ there. So we give 99. Jeff Burton got fourth, huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jeff Gordon wins the Napa 500 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway this evening, and the final points margin 364 over Mark Martin, who finished in this race third and will finish second in the points. 709 behind was Dale Jarrett. You can see the top 10 drivers, those what will be on the stage at the Waldorf Astoria, and indeed Bobby Hamilton did finish 10th in the point standings, so he will be at the Waldorf Astoria. Well, John Andretti will be in 11th position in the final standings. Ken Schrader in 12th. And Ward Burton, who started on the outside of row number 1, will finish 16th in the point standings. The 25th position, the final bonus paying from R.J. Reynolds, 25th, Brett Bodine. It is worth $35,000. And what a finish for his brother Todd. Now, before today, his best career finish was here at Atlanta in '94. Didn't quite do that well this night, but he did have a great run, Bill Weber.
Absolutely, and earlier in the week on RPM Tonight, we talked about how not all the winners would go to victory lane. You finished 5th, but that's got to feel like a win.
Yeah, it does. Kind of a little redemption, you know. Ran good here in the spring in the Tabasco car, and we all know what happened there, and be able to come back with Joe Falk and Doug Richard, all these guys, and get a great finish. A team that deserves to get a good finish, deserves a sponsor. You know, hopefully some people will stand up and take notice of what we've done in the last few weeks. We've run really well, and tonight we finally put the whole race together. The previous weeks we've had stints through the race that we just missed it a little bit and didn't get the finish that we deserved. And tonight we put the whole thing together, whole package, great pit stops. The guys did good there, and the car was great. Doug made some changes after happy hour, and the car freed up, and we're still a little too tight, but you know, 5th place. Just got beat at the end a little bit by that, but you know, we're pretty tickled. It's a great way to end the year, and Joe's in the process of trying to find some sponsorship, so hopefully this will help.
2 right side tires on your final stop and some very strong power under the hood.
Extremely strong power. I'll tell you, Dennis Fisher, Fisher Engineering, they've done a great job with these motors. I'm really surprised that more people haven't noticed how good this car goes down the straightaway. I know some people have, and they said stuff to me, and I'm really happy that Dennis is getting some recognition. And yeah, the 2 tires, you know, we wanted to go for track position. Doug made a good call, and we knew we had to get some track position. We didn't know if we could hold them off. 4 tires is awful tough to hold off. We felt like, you know, the car was a little tight. The 2 tires was going to free it up. Just didn't free it up long enough. They kept coming, and, you know, there was no holding them back, so I didn't race them hard, and just tried to do the best we could with what we had, and we're pretty tickled with 5th.
Congratulations. We'll see you in Miami next week.
Thank you.
That's Todd Bodine, a big top 5 finish for him and Joe Falk. Let's go back out to the stage.
Yes, that's where Jeff Gordon is continuing to receive congratulations as the Winston Cup is his. The unofficial results from tonight show you that he did win. He led 113 laps. We had 8 leaders and 12 lead changes in this race, and we also had 5 caution periods for 67 laps, but that does not explain the long, long time that it's taken to get this race run, Benny. We came on the air almost 12 hours ago.
Yes. And Jeff Gordon congratulating every member of his crew because, let's face it, without them, he would not be there. There's Ray J., Ray's little boy. He's just about to receive his 3rd NASCAR Winston Cup trophy from the folks at R.J. Reynolds.
In 4 years, 3 out of 4 years, he has won the Winston Cup, and the other year, of course, it went to his teammate, Terry Labonte. A lot of hands to shake, a lot of congratulations down there.
Well, they got a whole lot of folks down there.
We get Jeff up here in a minute.
He's too busy shaking hands down there, Cliff. He can't come up and get your money or your trophy. But as I understand it, these are the families of the folks at Hendrick Motorsports that are responsible for building this DuPont Chevy.
Quite an incredible sight here tonight under the lights. This race was supposed to start at 12:40 this afternoon. Long rain delays have carried it into the nighttime. However, they were long-awaited cheers for Jeff Gordon. He has lived through a season of boos that sometimes this year were louder than the cheers. But tonight, all cheers here for the champion, because he has had an incredible year of competition.
It all started about the Coca-Cola 600 time. From there on until now, just been almost unbeatable, this team. As he said earlier today, he had some bad runs earlier in the season. Didn't look like they could do this, but here we come. Dale Jarrett take the lead and went on to the victory.
The 13th victory of the 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup season for Jeff Gordon, as he ties Richard Petty for most wins in a single season, the King's mark set back in 1975. And from that moment on, cheers and congratulations from everyone to this 27-year-old man originally from California, but he calls Pittsburgh, Indiana his home. Jeff Gordon, the champion of 1998.
How about a champagne bath, huh? They don't care.
Now fireworks begin to go off on either side of the stage here at the start-finish line. What a celebration, what a day, what a night it has been for all of us as we conclude the 1998 Winston Cup season. We certainly want to thank all the NASCAR officials and track people who have been so kind to us as we have traveled from coast to coast and border to border to bring you all of the excitement of the 98 season. The 50th anniversary season, as a matter of fact, of NASCAR's Winston Cup Series has been one to remember as Jeff Gordon raises the trophy in celebration once again. We've had great races, a new winner, and the performance of a driver who rates among NASCAR's very best.
Stock car racing is recognized as the greatest public proving ground in the world.
Where hundreds of stock car racing fans from all over the nation gathered for the Grand National Circuit 160-mile championship race.
How's the track? Great
Fast, always fast. He'll always be the king of stock car racing.
Richard Petty's been the best for quite a while.
The only guy that only comes close to him right now is Earnhardt.
To me, he's a true champion because he wins championships by racing for championships. To be a true champion, I think he's supposed to win racing.
He gets in a race car, he's a hell of a race car driver.
This guy's naturally gifted. He's a hell of a driver. End of story.
This is the race for the win of the Daytona 500. It'll be Earnhardt coming to the stripe.
Here he is. The crowd is on its feet cheering for the winner of the inaugural Las Vegas 400, Mark Martin.
It's not the Pontiac, it's the driver that does so well here, and he did it again.
Bobby Hamilton has done it, and man, was he impressive today.
Oh, and Earnhardt gets her. Elliott hard in the wall.
Major crash here on the front stretch.
Welcome to NASCAR's Night in Hollywood.
Oh, and the contact and just missed. And Charlie Bonnie comes back to the line in front.
When I seen the checker flag, I couldn't believe it. This is my lifetime dream right here.
Jeff Gordon wins the 1998 Brickyard 400.
A week ago, you drove your heart out. You wanted it in the worst way. You said you were going to go home and come back and kick tail. You did tonight.
Looks at the checkered flag, takes the checkered flag, and wins the Noble $5 million for the second time this year. They're coming to the line for the win. It is Jeff Burton.
What an example of courage and perseverance. We have one spent athlete here.
And Dale Jarrett wins it and wins the Noble $5 million.
First time in its 39-year history, the July race at the Daytona International Speedway has been postponed.
I don't think I've ever had a car that was so dominant as I had today.
Jeff Gordon comes to the stripe and clinches the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship for 1998.
I've been around a good long while, and this kid is dominating right now. He's just awesome. What the 24 car is doing is extraordinary. Jeff Gordon is an awesome race driver. Maybe he's just better. I don't know. If 24 bugs stepped on it, they still got it, I tell you. I'm looking in the mirror. Here he comes. Got to give them credit. They get the job done.
I mean, those guys, they do it. I mean, I don't know. I know how, but they just do it.
I don't know. Jeff Gordon may win them all.
And at just 27 years of age, how many more titles are ahead? The season is over. We'll see you in Daytona.